I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murdering scum who run giant debt factories, leaving babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I'd go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's into creepy, weird, sick shit, man. She sleeps in the same room with a creepy widow woman whose mother wears a hood up on the head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot-belly goblins are wobbling round, walking after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I hear it go high, high, high. We're such self-centered crap, we don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of poor and people of the very worst kind. Man, I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. Oh, oh, oh. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. Ooh. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet. I'm so whatever you want. So why is it I feel numb? So don't listen to what we've been told, 'cause what we've been told is so evidently wrong. They say love, love is hard. They say love, love leaves scars. I disagree. I say love is easy as long as you're here with me. Oh, I disagree. I said love is easy as long as you're here with me. They say love, love leaves scars, and they say love, love is hard, but I ain't got no scars and Great. I've still got my... Yeah, I'm weird, as opposed to everyone else on this fucking website. Do you know what the sad thing is? You're absolutely right. But do you know what the tragedy of it all is? I am the most sane, reasonable, rational human being on this fucking website, and you know it. You know it. And that is the damning indictment on mankind right there, my friend. Yeah. Think about that. Go, 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 Go on, love, it's my birthday. You look tarty, love, it's my birthday. I'll buy you a Bacardi, love, it's my birthday. And you know I'm having a laugh, it's not my birth. You can find me in the pub with a pint of bud. Look, love, I've got a fiver if you let me see your jugs. I'm into playing darts, I ain't into growing shrubs. So come fill up my mug before my fag gets stuffed. You can find me in the pub with a pint of bud. Look, love, I've got a fiver if you let me see your jugs. I'm in... Don't you dare do... What are you doing? You utter bastard. You just stop like that, do you? Well, fuck you. In that order. You asked what greatest song ever. Go. I stay out too late. Got nothing in my brain. That's what people say. Oh, oh. That's what people say. Oh, oh. I go on too many dates, but I can't make them stay. At least that's what people say. Ooh, ooh. That's what people say. Ooh, ooh. But I keep cruising. Won't stop losing. It's like I got this music in my mind saying it's gonna be alright. Cause the player's gonna play. And the hater's gonna hate. I'm just gonna shake. Shake it off. Break. You're getting down with the liars and the dirty pieces of the world. You could have been getting down to this sick beat. Hey, remember when we got the radio? Remember when we got the You say we used to be bad blood. You know we used to have bad blood. So take a look at your time. You say we know we got bad blood. Cause the player's gonna play. And the player's gonna hate. Baby, I'ma shake. Shake it off. I remember when we broke up the first time, saying this is it, I've had enough. It's like we hadn't seen each other in a month. It's like, says you needed space. Then you come around again and say, I miss you and I swear I'm gonna change. Remember how that lasted for a day? You say, you call me, you break up, you call me, I love you. You called it off again last night and this time, I'm telling you, we are never, ever getting back together. We are never, ever getting back together. Cause you know we got bad love. They said we used to have bad love. And look what you've done. Cause baby, now we got bad love. And the player's gonna play. And the hater's gonna hate. I'm just gonna shake. Shake it off. It feels like a perfect night for visiting like hipsters and make fun of our exes. It feels like a perfect night at midnight, sound asleep with strangers. Yeah, we're happy, free, confused, and lonely at the same time. It's miserable and magical, oh yeah. The night's the night, but we forget about the deadlines. It's true. I don't know know about you, but I'm feeling 22. Everything will be alright if you keep me next to you. You don't know about me, but I bet you want to. Everything will be alright if you just keep dancing like we are never, ever, ever. Don't you dare. If you cut off, I swear to Christ, listen to me. I'm pausing now because I'm going to talk to the speaker. If you cut off during this song, which is objectively the greatest song ever, right, I will fucking throw you out the window. I'm not even fucking joking. I will pick you up and throw you through that fucking thing. I've already lost my security deposit, so fuck you. I can smash anything I want. Right? Yeah. Don't look at me like that. Piece of shit. Anyway, where were we? Oh yeah.
Shaking to the floor, moving down with the hella good hair. Won't you come on, baby, we can shake, shake, shake. And let's go through things. Just say sorry, just for sure. You live like that, you live for fools. I used to think that we were forever, ever. I used to say, never say never. We ditched the whole scene. We won't be sleeping. You look like bad news. I gotta have you. I gotta have you. I gotta have you.
I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. Everything will be alright if you keep me next to you. You don't know about me. I never, ever, ever get back together. Karaoke version, Informer by Snow. Are you ready? Do you think I can't pull this off? Hey, yo, Snow, they came around looking the other day. Yeah. Farmer, you know, still me somebody I complain. I lick it boom boom down, take me on the backseat till it's farmer set somewhere down the lane. I lick it boom boom down, Informer, you know, still me somebody I complain. I lick it boom boom down, take me on my backseat till it's farmer set somewhere down the lane. I lick it boom boom down, and that is why I am, in the one of the greatest rappers of all time. And now, let's crack on, shall we? Let's get this up here. Here we go. God, that is fucking incredibly fucking. I mean, maybe just I know what it is. I should turn a light on, shouldn't I? That's the thing. That's what the kids are doing these days, isn't it? On YouTube, is they're turning lights on. There we go. That's a little bit better. Am I too shy to sing live? Motherfucker, am I too shy? Are you new round here? Do you have someone who looks after you, mate? Am I shy? I'm shy in the same, am I shy? That's like saying, was Joseph Fritzl a bit kinky? No, Is Stephen Hawking's got a bit of a limp? Yeah, no. My family was born with a genetic predisposition to not understand things like guilt or shame. That was a joke, mate. No, it wasn't. Do you know how I know it wasn't? Because I decided it wasn't. Because I reacted to it seriously. Therefore, fuck you. everybody does that, you know. They post something and then I take it seriously at face value. Why? Because it's the internet, so you might as well. And then they claim it's a joke afterwards. And then they fail to realise that I just have to go back and say, well, do you know what? I was joking too. So who's the fucking idiot now? Right? Right, you is the answer. Have I seen the full leak of... No, I don't care about Kanye. Right? I leave Kanye alone because he's clearly mental. Right? Taylor Swift, on the other hand, is, you know... Those are, you know, I'm still, you know, I've got my list of dirty old man fantasies, and she's one of them, you know. Chance meeting in a lift, you know. I don't pay attention to drama and all the other horse shit where people get excited. I really don't care. I want, you know, I want people who are singers and pop stars to make music. And if I like it, what's my take on it? Well, I think it's. I think he definitely got shot. That that definitely happened. What's my take on it? I don't care. That's his fucking problem, you know. I think there's a much more pressing issues at hand, really, mate. You know. Well, me being a brainwashed, you know, sheeple who believes everything the government tells him, right? I think it was Lee Harvey Oswald, obviously. You know, like, it's the only reason people remember. If he hadn't got shot, do you know why? People wouldn't remember him as fondly as they do. You know, sometimes dying young tragically or getting killed tragically, you know, before your time. You know, that people who die young, celebrities who die young are just celebrities who don't have the opportunity to grow old disgracefully and turn into shadows of their former selves and become absolute embarrassments. You know, like Morrissey. Take Morrissey and Johnny Rotten. Right, those two cunts could have died 20 years ago and I would have had nothing. I wouldn't have to sit here and live in denial of every time Morrissey opens his fucking stupid mouth and pretend I can't hear it. You know what I mean, Lewis. Morrissey fans and Kanye West fans, that we are united and bonded on that. Yeah. Morrissey is the white Kanye, you know, and which is a bit really, it's a bit sad really when you think that, you know, in the grand scheme of what celebrity scandals, Morrissey's just said a load of dumb, ignorant shit. He hasn't actually, you know, when you think of how many fucking celebrities have been found out to be serial rapists or child cannibals, and fucking, you know, and raping underage chickens and stuff now. And what's Morrissey? He's just a bit racist, you know. Kanye West is a fuck. Do you know what? There are some things Kanye does that I am totally fucking on board with. And one of them was when he brought out that plain white t-shirt and charged like $1 million for it. I'm like, fucking writer, good for you. Like, don't even, you see, because he decided, fuck it, I'm not even going to pretend. I'm not even going to fucking make an effort because we all know it's bullshit. We all know that fashion is fucking bullshit. You know? Us Jackson fans, listen, mate, I grew up in the heyday. I grew up in a time, mate, when if you wanted to do a paedophile joke, you either had Gary Glitter, Michael Jackson, or a Catholic priest. Those were your three options. Now we're spoilt for choice. We've got fucking loads of them now. Jimmy Savile, R. Kelly, you know, we got, you know, even fucking celebrities further back than that, like Elvis, you know. We can pull so many of these fuckers, you know. Stuart Hall, you know. So many. Epstein, probably Trump, but then, you know. Yeah, but what's your point? I told you what. There isn't a point. Dude, what's my point? I mean, there is none. Because life is meaningless, mate. There's no point to any of this. It's a fucking waste of time. None of it matters. When we're dead, we're dead. When the planet burns out, we'll get wiped out. Nothing we've ever done will fucking be relevant or have any meaning ever again. And no one will know we fucking existed. And thank God for that. So I say, let's just fucking, let's just wreck the place. I don't know, Mel Gibson and Bell versus Bell Gibson, it won't matter in the end. No, it won't matter now. If it doesn't matter in the end, it don't matter now, mate. That's my approach. Yeah. We're not at the end. You don't know we're not at the end. If it don't matter at the end, it don't fucking matter now, mate. Yeah. We're in the now right now. No, we're not. Technically speaking, human beings, the way our sort of, the way we take on information and our perception of reality, we always live a little bit in the past. We're like billionths of a 100 trillion billionths of milliseconds, but we're always in the past as to what actually is happening. And you say we're in the now, but you don't know that. I don't want to believe that. I don't want to believe this is the fucking. I feel so sad when we have Remembrance Sunday. I feel sorry for I feel sorry for those old cunts who were in World War II and won, or in concentration camps and are still alive. Right? What a fucking way. You live long enough to watch us take your sacrifice and piss it away. And go, fuck you. Yes, you died for our freedoms. Don't you feel like a cunt for that now? Bet you wished you hadn't have fucking bothered. Trump isn't orange, that's radiation, because he is the anthropomorphic manifestation of what is referred to as toxic masculinity. He's so toxic, he glows. Either that or it's just urine. It's so much urine on his face, it's dried up. We're in a bad timeline. This is the only fucking timeline, bruv. I hate that. I hate that. People put that on their fucking description or their bio on Instagram or Facebook or Twitter. Going, I'm living my best life. No, do you know what life you're living? You're living the only fucking life you're ever going to fucking have. So whether it's shit bad or good, shit bad or in the middle, it don't fucking matter. It's the only one you're going to have. It ain't your best life. Your best life is not you posting pictures of your arse on Instagram, particularly under Bible quotes. That don't do it for me, darling. Sorry, You can't sit there and say, praise Jesus, God is Lord, and then here's a picture, here's my arse. Why does nobody make fun of oranges for looking like Trump? That's what we really should be asking. No one makes fun of Trump for being orange. That's just, that goes with it. If he had normal coloured skin, he'd just look like a ball bag with a bit of candy floss on top of his fucking head, You have a clementine in your fridge. Oh, my darling. I don't want you to bully the orange. I just think that oranges get away. I mean, I'd take Trump over that cunt. Do you remember that cunt on YouTube who had one of the first million sub channel, Annoying Orange? And you just watched it and go, fucking hell, Hitler had the right idea. What is this absolute? How the fucking hell does this cunt get more than one person subscribing to his channel, and that being his other account? How the fuck did this end up being classified as entertainment? What was the point? Because it was just annoying. It was about as funny as it was about as funny as being fingered by Edward Scissorhands. It wasn't. Of course, Annoying Orange still uploads, because the cunt had one good idea and then didn't have another in 12 years. He hasn't even gotten to another fruit. You couldn't even have the annoying pear or the annoying pomegranate, the mildly pissed off kumquat. No, it was postmodernist. No, it fucking wasn't. It was shite. Right. if that's what Jordan Peterson was referring to when he talks about postmodernism, I'm totally on board with him. If annoying orange was what he was referencing when he talks about postmodernism, you know, what are? Well, none of them are now, mate. I've been clean for nearly 14 years, 13 and a half years. My favourite one was all of them, really. No, it's got to be cocaine. Because it's amazing. I mean, it's like cocaine, you know. Crack cocaine's fun, but it's a little bit, cheaper. Caffeine is a drug. Yeah, you get well high. Do you know what? I fucking used to love that. I love it when people who never taken drugs try and impress people like me by going, oh, mate, I've had 3 espressos. I'm fucking buzzing. I'm like, dude, I once stayed awake for 2 weeks on a fucking meth and crack cocaine binge, right? I don't remember the last 3 days, you know. Least favourite drug, alcohol. I bet you're not clean. Well, obviously I'm not clean. I haven't showered in ages. You never touched anything. Dude, you don't have to. Honestly, dude, I fucking don't brag about my drug taking. It's just, it happened. I hate people who brag about it, because in anything, I respect people, and I envy people who can go through their entire lives without it. Drug addicts are not people who are damaged or broken. They're just people who get bored with real life quicker than most other people. That's it. You know, I wish I could be addicted to football or fucking video games or Pogs or fucking, Pokemon or fucking, anything, I wish I could be addicted to something. Knitting, everyone's broken. No, they're not. I'm not anymore. Yeah. Only done coke 3 times. Fucking sad sack of shit. When you say you done coke, what do you mean did coke? Do you mean you did a bit, like a line or half a line? Did you do like 3 fucking granules of it? Like when I was at the at the peak, at the apex of my cocaine addiction, I was doing 1 gram lines. I'd buy 5 grams for a night out and was doing 1 gram lines. Right, that takes skill, and that takes a level of skill and effort and fucking the first time you fuck up, several lines. Wow, several lines of what? Your mum doesn't let you do drugs. Well, here's a tip, mate. Don't ask her. Funnily enough, I didn't do drugs because my mum said, Richard, just hit the pipe. Just get on it. Just fucking line up, skin up, Richard. Come on. Get a bowl out. Now, that wasn't how it worked, My mother's permission was never sought after. My mum knew what I was up to. Always. Your mum or dad always know. They always know more about what you're up to than you realise. You think they don't, but they do. My mum especially. But my mum didn't give a shit. She's like, look, you're smart enough to know. You know what you're doing. You know the dangers of what you're doing. So if you fuck up, it's on you. I'm like, fair enough, and it was. And she was right. Pepsi's amazing. Mountain Dew is quite. I only got into Mountain Dew about a year ago, and fuck me, that's like, you taste that and go, wow, that is just like, it's like a bag of sugar with a little bit of lemon squeezed in it. I never really knew what drugs were. Right? Okay. Yes, you did, Lewis. I hate Dr. Pepper. I hate Dr. Pepper, and I hated root beer. I remember the first time I had root beer, I was so excited because I'd grown up watching. I was a kid, and I'd grown up watching American films, and everyone had root beer in it. And I thought, I was like, yeah, we're doing root beer, and I had it, and I'm like, what is this fucking shite? It's like fucking cough mix syrup with soda in it. It's fizzy, like fizzy Benylin or Night Nurse. I'd rather eat my grandmother's buttocks than do this, I know. Well, no, they didn't sell it for much longer. I bought it in McDonald's, and they stopped selling it very shortly afterwards, presumably because it tastes like absolute fucking cancer. It's one of those things that just never caught on over it. Root beer was one. What else? Do you know what I wish we did more over here? Pancakes. If there's one thing Americans do better than anyone, I mean, America gets a lot of stick, but give them credit. They do breakfast like no one. There's nobody who does breakfast better than America. You know, they know they don't fuck around with breakfast. You know. You would only do drugs if UBI becomes a reality. Oh, wow, you fucking rebel. I can't believe you're sat here fucking being, trying to be sensible about your planning to, when you're going to take drugs. You don't think about it. Listen, mate, when you take drugs and you become an addict, you will be amazed how fucking incredibly resourceful you can be. I would be skint, broke, for weeks. No money. Right, no money at all. My mate rings me up. Hey, Rich, I've got some really good stuff. I'm like, I got no money, mate. It's like, honestly, this stuff's really fucking good. It's like borderline pure. I'll give me 10 minutes. Within 5 minutes, I come back. I've got £400. I don't know how I've done it, but the motivation with finding out there was gear available, and that I was being offered some. Suddenly, they should do a version of The Apprentice with junkies. Right? Rather than giving them a budget, they just say, right, we will give you a big dose of whatever your poison is. You've got to go and get me 10 helicopters, 5 gold-plated limousines, and and Little Mix naked, gagging for it on a vibrating waterbed. That's what you need to do. Go. Here's 25p. You'll do it. They'll do it. I'm not responding to another. Dude, I do not need to respond to Sargon ever again. Yes, that video is not... that's not a response video. That's not an ownage video. It's not even me destroying... That is a fucking masterpiece. That is the damnation of Faust. Of internet fucking, of internet ponage. Right? That I didn't just destroy him. I took him apart on a molecular level. Right? I hope his wife is into cuckoldry, because if so, that video is going to be pornographic. She'd probably finger herself to death watching that. Here's me. Here's a guy called Dick fucking arse raping your husband with words for 2 hours. That's what I did. Right? So I'm not doing, you're yet to finish it. Trust me, mate. It gets better. It just gets better. It doesn't fucking... If you're on my Patreon, you will see earlier on I uploaded the actual original ending. The original ending was me doing a parody, a comedy version of the song No Surprises by Radiohead. I did the musical bits with a guitar, a ukulele and a harp, and I did the vocals, arranged it all, sung it, wrote the lyrics, right? Didn't even use it. Took me a day to fucking do that. Didn't even use it. I didn't even include the bit. I drew a portrait of Carl. When he got milkshaked a year ago. And held up saying, I did this, Carl, just in memory and honour of the most humiliating fucking time of your life. And then I screwed it up and fucking threw it in a fucking bin. Because I can, right? And I didn't use that. No, it was a year ago today. The European election results came out, and Carl is still undefeated world milkshake champion. He's still, he's yet to be dethroned. He actually mentions this. I didn't even get into this because there was 7 minutes of his video left. I only responded to 9 minutes of his video in that 1 hour and 55 minute fucking response. There was 7 minutes left, and towards the end, he actually fucking brings up the milkshaking stuff. And I'm like, dude, let it go. It was not a conspiracy. This was not some coordinated effort from the left to deliberately use milkshakes. It just was a massive fucking string of coincidences. You, Tommy, and Farage happen to be people who people think are cunts. It was summer, they had milkshakes. That's it. You happen to, because you got milkshaked and sardined. I don't know if I've still got it. I've put it in the corner. It might be over there somewhere. I don't know. I've got no respect for it. It's like I actually drew it. I actually deliberately did it poorly. Like I normally use like 5 or 6 thickness of nibs and put a lot of detail in. I used like 1 thickness of nib, like quite a thick one, and I just fucking didn't make an attempt to stick, and it still looked great. It still looked fucking awesome. And I'm like, that's something to be proud of, Carl. Yeah? Me emasculating you with a fucking felt tip pen, right? And not even caring about it, right? Me composing a piece of music, writing the lyrics and putting it together and not even using it. That's how little I think of you. I've probably still got actually I've got a picture of it because I did upload it on to Facebook. I uploaded it on the day he was milkshaked. Here it is. Yeah, this is the Hold on, the fucking lights are. It's not great. You can probably see it. I don't know if you can see it from there, but it's me holding it up. Yeah. My favourite poster was posting that along with a picture of the picture of Randy Marsh from South Park when he's wanking to that fake internet porn and he's just jizzed all over himself. I'm like, who wore it better? Also, for those of you who don't know about this, there is a fucking subscriber war, on the horizon, right? Forget PewDiePie and T-Series, right? ContraPoints versus Blair White, first to 1 million. Right? Right? There's only two genders now. That's it, right? On a t-shirt, nah. I don't want to. Only if I did, I would only make sure all the proceeds to me selling that t-shirt would have to go to, I'd have to donate them to some organisation that Carl would be vehemently opposed to. And there's a picture. That's Dave Rubin. That's what happened when you type failed comedian into Google Images. That is that at the time was the second most popular image. Will I do a ponage of Count Dankula? No. Dude, I'm not doing ponage for the sake of it. I'll make a video. I've got videos lined up. I've already addressed. He's never done it. To be honest, I would actually like to have a conversation with Count Dankula because I think he and I, there's no reason for he and I to actually dislike each other or have a problem with each other. There really isn't, because it's assumed that way. Hold on, let me just get this video. It's assumed that we should, but I don't think we do. And I think we could actually have I think he and I could actually have a quite Oh fucking hell, Jesus Christ on a fucking titting bike. Right, let's get that sorted. Yeah, that's better. But I think Dankula and myself could actually have a very interesting conversation about comedy, because we look at it from 2 different perspectives. We've got our own experiences and stuff like that. Is Dankula Brexiteer? Dude, Brexiteer, it doesn't matter anymore. Brexit's done, right? What if I told you that it could be arranged? No, I don't want it to be arranged. If it's going to be arranged, I would. I've been told now. I'm being like I must have had 2-3 dozen people in the last 24 hours following my Sargon video tell me, "Oh man, you've got to fucking go talk to Vaush." And I actually would like to, because every time I hear about Vaush, it's these fucking puritanical, young, naive left wingers slagging him off for something he's done in the past. And when I hear about all the bad stuff he's done, I'm like, he sounds like me. Like that's, he doesn't sound like, it's like, this motherfucker is like, that's where I should be. I'm supposed to be there. Do you remember Phil Hellenes? Yeah, I remember Phil Hellenes. Phil was awesome, man. What happened to him? I don't know. His channel's still up. I think he still watches. I think he still like hangs around YouTube and that. Vaush, like myself, people like Vaush and me, is what I get, are not, people don't appreciate or understand the necessity we have in this fucking thing. What has he done in the past? I don't fucking know, dude. I don't care. I'm not going to judge anyone. It's but the thing is, it's like, it's like I always get people it's like there are people. Yasin, you're a good example. You're a perfect example. You were someone who was on the anti-SJW, leaning on the right side, and you yourself told me that people like Christy Winters and fucking Captain Andy and Steve Shives and a lot of these other left wingers, feminists, SJWs. They were. They weren't, and it wasn't until you fucking watched my videos and you saw, hey, you don't have to be a patronising fucking, dick to people. You don't have to be some goody two-shoes shit, wanker who's fucking, you can be a degenerate, foul-mouthed piece of shit like me, who says all the words, who says all the problem, I'm someone, I'm not your problematic favourite. I'm your favourite because I'm problematic. Dick minus the drug problem. Well, that to be fair, that's a very big that is a huge part of my sort of like of who and what I am. That's like saying, oh, he's just like he's like Slash from Guns N' Roses, but without the guitar. Christy Winters, old Dusty Clunge. Oh no, don't get me wrong. I was loving it the last few months, watching her sit there and fucking stand for Biden. In the face of fucking, just sitting there and throwing all that fucking bullshit that she's been, throwing all of that fucking Me Too, believe women, fucking shit. Throw that under the bus because it's Joe Biden. We need to be sceptical. Do you bollocks want to be sceptical? You're sceptical now, it's fucking inconvenient, you fucking rancid old fucking Hitler haircut fucking bitch. I actually saw her post a tweet going, believe women doesn't mean believe women and take their word for it. It means give them the benefit of the doubt. And I'm sat there going, oh, excuse fucking me? No, it piss him well did. If it is, that is a recent fucking development. Times have changed, haven't they, Christy, in the last 2 years? By the way, Christy, just an FYI, right? In the 2 years since you and your little fucking gang of fucking that mongoloid fucking porn inferno that follows you round tried to fuck me over and destroy my fucking career. Do you know what? My Patreon has got more fucking money in it than yours and Kevin Logan's combined times 2. And my videos get more views. So what the fucking hell good was that? Right? You can't kill what you did not create, bitch. I don't give a shit about Tara Reid, to be honest. I don't give a shit about whether it's true or false. I honestly don't. It doesn't, because it's not. We're never going to know. What I find fascinating is just the denial people. Is how these fucking pricks who sit there and chastise everyone else when it's easy, when it's people who they don't like being accused. No, when it's someone that it's politically inconvenient. Watching them just fucking throw all of that bullshit under the bus, and you're like, you're a fucking complete That's what I hate, That's why, it's that fucking two-facedness. Everyone's like, well, everyone's overrated according to someone, Christy Winters blocks you on Twitter. Consider it an intervention, mate. Well, they're interested in American politics, mate, because it matters. What happens in America. America's the most powerful country in the world, and it impacts everyone. You know, realistically, I mean, I'm interested in all politics. I'm interested in European politics, British politics. I'm interested in all sorts of politics. But ultimately, the politics of, let's say, what's going on in Rwanda is not really impacting my life. What happens in America, we don't have an influence on it, though. It doesn't matter, mate. Well, that's not true. That's not true. We influence people all the time. I've had Americans who watch my videos who have changed their minds on issues. That impacts it, mate. It's not all about voting. Yeah, I can't vote. I never tell anybody who to vote for. I've never done it. I have my position. This is what I'm voting. But I never, ever, in any election, ever, have I said, do not vote for this person. I say vote. I'd rather you vote than you didn't. Right? That's what I say. I tell people, vote who you want. But I will try to influence your fucking vote. Bots have more influence. Well, that's just you being fucking... it's not... No, that's just you saying something, mate. That's just you being cynical and you giving up. I could sit here, mate. I've had literally thousands of people in the last 12 years send me messages telling me how my videos have literally changed their entire perspective on a really fucking fundamental issue. Whether it's I had several dozen people when my Holocaust denial videos went up who literally I had some mates who showed it to someone. He was like, oh, and he changed his position. One video. It took me 2 years of research. It's niche, right? No, what do you mean it's niche? So what, it's niche? Dude, I'll change one person at a time. Right? If you want to sit there and give up, mate, if you want to sit there and do nothing, that's cool. I get that. I wish I could, What do you mean it's hard to have real influence? Yeah, it's always hard to have influence. But that doesn't mean you give up. That doesn't mean you sit there and go, oh, fuck it. You're welcome to. I want to do that. I've wanted to do that so many fucking times, but I can't. I literally can't do it now. I couldn't. As far as I'm concerned, if I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna try and do something good. And I might only change. I might not change anything in the grand scheme, but I'll change more than I would have done if I sat here and done fuck all. Yeah. I was talking to someone the other day. This young Polish woman who lives in Scotland now, right? And she was telling me, she used to watch me again years ago, back in 2008 when I was funny, and she actually she told me she's like currently at university and she's writing about like internet culture, and she references me in her dissertation. That is the 4th time in my 12 years where I have been used as the subject matter for someone's fucking degree, for their final dissertation coursework degree. 4 motherfucking times. And all of them have got the degree. Right? Do you know how many degrees I've got? Do you know how many degrees I've got? Fucking bugger all is what I've got. No degrees whatsoever. We need anger. No, we do. We've got open discussion. Right? I'm here, ain't I? Am I talking to you? You're not making it fucking easy. People, do you know what I love? I got some cunt earlier who was lying. Right, basically, he posted a comment on my Sargon video saying, I can't believe you're such an insecure, you're so insecure that you delete comments that disagree with you. And I'm like, I ain't deleted no one's comments. He just assumed that I had. I'm like, motherfucker, you've got like 100 YouTube accounts because you get banned by everyone. And then you use your own YouTube sock accounts to have conversations with yourself to make it look like you've got friends. I'm like, who's the insecure one here? And secondly, this is a 2-hour video responding to a guy with 1.2 million subscribers, and you're talking about a comment. Me and Vouch, man. Vouch owes me because I paved the way for the dirtbag left, right? I was the OG, right? I was the original fucking, problematic, leftists do fucking, revolution. No fucking revolution. Grow up. Revolutions result in lots of dead people, lots and lots of chaos, and usually the installation of a system that is worse than the one you took over. PCMO. How many times, what do I not tell you when you tell me that every time? If you do this again to PCMO, I know this is your thing, you come in every time and you do all the things that I deliberately tell you every time not to do. If you do it this time, I'm fucking banning you. Right? I'm not having the same conversation. Do you know why? Right? I've been, several weeks ago, I spent 9 days in a psychiatric hospital, right? Of my own fucking choice. And one of the things I had to fucking, I had to sort of, we talked about was me not getting trapped in this and not putting up with shit that drove me fucking mad, even if it's on a little bit, because it all builds up. And one of those things includes certain people in this fucking chat room who come in who think it's funny to have the same conversation every fucking week. Well, I'm not doing it no more, right? I'm asserting myself, like, do you know the government are ready to announce Boris's death? So? Of course they are. Do you know that fucking most news organisations have pre-made obituaries and, and death cards and, made in advance? Do you know, Do you know how many celebrities have been announced they've died when they're not? I don't get wound up. Yes, I do. But you know what? So what? That's fine. I'm passionate, mate. I'm enthusiastic. I care. Because this is the thing about me. Use no erd. I give a shit about what I do on here. I give a fuck. That's the difference between me and people like Sargon, who don't give a fuck, which is why whenever you ask him a question he doesn't like, he just says, I don't care, which is his Stefan Molyneux's version of, like, not an argument. Right? Give a date when you think Elizabeth will say... I think she will die probably... I don't know, but I hope when she does die that she's, it's of something that... that she gave to you beforehand. Okay, I just have different views. Different views is cool, man. Do you know why? Because it's okay for you to be wrong. You will learn, like everyone else. Argue with me all you want. In the end, I will be fucking proven right. Right? That's how it always goes. Coughlan for the win. Did I see Big Joel's? No, I didn't. I do watch Big Joel, but I didn't see that one. I try to watch as little Sargon-based content as possible because it's pretty tragic, I saw some of his debates with... They weren't debates, it was just Sargon saying... Sargon has the best debate tactic. Like, Destiny will say something that is sane and reasonable and well-informed, and Sargon will go, yeah, I agree with you, but... And then he'll say the exact opposite. It's like, I see your point and I agree with you, but... And then he'll just say the exact opposite of what he's just agreed with. And I'm like, brilliant. That's where we're at now. And this... You do realise that video he made on cuckoldry, that is the peak. That is where atheism has got... That is the peak of atheism. Because now... Atheists have got to a point where we do not even need to invoke God to fucking justify, demonising sex or demonising groups of people based on something they do differently. Not one. Basement Jacks or Portishead. For live, Basement Jacks. Portishead, boring, quite frankly. I'll take Massive Attack, personally. Well, no, that everything about the general right, like the sort of more mainstream far right, is boring. If you want to go to the extreme right, that's when you get into fucking... You get some pretty weird, fucked up, hilarious shit there. That's when you get shit like, PCMO is so mysterious for me. Mysterious what? In the same way, like... What, like... As in Peter Andre Mysterious, or Mysterious... Sargon has expressed annoyance that he can't invoke God. Yeah, well, don't worry. You know what? God is quite fucking relieved at that. If there is a God, I bet he sat there and thought, oh, thank fuck for that. I don't need this fucking stupid fat cunt on my... I've got enough fucking baggage, ain't I? He will. I'm calling it now. This is another Coughlan. This is an actual Coughlan prediction, not one that I make by accident. Within a year, Carl will be either theist light or he'll have converted to some kind of belief in God or religion. Because it's just in the post. It makes it it just will ultimately make it easier. Yeah. Are we talking about Sargon? Oh, fuck off, Chris. I don't know what you're talking about. You're not talking about shit. You don't know talking shit about fuck. To be fair to Reuben did kind of steal Sargon's thing of like, because Sargon was doing the whole I'm a liberal who just bashes the left constantly before Reuben, and it's a smart tactic. It's actually quite a clever thing to do, because by selling yourself as someone who is a liberal and on the left, but all you do is bash, it means you cannot be criticised. Predict Sargon will be God-piled. Do they? Well, Christy and Kevin say that. No, Christy said that, and Kevin went, yes, Christy. Because fucking Christ knows he would ever possibly have a thought of his fucking own. He seems like a doormat. Yeah. There is a reason why he was called the discount Dick Coughlan, or the poor man's Dick Coughlan. Which, by the way, a guy whose annual earnings are below the poverty line, and he's the poor man's Dick Coughlan. Because if you take away, if he couldn't nick material, if he couldn't fucking say anything that I didn't fucking say first, he'd barely speak. Have I tried to... No, never believed in God, ever. Never been religious. Never believed in spirits. Never believed in an afterlife. Never believed in any of that. It's all, just never was like, nah. Ain't buying it, And not because it's not necessarily, there ain't nothing there. It's just that none of the versions of that we've got sound plausible to me. That's the problem with the Christian God, is it's just not, it doesn't fit with what reality is. All loving, all caring, all knowing, omnipotent. I'm like, no, that doesn't work, because 2 billion people in the world live on less than $1 a day, and there's AIDS pandemics. That doesn't sound right. If God was shit, if God was meant well, but he was crap, that would work. Or if God was just a spiteful fucker. No, it wasn't actually the norm. Britain, believe it or not, I mean, despite, it's not, it's quite a sort of, even religious people in this country ain't that religious, we invented the Church of England, which, for those of you who don't know, the Church of England is a denomination of Christianity, and the best way to describe it is as close to atheism as you can get, while still technically being a religion. You don't have to have read the Bible, you don't have to go to church, you don't have to have been baptised, you don't even have to believe in God, right? But you just call yourself Church of England. Chris, fuck off. Do you know who's wrathful, Chris? Me, and I exist. So shut the fuck up. Please. Or I will fucking kill you. In the face until you die. Why do they make such... Well, because Northern Ireland is Catholics and Protestants, mate, which is basically Sunnis and Shias for white people, And and it was, and also it's Northern Ireland. Have you been to Northern Ireland? It's a fucking shithole, right? It's a fucking horrible place. Plus the Northern Irish accent, it just sounds scary. But then I might just be conditioned for that, because I grew up in the 80s when I only ever heard Northern Irish accent, but it was a geezer in a balaclava or someone who fucking was was just a shadow going, oh yes, we know where you live. Or it was Ian Paisley, who, like, you know, spoke at a volume that made your fucking shoes bleed. Have I watched Derry Girls? You know what? Just go away, PC, man. Just leave this place. You're done. You know, your time... Coming number 6, your time is up. You're allowed to like Kevin and Christy. That's fine. They haven't done nothing wrong to you. I don't even really dislike Kevin. I just wish he would grow a fucking spine and stop being such a fucking... I wish he would stop being someone's bitch. I wish he would fucking, you know, be his own person. I think it's sad when people fucking get like that, you know. And I know he'd deny that that's the case, but it's not. Do you know, when my fucking last channel went down, he was one of the few people who mirrored my video telling people that my channel got taken down. And then a few days later, it was mysteriously gone. No reason. Do you know why? Christy told him. Christy objected to him uploading my video advertising that my new channel, because my channel had been terminated because Christy and other people who whose names are not worth fucking mentioning anymore. I would have been a great third character on Bottom. No, mate, no. Bottom is perfection. Right? Even I, got the Doctor, the Rick Mail. I would not, She's not a bigot. She's just full of shit. She's a two-faced, disingenuous, fucking, She's a politician through and through. She's one thing in public and another behind the scenes. And I know that because I've seen it with my own fucking eyes. I've seen her be one thing behind the scenes and another in public. Now, Lena Dunham's actually done something of merit. She's got some talent. Do you know whenever I watch videos of her, I was watching some video responses to her. One from some Noel Plum was one of them, and it's like, and you realise that when you see the way Christy argues, do you know what she is? She's Thunderfoot with tits. That's it. She is the feminist version. She is the feminist female version of Thunderfoot, because her argument is like, I've got a degree, I know more about this than you, so you don't get to fucking disagree with me, And I'm like, I'm sorry. Welcome to the internet, darling. I'm sorry. What good has your degree done you? Oh, look, you make YouTube videos. Well, guess what? So do I. So, looks like that was a fucking waste of time, wasn't it? Bernie isn't a real Democrat. Do you know what else he isn't? Like, he's not a... He's not a member of the Mickey Mouse fan club. He's not a pansexual. This is why she supported Kamala Harris. Do you know why? Because Kamala Harris ticked most of the boxes for social justice groups. Women and black people. That was it. There's no reason, there's no reason other than that, I would have supported her just because her name's Kamala, and that I just wanted her to come. I just think of the wrestler Kamala, one of the most racist and offensive fucking gimmicks of all time, And I just wish she would have gone with that one, You lubing up. No, this is deep freeze, mate. This is stuff that helps my muscles relax, particularly around the areas that are fucking nerve. She called Tara Reid a liar. I don't care. I don't care what she got. It's like that's... Tara Reid might be a liar, but the fact is, it's not about whether Tara Reid's a liar. It's the fact that she's got no fucking... It's like if Tara Reid was accusing Trump, she'd be fucking on that like fucking shit on Velcro. Was I a proper punk in the 80s? Dude, I was... What do you mean in the early 80s? Dude, I was born in 1979. What do you think I was fucking... I think I had a safety pin through my nose when I was 3. I was listening to Wham. What would you do if mixed it with DP? Well, I imagine it would have no effect at all. It would just be pointless, you know. It doesn't matter. Again, I don't give a shit about Tara Reid. It doesn't matter because she's not. You know, we're never gonna know. You know, the people I respect, but I'm still voting for Biden, and I'm not comfortable. I can like you know what? Fair play. You've at least got the. You're at least fucking. You know, you are at least, you know, being honest about it, and I respect that. You know, I get that. But you don't understand what her goal is. What Tara Reid? I don't know. Probably like to get, if the guy who raped her fucking is about to might well be the next president. You know, I mean, go look at that woman who's a Trump supporter, who's a massive fucking QAnon cuke, who was basically one of Bill Clinton's. What's her name? Yeah, and she's fucking bonkers mental, and she's clearly suffering from like some sort of post-traumatic stress disorder. You know, you totally get Tara Reid. Oh, you don't get Christy Winters. All right, okay. Well, because Christy's a fucking, you know, she doesn't care about. She's an establishment person, and she doesn't want to go. She's not really a progressive. She's a fucking, you know, she's a moderate, you know, middling Democrat at best. I mean, there are fucking. I mean, you know, there were worse people than, you know. Certainly, there are worse people than Joe Biden. I would have gone for it, but I mean, it's like it's Trump. It's like it shouldn't be. The fact is, we've ended up with the worst candidate to go up against the worst president, and that doesn't, you know. I mean, even Pete Buttigieg, I mean, I wasn't a fan of him. He's a little bit fucking stiff, and quite frankly, I don't believe a fucking... You know, he's brilliant at... He's a marvellous politician and, like, spin... You know, he's wonderful at that. You know, he truly is great at it. But I would still go for that, you know, even on just a fucking... Just a shallow base level of like, oh, look, he's gay, that'll do. He's gay, he's been in the military, he speaks 7 languages, not that it matters because no cunt can understand any of them. You know, it doesn't, you know, brilliant, you know, that'll do. Just have that. Because all the American president needs to be, here's the thing about the American presidency. It's the only political position, it is the only role a politician can have that is cool. It has to be cool. All the best politicians were cool. American presidents were cool. JFK, you know, Clinton, Obama, you know, they had swag, and they were, you know. Would you rather have Trump as the next president? Oh, Schwarzenegger in a fucking I'd have Schwarzenegger as president and emperor for life. Because because Arnold Schwarzenegger is the fucking man, right? I love him, and I won't have a bad word said against him. And anyone wants to fucking step up, bitch. Right? We're going outside, and I will take my belt off, and I swear my trousers will fall down. You know. Do you know how great Arnold Schwarzenegger was? He was governor of California. He was fucking shit, and nobody cared. That's how fucking good. That's a good politician. Do you know why? Because he's fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger, and we don't give a shit. You know. And there are 2 types of good politician. There's a politician who is good in terms of policy and, you know, ideology and, you know, beliefs and, you know, stuff like that. And then there's the politician who's just brilliant at talking to you and convincing you that everything, you know, like a great politician should be able, if you got into an elevator at the top of the Empire State Building, a good politician should be able to walk in with you, audibly fart next to you. And by the time you get to the ground floor, not only have they convinced you that they didn't fart, they've convinced you that it was you, and they've made you apologise. And then as soon as they walk off, you go, hey, hang on, right, and you snap out of it, you know. Yes, but Arnold Schwarzenegger, mate. Arnold Schwarzenegger is like when it comes to, he's the only Republican who's enthusiastic about the environment and fucking environmental policies. He was the only fucking Republican who came out and says like he's, you know, he actually, you know, one thing about Schwarzenegger I respected was when Prop 8, remember when the Proposition 8 vote in California on gay marriage, like like Arnold Schwarzenegger was interviewed and he said, look, I personally, I think marriage should be between a man and a woman, but constitutionally I can't defend that, so I support the gays' right to get married. And I'm like, that's what you want? He's like, it doesn't matter what I think, what matters is what the fucking law states, It's like, it doesn't matter that he's not, he can have that, because he's able to fucking recognise that his beliefs don't fucking... Elon Musk. I'll say this for Elon Musk. I mean, he's the kind of billionaire that I would be if I was a billionaire. Like, he's just bonkers, and he just spends it on dumb shit, like a car that goes to Mars, and he just sits around going, hey, do you know what we need? We need Cheetos that can travel at light speed. Oh, wait, do you know what we need? We need a boomerang, right, that never comes back. I wouldn't be cooler than Elon Musk. I'd be dead. Well, of course he's a fuck up. He's a billionaire. You can afford to be a fuck up when you're a billionaire. I'm a fuck up, and I've skint. Arnold Schwarzenegger also did one of the some of the best politicking I've ever seen was Schwarzenegger running for... Arnold Schwarzenegger has the best egging. When he got egged, right, he's got the number one best fucking egging response. He got egged by some guy. He didn't even flex, just took his jacket off, looked at the guy and went, now you owe me bacon. And then he kept on walking. He then goes to the podium and he says, this is why I love America. You can throw the ingredients of a quiche at the politicians you do not like. This is freedom. Yeah, and I'm like, what a fucking genius. He's just got eggs thrown at him. He's just fucking laughed it off. And now he's turned it into a fucking, this is why America is brilliant. And everyone's fucking going mental. I'm like, that's what I'm going for. Genius. And then they were trying to fucking, why don't we make a revolution? Do you know why, Chris? Because the world is full of numbnuts like you who couldn't fucking, you couldn't revolt. You wouldn't be able to find your arse with both your hands tied behind your back. You wouldn't know what way a lift was going if you had two fucking guesses. You could go to a mind reader and get a 100% discount. Right? That's why. Cunt. Sorry. Have I heard of Pim Fortian? No, I should have done with a name like that. Now, Schwarzenegger's better than Iron Man. Schwarzenegger's Schwarzenegger, I mean, three times Mr. Universe, Mr. Universe, the winner is always from Earth. Don't you think that's a little bit suspicious? Am I the only... No. You are pretty slow. Dude, you're in this chat room, you're bordering on fucking, you're like Rain Man in this fucking chat, Evolution is better than revolution. Well, no, it depends really. If you're, evolution's all well and good if, you're a microbe or a virus, or something. But, evolution takes time. Revolution's great because you can just say it and you can just stick revolution on any old shit these days. And people go with it. I've lost count of how many revolutions there are supposed to have been in the last 12 years. Whether it was, there was the Occupy Revolution, the Tea Party Revolution, the Ron Paul Revolution, the fucking Russell Brand Revolution, it's just endless and it's like, can we just stop trying to have revolutions by, doing things like selling books and hashtags? Because that's not how revolutions happen. They happen because people are starving and desperate, and they occur naturally. They don't happen because some fucking prick with a podcast stuck it on his fucking, put a hashtag out there and said, let's have a revolution. Now, I actually heard the Young Turks once say, man, if Bernie gets in, that's the revolution. I'm like, no, it's not the revolution, you fucking imbecile. That's the democratic process that you've lived under in action. That's literally the same. It's not a revolution. That's fucking democracy. That's what it is. Yeah, but it's not. You don't need a revolution, mate. You're not going to have a revolution. Do you know why? Because regardless of how bad things are, there are too many people in America who are well fed, comfortable, and who at the end of a revolution, do you know what you've got? Shitloads of dead people. You need to have people who are starving, desperate, and have got nothing left and are willing to, because they got nothing to lose, and most of them will die. And even when you win, right, it's going to be fucking horrific. And what you're going to end up with, people forget this about Guy Fawkes. People like, all the fucking anonymous cunts who wear their Guy Fawkes mask. I'm like, he was a fucking theocrat, right? He wanted to install a fucking Catholic Church-run theocracy, which was actually one of the few things that was worse than what we already had. You got an email from someone. I don't know, a penis enlargement company, forwarded by your mum. Oh yeah, French Revolution resulted in lots of dead French people. Progress. No, V for Vendetta. Well, no, Guy Fawkes was. In Britain, we had an industrial revolution where we invented work. And at the end of it, everyone in the country had a fucking metal knife and fork, a pair of shoes, and a fucking giant metal ship. Can't argue with that. It ended the monarchy. Yeah, but so what? I don't mind our monarchy. They're so useless, Plus, I quite like the fact that, the monarchy is now, like, the younger people I love that Prince Harry is going to bring down. I just love the fact that everything Prince Harry does triggers fucking right-wingers, Just so badly. Everything. And this is a guy who once dressed up as a Nazi for a fancy dress party, Well, saying dressed up as a Nazi, he wore his granddad's clothes. He didn't have a costume. So, but no, what pissed off what really offended everyone? Oh, he married a mixed race woman and then decided he didn't want to be part of the royal family anymore. Which to be fair, he never has been, because his dad, let's be honest, him and James Hewitt do have strikingly, similar DNA, Prince Harry, well, why the fuck would Prince Harry go on Joe Rogan? I would love it if he went on there and he wore like a crown and just sat there and got like a coat and he was like, and then he sits there and he said the first thing he says to Joe Rogan. So, Mr. Rogan, has one ever done DMT? You have. Isn't it the fucking shit? Isn't it totes amazeballs? Me and Megan were fucking tripping on DMT the other night. Gervais, oh fuck Ricky Gervais. Do you know what, Ricky Gervais, I'm getting really sick of Gervais's fucking anti-celebrity, fucking constant anti-celebrity rants and like bashing celebrities. I'm like, motherfucker, you're one of the richest comedians on the planet, right? You are one of the biggest celebrities on the planet. You don't get to sit there but you can't have your cake and eat it. You can't sit there and say that you're sick of celebrities moaning, because that's all you're fucking doing. Who's hurting you? It's not hurting you, is it? Hans Turing. Of course I've heard of Hans Turing, yeah. Plus he has very tiny feet, right? Something I bring that up every couple of months just to remind people. Ricky Gervais has very, very small feet. Like, embarrassingly small feet. Right? Like, he wears shoes that are twice as big as his feet. Because he doesn't want people. He has size 4 feet. He wears size 8 shoes. Right. You did learn that from me. I learned it from Robin Ince. Yes, but I don't give a shit about future generations, Il Sinestro. Do you know why? Because I ain't going to be one. I don't, I've made my contribution to future generations by not reproducing. Yeah, but he gets away with it, but that's not the point. I don't give a shit. Everyone gets away with it. Of course it is. He's sat there bashing Hollywood and celebrities. Well, big fucking whoop. You're having a go at Tom Hanks. And, of course you're going to get away with it. That's why they want him there. Because controversy creates attention, which creates fucking views. That's it. And that's fine. But to me, it's like, The thing about Ricky Gervais is he seems to have... He's there was a time when he was a comedian first, and his comedy just was what it was. But now it's like he deliberately sets out to be offensive and shocking first, and he doesn't care about how funny or good it is. And and I hate that. I find that's when comedy is at its most, it's least fucking useful, and it's least creative and innovative, Yeah, he could have if there's any paedophile foot fetishists, Gervais could just have a Twitter account, an Instagram account, just him taking pictures of his feet. Baby feet. Baby feet Gervais. No, Gervais blocked me after I fucking shared, on my old Twitter account, after I shared the story about him having tiny feet. And I'm like, oh, Ricky, don't be so sensitive. Come on, it's only a joke, Ricky. Don't get so... Come on, don't be such a snowflake. Why are you getting so upset for? It's just a joke, Ricky. Just because you've got tiny little feet like a little baby. Just because you've got little tiny baby feet. Just because you could fucking take a pair of... Just because my mum's shoes could be folded in half and you'd still be able to squeeze into them quite comfortably. And my mum's 5'2", right? Just because you have to shop in... when you go to fucking... When you go buy a new pair of shoes, you go to the fucking junior department. See you, Justin. Yeah, he's not going to shut Twitter down. Listen, Twitter helped create Donald Trump. Without social media, being the cesspit of humanity that it is, Trump would not have fucking happened. He's not. And apart from that, he can't just shut Twitter down. And I love this idea that they're silencing conservative voices. I'm like, motherfucker, I would forgive Twitter everything if they could silence you. I'd love to go a day of my fucking life without hearing anything you've got, your opinion on jack shit. No, I'm not bashing Gervais overall. I love The Office. I like some of his early stand-up. I liked Extras. I think he's incredibly talented. I just think he's wasting it. And nothing he says, all the truth that he says, is nothing I haven't heard 10 dozen other fucking people say. He has never said anything that no one else has fucking ever said, or you haven't heard before. Loads of people fucking, have made jokes about fucking, the sex scandals and the Me Too stuff, and loads of people make jokes about Jeffrey Epstein, and loads of people, I've heard millions of people hundreds of comedians do jokes about stuff like that. He just did it in an award ceremony, and that was it. And people act like it's like what he's saying is anything groundbreaking. I'm not saying it's not funny, but don't act like he's the next coming of Bill Hicks or Richard Pryor. He's not. He's not fucking Jerry Sadowitz. He's not Lenny Bruce. He ain't gonna, that's just it. He's good, but he's not that, Linehan is such a tragedy, man. That is a genuine... Because, when you think about what Linehan has produced, Father Ted, the IT Crowd, worked with the Alan Partridge shows and other TV, and you think, look at him, look what he's become. He should be that is. And you know what the saddest part is, right? It all started because a couple of years ago, some transgender people on Twitter criticised Linehan for that one joke in the IT Crowd where Douglas Renham sleeps with a transgender woman, right? That was it. He got a couple of tweets, complaining about that joke, and that was it. That's where all this comes from. And you think, you're a comedian, my friend. You get comedians get fucking shit for jokes they tell all the time. That's the whole point of it. That's part of the gig. You don't fucking become a raging bigot because people are fucking, people disliked one joke you told. I personally could, and the problem is, and it's that classic example, it's like with Gamergate. It's like, all these gamers claimed they objected to being labelled as misogynistic and toxic towards women. So what did they do? They reacted by deliberately being misogynistic and toxic towards women. And it's like those people who people who say like, if you're going to call me a racist, I might as well be one. I'm like, why? I've been called a racist. I didn't go, I'm going to be. I get called a faggot all the time. That doesn't mean I'm going to start going around being gay all of a sudden. I've been called a cuck more times than I could care to remember. I'm not going to start, jacking off while my girlfriend, but well, unless she tells me I can, Yeah. They're my favourite people to respond to on Twitter are the feminists who say that TERF is a misogynistic slur. I'm like, darling, if you think that's a misogynistic slur, you haven't been abused by enough men yet. Give me 5 minutes, I will come up with at least 30 fucking things that are fucking much more horrific than TERF. That some of them will make you sick. I don't approve of most of them, right? The problem with people who are transgender is they're new to all this stuff. As a cisgendered man, I've grown up with a natural inclination of knowing how to abuse women in the most hurtful and vile ways and feel no guilt about it. So, but I'll be right back, love. How about no? My favourite one was this. The worst thing I ever said to a woman on Twitter was this woman who had just been. She was posting these before and after weight loss shots, which is great. And she just had a baby, and she said, and it was a picture of her. She just had her baby, and she went, "I've just had my 3rd child in 3 years." And look at me, I've already lost all the weight, and I'm back to a size 6. She's like, and that's great. And then she ends it with, "So all you fat whining bitches don't have an excuse." I'm like, listen, love, you don't have a right. If you've had 3 babies in 3 years, you have no right to talk about people who are doing damage to their body. Some women are fat, but I could stick my fist in your cunt, flip a coin, and not touch the sides. So shut your face, right? And people were like, "Whoa, Coughlan, that's a bit much." And I'm like, I don't care. She fucking deserves it. Like, she needs to be reminded. I'll tell someone putting on a bit of weight is what's worse. Putting on a bit. How about this, love? How about try fucking for fun instead of you don't have to have a kid every time. You filthy fucking let the stitches heal before you start fucking getting another one implanted in you dirty slag. Just What other YouTube atheists? I don't care whether they get God pilled or not. They're already cunts. I mean, them believing in God is not a fucking problem. I know lots of people who do believe in God whose politics are fine. She needs condoms. She doesn't need condoms. She just needs to shut her fucking mouth. You're not better than someone. Of course you've lost the weight quickly because you spend your entire time at home looking after this fucking army of fucking mewling cabbages you keep plopping out on the like it's that fucking it's like the Monty Python fucking every sperm is sacred sketch. You just like here's an idea. Just try sewing it up. Read a book for once, but don't sit there and use the fact that you've got a lot more free time than some people. The fact that you've got weight loss, It's easy to drop you dropped fucking 15 pounds in one afternoon because you fucking had a human being come out of your fucking clunge. So good for you, love. Some people, find meat pies a little bit more fucking exciting, And I make no apologies. It's like the Tommy Lauren tweet that got me in a load of trouble that time. I made a joke about Tommy Lauren that got me dogpiled on Twitter for, I shit you not, 9 days. Now, granted, I didn't help. I got a little bit, I made things, exacerbated them. But it was such... I was driving me mad. Tommy Lauren had just posted this tweet saying, and she said, all those football players who were kneeling for for black people shot by police, are you going to kneel? Are you going to do any kneeling for all the black people who were shot by other black people? This weekend? And I responded to it by saying, well, Tommy, I would ask you if you're going to do any kneeling, but I just realised you got a job at Fox News recently, so you've probably spent a lot of time on your knees to get that job, haven't you? Right? Now, I meant that as a joke to suggest that Tommy Lauren is someone who has not got the talent or the qualifications to warrant getting a job at an organisation as big as Fox News. So the only way she could have got it is by literally sucking, it's by literally blowing all the top brass. The problem was this. Everybody is that recently there'd been the Roger Ailes and Bill O'Reilly sex scandals had sort of been leaked out, and people assumed and they deliberately saw that, they deliberately reacted as if it was a rape joke. I thought it was implying she'd been mouth fucked against her will, and I'm like, no, that's not what I meant. I meant that that's the only way she did it, willingly, because she knows that's the only way she could get a job. And I had some people saying, isn't it sexist to assume that to say that about women? I'm like, no, because it's true. She's got no talent. She's got no qualifications. She's not a journalist. She shouldn't be getting a job like that. She shouldn't have a job at that high ranking. She's literally got it because she's hot. Right? That's it. And people were like, oh, people would not accept that I didn't mean it as a rape joke. And I'm like, look, if you're going to see a rape joke, then I can't help you. That's you. That is literally you choosing to be offended, right? It's not my fucking fault that you want to see it that way. But it wasn't. I'm implying that some talentless hack, who's this 25-year-old talentless hack who happens to be quite attractive, probably sucked some geezer's cock to get her fucking high-ranking job at the biggest the biggest mainstream news channel in the world. That was it, And is it a nice thing to say? No, but I guarantee you, do you know who cared the least about that? Tommy Lauren, because she probably would have laughed at that anyway. She wouldn't have given a shit. But it's just the people who sit there and assume that you've got to. This geezer saying, shouldn't we as feminists not do that? I'm like, what do you mean we? I don't know who you are. What do you mean we as feminists? You do you, mate. I'll do me. Right? Not everything I do is done with me sitting going, should I as a feminist do this? I'm like, no, should I just say this because she's a piece of shit? Because she is exploiting people, the deaths of innocent people at the hands of a fucking, at the hands of police. Innocent people are being killed and she's exploiting it to get some attention. So fuck her. Yeah, I'll do a joke about her sucking cock to get a job. Shoot me. I'm the problem. I'm the bad guy there. To quote Andrew Dice Clay. Yeah. Hey. Oh, don't make me go. I need to recreate that Andrew Dice Clay rant. Oh yeah. But I'm the fucking bad guy. Yeah. You got Ben Shapiro making jokes about Arabs being pieces of shit who live in sewers, but I'm the fucking bad guy. You got Dave fucking Rubin, a guy who looks like half man, half Zippy from Rainbow, who has got less talent than a fucking, there are Venus flytraps with more fucking charisma and political intellect, and he's literally getting fucking making money from Koch brothers to have a fucking opinion he doesn't care about. But I'm the fucking bad guy. Owen Benjamin, no, because Owen Benjamin doesn't get it. The problem with Owen Benjamin is the bad guy. I got in trouble for that one. When I was getting fucked over a few years ago, one of my tweets to Owen Benjamin got completely and utterly fucked. There was some prick who's quite a popular Twitter user. I can't remember their fucking name, and I'm not going to mention them. But Owen Benjamin had made this joke, this awful joke on Twitter about people referring to people with Down syndrome as retards. Okay, and I said I'll say this, say what you want about people with Down syndrome, Owen. You're the only guy who could walk into a room with 100 people with Down syndrome and stay there all day and not get a fucking hug. That's how much of a cunt you are, right? And when I was getting shet on about 2 years ago, and people were doing that thing where they go through your Twitter feed as far back as they can go and find anything they can to fucking prove you're fucking basically paedophile super Hitler. Someone took that tweet without the fucking response. They put my response, but they didn't show Owen Benjamin's fucking original. And they were like going, how can a guy who says things like this be allowed to exist in our community? I'm like, I'll tell you why, bitch, because I fucking have got an internet connection. Exist in your community? Fuck you. I didn't ask to be part of your fucking movement. Right? I'll spit on you if you're fucking, do you want me? You don't want me. No, I've done more in the last fucking 2 weeks than you've ever done. Fucking sat there tweeting and judgment of people. You fucking pretentious cow. So don't you dare sit there and do. What have you fucking done other than sit there and take a comedian's tweet out of context? Because I think that joke is empowering to people who have got Down syndrome. I don't think it's disrespectful or ableist. I think it's suggesting that people with Down syndrome, contrary to what Owen Benjamin thinks, have actually got. Are actually discerning enough and are aware enough and are completely capable of recognising that someone like Owen Benjamin is a piece of shit and they're not going to hug him. Right? Because that's that to me is what that joke is, But I know that, I understand that different interpretations don't exist. If you say something and people have said it's bad, it's been decreed so. It doesn't matter what you fucking say, Hey, Brian. Fucking piece of shit, light up motherfucker. I wouldn't mind as well. I can. You know what the thing is? When stuff like that happens, I can live with it when it's people. When most of the people who are like replying to me or part of the dogpiling are people who don't know me. They have no idea who the fuck I am. They've never heard of me before. They've just been told I'm evil, and so they're gonna tell me they're gonna be part of this fucking, pitchfork and talk wielding bullies, and that's fine, right? But when it's people who have been watching me for 5 years. And I'm like, what channel have you been watching? Where, why have you decided that this is the line? Like, but, and then I literally list off going, this is what I've done in the last, in the last couple of years. Here's a list of things I've done that are quite fucking, that are videos or jokes or stuff. And do you know what they respond to it with? Nothing. They ignore it. They pretend that they suddenly pretend they can't see what you're saying. Because they don't want to fucking acknowledge the fact that the problem is not me, it's them. Like, I've just hit on the one area. They were fine with all the other over the line, questionable, problematic jokes. They were fine with them before because it didn't hit a nerve. But the second you went on what I hit their fucking thing, they suddenly think that it's they can and you can be offended, but you don't have a right to sit there and act like it's this is new behaviour. Saw my newest video on Sargon. He's mad at that Ian guy. I know that, yeah. No, I know. I figured that, mate. I worked it out. I worked it out for myself, Brian. I mean, the fact that Sargon mentioned Ian said to me that obviously this guy has owned Sargon, which, to be fair, Sargon has been owned more. There are fucking, Christ. I mean, the first shipment of slaves, combined were owned less than Sargon. If Sargon got owned anymore, he's going to be able to claim reparations for me. My future, the future members of my descendants of my family are going to pay reparations to Sargon's family, even the ones that aren't, that aren't technically related to him because of that video. I'm amazed he could probably fucking get up and walk this morning. That's racist, is it? Oh, never mind, eh? Do you know what was really racist? What? Slavery. Slavery was worse than that joke, wasn't it? No, it doesn't, mate. That's just in your head. That's like saying that criticising one political ideology vindicates the others. I mean, if I'm an atheist, but I tend to focus more on one religion than the other because that's what I'm familiar with and it's what I'm surrounded by, then that doesn't mean the others are fucking okay or vindicated because I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God. So they're all fucking wrong. It's just that I don't know as much or don't need to talk about as many as the others, And I don't do that, I know people there are people out there who would have you believe, who have this like this false belief that I am too scared to criticize Islam, but those people ignore the like couple of dozen videos I've made that do exactly that make jokes about is the Islamic the Islamic religion with no problem, and they ignore the fucking, and then they'll say, and then you'll get people come along saying, oh, what about the Jews? You won't say anything about the Jews. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm terrified of the Jews. Those people who have literally won nothing. Right? Now, do you know why does Israel exist? Do you know why? Because the Jews are the fucking generals to the world's fucking Harlem Globetrotters. They suck. They've never won shit in their fucking lives. They are the East Stirlingshire of fucking religious groups. So that's why we had to build them a little fucking, a little reserve, a little conservation reserve, like a wildlife park, so they could fucking go there, And it's like, well, it is the joke, and then people will just like. The problem is, people will see one video, like my Stephen Green video. I literally got a comment, some guy saying, "Oh, you wouldn't make, let's see you make a video talking about all the Jews. Yeah, you're too scared to do that." I'm like, dude, have you watched any of my videos like in the last 12 years other than this one? And to be fair, Stephen Green is a particularly egregious human being, I think. Like, to sit there and claim that, to sit there and try and defend him on any level. You don't know why Sargon and other right-wingers cite Orwell. They cite Orwell, mate, because they don't get it for the same reason that... They cite Orwell for the same reason they sit there and cite 1984, or they'll cite things that they don't get. I had a Sargon, I had a fucking a right-wing Tommy Robinson troll on my fucking... one of my comment sections, and his channel, his account name was "If You Tolerate This, Your Children Will Be Next." Literally a song written by the Manic Street Preachers. One of the fucking sort of like, open, like one of the most sort of openly far left communist fucking, communist musical acts. And that's what the whole song is like. That's it, innit? You don't get... They reappropriate stuff, Brian. That's what the far right do. They reappropriate things that make them look, more appealing to people. That's what you have to do. That's the one thing they're brilliant at. That's the one thing they're great at, is repackaging and marketing themselves. They do it all the time, Hitler did it. Swastika. What's a swastika? It's a Tibetan good luck symbol. Right? We're not racist. We're not racist. We're not bigoted. Look, we've got our logo is this fucking symbol from Tibet. Like, how could we possibly be racist? We've got a Tibetan symbol, the reason they put the word socialist in their fucking party name is because they wanted to appeal to the working classes. Hitler's toothbrush moustache was, he deliberately had that because he wanted people to be reminded of Charlie Chaplin when they looked at him. He was a big Chaplin fan. Chaplin was the most beloved entertainer on the planet at that time. He wanted people to, and it worked, Yeah, but they're good at it, Arthur. See, the fucking left could learn a bit from the far right. It's about marketing. The alt right, if they were a product, they'd be like Beats by Dre, or like one of those or something but made by Apple that's like that is inexplicably £14 billion. Well, no. To be fair, the paganism, the Nazis never wanted to be associated with paganism. That was actually, I love how like people of different religious positions on religion have played hot potato with Hitler. It's like, he was a Christian, fuck you. He was a pagan, fuck you. He was an atheist, fuck you. Did you see that? Did you see him in that fucking Muslim geezer? Fucking fuck you. He's like, fuck you. He was a fucking anarcho-Mormon. No, fuck you, arsehole. He was a Scientologist. Fucking fuck. And it's like, does it matter? Wasn't he irrespective of what he was in any fucking area of life? Wasn't Hitler exceptional? You know, Hitler was a secret Zionist. Yeah, that's a good line. Go with that one, Shadow B. That is a great line of argumentation to go down. Trust me, no bad can come of that. You don't know, no, Brian. This is what Hitler was. You don't know, and it doesn't matter. You don't know. Nobody actually knows what people's real beliefs are, what they actually believe. You only know what they tell you they believe. Right? You don't know what he believed. You don't know what his fucking actual... There are people... How much disagreement is there about the fucking religious beliefs or the theological position of Barack Obama? A guy who was literally a president alive today. And there are people going, no, he's a Muslim. No, he's a Christian. No, I don't believe he is a Christian. He seems too smart and reasonable. Oh, he must be an atheist pretending to be a Christian. Oh, I think he's a fucking... And it's like, it doesn't matter. It's like that. So why are we arguing about Hitler's fucking beliefs? We can't even fucking agree on what the president now is. You know? We can't even agree on what the geezer who's alive today. Like, who fucking we can see, you know, right there. Yeah. Oh no, those Apple wheels. Those are fucking awesome. I love Apple. They just don't give a fuck. I have so much respect for Apple. The people who work at Apple, it's like, how do you cunts sleep at night? It's like, honestly, I go to the Apple store and just look at things, just going, how do you write those numbers underneath that product and think that, yeah, that's fucking reasonable? You don't think, it doesn't, Brian! You're missing the point. It doesn't matter. You don't know. Listen to me. You don't know and it doesn't matter. What matters is what the actual fucking end, what is actually being done. I don't know whether Hitler believed in God. I find it difficult to believe that someone like Hitler could even accept the idea that there's something more powerful and greater than he is out there. So I'm willing to fucking go that maybe he wasn't a bit of that religious. But you know what? He fucking used the Catholic Church to his advantage because he's a politician, and that's what you fucking... I know you're speculating, mate, but my point is it's meaningless, it's useless speculation. You know, people. This is something people don't want to people don't like accepting about Anders Breivik. If you read Anders Breivik's manifesto, right, like he talks about being a cultural Christian, and yes, he did say he does talk about how he prayed before, but it literally is like that's the only time he's ever done it. Like there is no. His life was completely and utterly non-religious. He was not a Christian, in any way whatsoever, not in any meaningful, in a sense that you would associate with. And it's like, and the odds are he probably didn't really believe in God, or at least didn't think about it. You know. No, Brian, what did I just say? Brian, what have we just gone over 2 times? What have we just said? We've said you don't know what people are. You can only look at... No, it does matter. It matters, Haruka. I'll tell you why. It matters because when you've got reason to sort of look here and go, hey, you know, people are sort of naturally... With Breivik, people naturally assumed he was a religious extremist, like a Christian extremist, and he wasn't. His life was as fucking secular and as non-religious, you know, and as you know, it's not anti-religious, but it just was, very, very. It was devoid of anything like that, you know. And that's and the point is, people want to ignore that, and I'm like, you can't ignore that because it's important. You know, do you remember a couple of years ago there was an atheist killed 3 Muslims in a car park in America? They shot them. And people like me started making jokes about it, saying, "Oh, when are all the atheists going to come out and condemn this atheist for killing these 3 Muslims?" And atheists actually started coming out and saying, "Even though I'm an atheist, I do not endorse or agree, and I denounce." I'm like, motherfucker, we don't need you to denounce Richard Dawkins. We don't need you to denounce this geezer who's just murdered 3 people, right? Stop being such a fucking wanker. No, we don't need you to fucking denounce it, of course, because we don't assume that it's got anything to do with you, you fucking stupid, wrinkled up old minge. You know, Well, no, Trump doesn't give a fuck about it. Obviously, Trump doesn't give a fuck, yes. But that doesn't mean he doesn't, but, you know, the thing is, I don't think Trump's case, like I said, I think it's a case of, could Trump accept that there's something out there more important and brilliant than he is? And I don't think he could, you know. So, no, it's not about whether it's atheism is a lack of belief. It's the fact that the whole thing is like, you know, there's this constant pressure on Muslims, all Muslims, to come out and denounce and apologise and take responsibility every time a Muslim terrorist does something. I'm like, why? It's got nothing to do with them. You know, just because that guy's a Muslim doesn't mean this geezer called Imran, who lives in fucking Hertfordshire, needs to apologise for the Charlie Hebdo thing. Because I assume that most people, and the funny thing is, this went on for years, right? And I made one video in 2010, right? And in this video, I did something, you know, because it's always the question is, why don't Muslims come out and denounce and condemn? And the idea is that, oh, they do because they're scared, they secretly agree with it. And I went, come here, and I made one video, and I Googled the words, Muslims denounce terrorism. And then I put Muslims reject terrorism, Muslims pro... And do you know what you come up with? Literally hundreds of thousands of fucking articles and examples of it. And when you go through them all, you realise it seems that Muslims do literally nothing, but all Muslims do is get up, pray 5 times, and then go and denounce terrorism. That's all they fucking do, you know. And you sit there and you would sit there and go, look, you just Google it, there it is. There's what you're looking for. You're asking why they don't denounce it. There it is. They do. And people would actually argue with me. They'd sit there and try and claim that no, they don't do it. I'm like, dude, go and Google it. If you haven't even got the fucking intellectual honesty to Google Google these words and look for yourself, then doesn't it say a lot about you? Doesn't it say that you want them to be evil? Because it's a lot easier. You know, and I agree, it is. It's a lot easier just to fucking sit there and believe they're all fucking insane, murdering cunts. That's obvious, like, you know, like any form of bigotry. Ultimately, it's a time saver. It makes life a lot more. It streamlines things, you know. Sean and Jen. I'm sure they did, mate, but I did it first. You got to understand this, right? Sean and Jen. Sean's great, right? Even though I did watch a Sean video recently, and I listened to it and I realised that his voice, I thought it was a Paul Joseph Watson video he was responding to, because I didn't realise. I've listened to his videos before and I just didn't notice how fucking much he sounds like Paul Joseph Watson. Right, and that's, you know, that's not a good thing, is it? I mean, that's like, who wants that, you know? I wouldn't want to have the same fucking hair colour as Paul Joseph Watson. You know, I'm embarrassed to be a mammalian. I know he's a northerner, but it doesn't mean not all northerners sound like Paul Joseph Watson. Some of them they sound funny, or they sound annoying, you know, and irritating, like Scousers, you know, just fucking grates on you. And then you got, you know. Then you've got Yorkshiremen who just, you know, it's an accent that somehow makes racism and bigotry more palatable, you know, along with just like a Geordie accent, you know. Everyone knows a Geordie, and you know that, yeah, they're pretty ignorant and back, you know, their politics and social politics are pretty backwards. But why, hey man, you know, it's done fucking done. Can he like it? You like Scouse? Well, there's something wrong with you, Yasin. Do you like Scouse? Right? So you like an accent that basically sounds like a wasp playing a kazoo through its nose, whining about shit that, you know, I mean, Liverpool's a great place in terms of politics. They hate the Sun, they fucking hate the Tories, but unfortunately, right, they're also a bunch of over-sentimental, mewling, whining bastards who have got very little sense of, you know. When I was I never ever had a good gig. A good comedy gig in Liverpool, and I used to ask other comedians, what is the worst city or place in the UK that you know, to do a gig, and almost 99.9% of them said Liverpool. Right? It's not that you can't have a good gig there, it's just that you're more likely, if you're going to have a bad gig, it's probably going to be in Liverpool. Best bands, no, it's home to the Beatles, who just were one of the earliest bands. They were lucky. They were the first ones to fucking pick up the instruments and figure it out, right? Okay, lightning seeds, they're all right. Cast, they're all right. You know. It's also the home of Tom O'Connor. You know, Tom O'Connor. He came out, Stu. Tom O'Connor. He came out like, oh, he was quick, like Zephyrus the wind. He came up to this bloke. He came out, Stu. Tom O'Connor, and he says to this man, "What do you do for a living?" And he says, "I'm in oil." And he goes, "Oh, are you a sardine?" Right? Quick, just like that, right? Just like, didn't even think. He was fucking, you know, quick, like you know, like a wolf in a dish. Basically, Tom O'Connor. He came out, right? And he came out and he said to this geezer, yeah, Cilla Black, yeah, surprise, surprise. My favourite Scousers were the three from the Harry Enfield show. Hey, calm down. Hey, Teddy. Hey, you are. Your shitty PC crashed. Okay, I don't care. Don't apologise, mate. I had no idea you were gone. I don't care about you. You could have dropped down dead. You could be getting arse raped by a Shire horse for all I know right now, and it would make no neverminds to me. Why is there a north-south divide in the UK? It's because the thing could have directions, mate. Really. I mean, you have to have a north-south divide technically in every space of land on account of the fact that, you know, compasses exist. You know, if we didn't have a north or a south, it would just be one or the other. I mean, this is one of the problems with Islamic extremists, is that their entire sort of like end game is unworkable because they want to destroy the West. I'm like, well, you can't just fucking get rid of it, mate. Something's always going to be in that direction, you know. And to be honest, there isn't a south-north divide. It's one of those things that's made up. It's like, you know, I lived in Scotland, and you know, I'm English, and you know, no one cares, right? No one really cares. They honestly don't, you know. But you know, I will say this though, it's quite funny. It used to always be that Northerners made fun of Southerners because they thought, oh, you think anything above Watford is North? Right? I'm not joking. I was in Devon once. I was in Newquay, Cornwall, for a long weekend with some mates camping and going out for, you know, having a laugh, being young, right? And this fucking mank, this fucking scally, who was like Liam Gallagher on a Birdemic budget, goes, excuse me, mate, you know, have you got a fucking lighter? I went, sure, mate, there you go. And he went, oh, your accent, mate, where are you from? And I said, well, I live in Winchester, in Hampshire. He went, Winchester, fuck you cockney bastard. And fucking, I'm like, hold on. How big do you think the Cockney region is? Come back here, you fucking cunt. I'm not even anywhere. I'm 2 hours from even London. You might as well have called me a Jamaican. You might as well have said I'm a fucking Basque separatist from fucking, you know, from Spain, you fucking knobhead. You could have said I'm from Pluto. Do you have anything? No, I like Carl Pilkington. He's I like genuine people. I like people who just are what they are, and they own it, and they don't apologise for it, and that's why people like Carl Pilkington, even when you don't agree with him. It's like, you know. No, but it's just the fact he went, fuck you cockney bastard. I'm like, that's like me saying to you, oh yeah, fuck you Alaskan, you know, fucking Inuit, you know. Because, why? Because you're from a piece of land above me, right? You're from Manchester, so you know. Yeah, but Rockbusters, mate, you're talking the podcast, which is over 10 years ago, mate. I mean, that's fucking... Idiot Abroad was 10 years ago. The podcast was in 2004 and 5. I mean, you're talking 15, 16 years ago now. You got it when you to Bournemouth. Yeah, but everyone in Bournemouth, mate, is 100 years old. Do I ever eat vegetables? Yeah. I was a vegetarian for nearly 2 years. I mean, granted, I mostly ate chocolate and cereal and Pepsi and cigarettes. But, you know, apart from that, I know you worked in kitchens. Yeah, I eat vegetables. You know, I'm not Jordan Peterson. I'm not going to I don't sit there and just eat nothing but meat because I want to have fucking, you know, I'm desperate. I've got this desperate urge to have colon cancer. You know, well, obviously as soon as I get over my fucking drug addiction, whilst I'm in rehab, recovering, because I'm a fucking wuss. You know, what about Sussex? Fuck Sussex. Yeah, but you're from Yorkshire, mate. I mean, I used to do a joke about having a granddad from Yorkshire. I said there's two types of Yorkshiremen. There's your Yorkshireman who's your pessimist, who's like fucking shite that, and then there's the Yorkshireman who's an optimist, who always says, "Well, you got to look on the bright side, didn't you? No matter what." Now, my granddad was an optimistic Yorkshireman. Like, no matter what it was like, "Well, you got to look on the bright side." Even when my nan, his wife, was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, you know, I went to speak to him and he was like, "Yeah, well, you got to look on the bright side, didn't you?" I'm like, "What's the bright side of this?" He went, "The blowjobs are fucking incredible." And hey, before you judge, before you sit there and go ooh, right? Based on a true story, and in all fairness, he weren't lying. You know, Nana was a heavy sleeper, and I was bored one day, and only 14. So you know, I was just being a skeptic. But there you go. Essex ain't an accent, mate. Essex is basically, you know, we fucking hell, mate. Oi, fucking hell. Yeah. I don't give a shit, mate. I got to fucking go. Yeah. Bollocks to that ain't what she need. Have you seen Towie? I mean, for fuck's sake, these people. It's like, I mean, mouth breathers. I mean, these people are mouth. I don't even want to tell them to shut the fuck up, because if they shut their fucking mouth, because if they did, they'd fucking suffocate. Norfolk. I got family from Norfolk. You know, I mean, not close family, as you can see. You're from Norfolk. Hey, give me 6. You know, what are your feelings on the Dutch? I don't know. None really. I don't know. I've met them all. Oh, Welsh accent. The Welsh accent is wonderful, you know, because my favourite. Do you know what's funny? In 1994, I remember watching Lenny Henry do a stand-up comedy routine about how he wished there was a Welsh rap group. And then in 2003, we got Goldie Looking Chain. Singing guns don't kill. Alright, Buddy, tidy, alright? Sospan vaken, belvianata. Sospan vaken, belvianata. Autonomy scrub. One of my favourite chat-up lines I used to do when I was younger was you go up to women and you say, okay, you've got to give me. Okay, if I can pronounce the name of that Welsh train station, you have to let me buy you a drink and have a dance. And she went, okay, go for it. I went, Cardiff. Bang! Right, got in there. I was balls deep before the end of the evening. England has so many accents. Yes, that's because of immigration. That's literally it. Does it have a hint of Indian? It doesn't have a hint of Indian, it's just it's close to Indian. It's got, like, you do end up talking like this sometime because it's very, very close. It does that, you know, it's got a lot of the sort of, you know, the pronunciations are very similar. But you have the same with Birmingham. Like in the Midlands, we have this Birmingham accent, which a Birmingham accent is just a much deeper version of a South African accent. And there is actually reason for that. Like there is South African, you know, immigration coming in from, you know, that took place in the Midlands. So you got your South African accent like this, but if you bring it down a bit, now you're from Birmingham. And if you suddenly go over to here, you're suddenly from Liverpool. And if you start to bring it down here, you're from Manchester. Right? You know, and that's like, you know. And if you suddenly go up to the northeast, and then you suddenly talking like that, like you're fucking from Newcastle, like. And then Newcastle is quite unique because that's basically, it's like Newcastle. Geordies are what happened when the English and the Scots fuck. That's why Newcastle's on the border. It's a natural border of people. It's like a, you know, to keep us from, you know, crossing over. And I mean, there's effectively, it's not some good material there. No, there ain't. Right. And there's effectively, you know, there's different. I can do like 4 or 5 different Scottish accents. Like Edinburgh is like you're very sort of like quite suave, and you know, your posh Scotsman, or as he's called, or geezer who's got matching shoes. You know, but you know, you got Glasgow, which is like, you know, doesn't matter what you're saying, like, hello mate, would you like me to buy you a drink and give you 50 quid? And it's like, it sounds like, fuck you, I'm going to kill you. Excuse me mate, could you spell me 50 quid for a cappuccino? And then you've got Aberdeen, your Aberdeen accent, you know. Aberdeen is basically the accent that Robin Williams had for Mrs. Doubtfire. You know, which is the biggest insult to Scotland ever, was when Mrs. Doubtfire said, I come from England, my dear. And like, no, you come from Aberdeen, bitch, which is not even anywhere near. And you got Dundee, then you got your Dundee accent, and then you got your Inverness accent, which is basically like Billy Connolly, but slowed down a lot. It takes them half an hour to say anything, because it's like, hello, good morning, you're alright there, alright, fabulous. Go back to Welsh. Well, I mean, I do. And the thing is, I like the Welsh, you know, and I will Dirty Sanchez for life, man. Hey, Pritchard. Hey, Dayton, don't be a cunt. Fucking leave me alone, you fucking prick. I know, Twin Town. Have you never seen the film Twin Town? You know, Canadian accent. Well, Canadian accent is subtle, you know, and it's very rare. It's like you very rarely. The thing is, people always say that Canadians say a and a boot, but it's very subtle. I've only ever heard Jordan Peterson say a in a sentence. You know, he's the only Canadian I've ever heard say the word a. Well, did you see the documentary about Pritchard? You know, about Matthew Pritchard, about, you know, like he's basically done exactly what Steve-O did. He went completely the other way. He's like a vegan, he's a health fanatic, he does Ironman marathons and fucking, you know, these long distance races and bike rides and fucking, you know, he's proper, like, you know, Irish. You know, the Irish is different. I mean, the Irish have got the best accent, because the Irish have got the jolly accent. Like, the Irish have got the best stereotype. This is why everybody wants to be Irish, because if you're Irish, people expect you to be drunk. You know, if you're Irish, you know, that's all. We just love the crack. I'm like, really? I mean, like, people say that like that's like something special. Like, we love the crack. What's that? Singing and dancing and drinking. Oh, right. Like, what you mean? Like everyone else? You know. Yeah, but your Northern Irish accent is quite. It actually sounds like someone speaking backwards. Because if you're you know, I am good at accents. Actually, do you want me to tell you my best ever? Like, I used to work on accents, like, and I worked out the best way to do the 4 different types of London accent. Right, you ready? You learn this. I invented this. Right? There are 4 types of London accent: north, south, east, west. There's no central London accent, because everyone who lives in central London is from another country. Right? What you do is, if you basically affect your normal London accent, right? But basically, if you want to get the right region of London, you talk out of the same side of the mouth that you're speaking to within that region. So if you're talking about East London, you put your mouth out to the east. If you're talking South London, you put your bottom lip out. If you're talking North London, you put your top lip out. And if you're talking West London, you put your west side of your lips out. And that's how you do. I invented that, right? Right. That's it. That's the only thing I've ever invented. Right. That and lots of fanny juice. Right. Anyway, it is simple, but I mean, the thing is, people think London. People think that because London, you know, London accents are generally like, they're not very. It sounds like they just do the accent of someone who's not very well educated or inarticulate, and that's not what it is. You know, they just do like someone who talks like that, right? You know, it's like, no, that's not. Cockney is an accent, you know. Like what Ray Winston's got a fucking accent. He's like, listen to me, you fucking slag. I'll kill you, and I'll kill your whole fucking slag shit cunt family, you fucking, you know. You do get the occasional odd one, like Ronnie Cray. Like Ron Cray is like, he talks like this because he's mumbling all the time. It's like, you know, it's like, oh, you know, just I want to talk to you, my brother, because, you know, listen, I want to tell you something, and it's I'm a homosexual, right? I mean, well, I'm a giver. You know, I'm not a faggot. I don't. No, Doc Cotton, Doc Cotton talk like that. Alistair McGowan did a great Doc Cotton impression. How absolutely tiny? Oh, it's incredibly tiny. Well, it's very tiny. Well, I mean, listen. The only reason I can sit here in this country that is as small as it is and is as sparsely populated as it is, and yet for somehow is one of the richest countries on earth, is because of the British Empire, and because we raped and pillaged 80% of the planet. Without that, do I do impressions? I've done lots of. I did a couple of videos. Like I did 2 videos where I did impressions of YouTubers. I spent 7 hours once watching Davis Orini videos just for the sake of one video, to do an impression of Davis Orini for one video. I spent 7 hours sitting there watching, mimicking his voice. Ray Winston's amazing. I love Ray Winston. He's not scary at all. He's fucking. Do you know how Ray Winston? And plus, Ray Winston's got a great story of how Ray Winston ended up in. Like, Ray Winston's first ever film was Scum, right? And do you know how he got the part for Scum, right? Ray Winston went to drama college, went to drama school, but unfortunately for him, because he was an oik, because he was a Cockney oik, and a chimney sweep, and who used to go around with a gang of boy thieves, sing "Consider yourself," or "Have a banana," like, and drama school does also happen to attract a large number of snobs, and so they used to fucking give Ray Winston a hard time and make fun of him, and Ray Winston got pissed off with like one particular teacher who was always picking on him. And so Ray Winston went and he stuck loads of drawing pins in the tyres of this teacher's car, and so it exploded when he drove off. And they found out it was Ray Winston, and he was expelled from the drama school. And as he was leaving the headmaster's office and walking out of the drama school, Alan Clark was fucking walking. It was in the headmaster's office looking for people to be in this film Scum, and he saw Ray Winston leaving drama school, and he looked at him and went, "I want him." He looked at him and went, "That's Carlin." That's how Ray Winston ended up as a movie star. He was expelled from drama school, and Alan Clark happened to see him fucking leaving, walking home, and next thing, bang, he's in Scum. Awesome. I love, that's show business right there, Oi, listen to me, you put some coal dust on those bruises, you black bastard. Where's your tool? What tool? This fucking tool. Now, listen to me, screw. I'm the daddy now. Next time I'll fucking kill ya. It was one of 2 films when I was a kid my parents banned me from watching. One was Goodfellas and the other one was Scum. Where's my fucking... Yeah. Wouldn't let me watch Scum. Robocop. Watched Robocop. Nightmare on Elm Street. Watched all them. Friday the 13th. Watched all them. Die Hard. Watched all that. Total Recall. Watched that. Predator. Terminator. Watched all that. Not Goodfellas. Why? Because too much swearing. And not Scum because, little bit too gritty and real, Robocop, Edge 3000 mincing a geezer in that opening scene in Robocop, which is just one of the most violent, disturbing things I've ever seen in a film. Even to this day, it makes me shudder when I see that scene, because Robocop is an amazing fucking film. It's, people who don't understand it, think it's just it's a stupid man film. Ed 209, that's the one. But they think it's a silly man film about, but it's not. It's fucking really clever. It's a really great, and plus the violence in it really does hold up. Quite, it's quite incredible. And it just makes you watch it and you think, God, I just want to do cocaine. Murphy getting shot to shit is horrible. And obviously the fucking geezer driving into the toxic waste. that is one of the most fucking disturbing things I've ever seen in my fucking life. You know, I'm just watching that going, well, that's going to hurt in the morning. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck it was. I was like, I think of all the places you could crash, you know. And plus, you would think they would have made something. You think they would have made the containers that had all that toxic waste in it a little bit more stronger, so that if a van crashed into it, it didn't disintegrate and melt and melt this geezer, who then gets run over and is turned into melange. You never watched RoboCop? Oh, you got to, man. It's honestly, it's an amazing film. I prefer Casino to Goodfellas, just slightly, but I have to say, The Irishman, it didn't do anything. It didn't tickle. It didn't butter my parsnips. The Irishman. I just think people sit there and think it's great because it's because it's De Niro and it's Pacino and it's cappuccino and mochaccino and cafe latte and pesci and that's it. But it's like, to me, it's like it just didn't do anything for me. I've had no desire to watch it again. You know. Terminator's good. Short Circuit was good. Terminator 1 and 2 was good. Terminator 3 was just, they tried to make it, you know, it just was getting too silly. Terminator Salvation is literally life-threateningly dull. And I totally understand why Christian Bale lost his goddamn mind with that lighting geezer on the set for that film, because it is just one of the it's like having flu and ME at the same time. Then they had Terminator Genesis, which was the dumbest fucking film of all time, because they gave away the big shock twist in the trailer that John Connor is now a fucking is a robot. Like, they gave it away. I'm like, it's like finding out who Kaiser Soze was in the trailer for Usual Suspects, or that Tyler Durden is actually gay. You know, it's like, or that the woman in the Crying Game, you know, is black. You know, it's this. You know, you don't give away these shocks like this. You know. There's a really good. One of my favourite YouTube channels is a guy called History Buffs, who actually reviews films based on true stories, and he goes through them to see how accurate they are. And he did Goodfellas and Casino, and he's really, really good. And he did, for a laugh once, he did Wolf on Wall Street. Have you seen Breaking Bad? Have I seen Breaking Bad? You mean the greatest television show of all time? Yeah. Anyone who hasn't seen Breaking Bad at this time, to me it's like, every person who's seen Breaking Bad, they all agree, I wish I could forget it so I could watch it again. Right? No one, you know, you never finished Breaking Bad. Right. Well, right. Well, you know what? You never finished Breaking Bad. Are you the kind of geezer who goes down on a woman and, like, just sort of gives her a good sort of one of those big envelopes worth, and then just says that'll do? You know, or do you do the alphabet up to, like, F and then fucking quit? I don't think Better Call Saul is better. It's, you know, it's very Breaking Bad though, isn't it? I mean, you can tell it's made by the same people. You know, you lived it at a biker club. You didn't really though. See, the only reason one of the things one of the things I'm looking forward to about getting cancer is, so if I've got enough time, I'm gonna do that. If the doctor says you've got 2 years to live, I'm like, right. I've been a meth addict my whole life. I'm going to become a chemistry teacher. And that's good for the next 2 years. I'm going to spend 2 years, and my goal is to, before I die, teach one chemistry class. Right? I'm going to learn. I'm going to do Breaking Good. Saul is more interesting. Well, that's subjective. I don't think anyone. I think every character in Breaking Bad is interesting. You know, they're different. You know, to be fair, Saul has now had has covered a lot more episodes than Walter White. You know,
But you could have Breaking Bad without Saul. You couldn't have Breaking Bad without Walter. Yeah, but I mean, true stories. I mean, Amityville Horror is based on a true story. In the same way that because I've got a little bit of brown skin on my cheek, I could pass as an Idris Elba lookalike. You know, that's it. I mean, it's about a house where weird shit happened. The true story of it, element of it, begins and ends fucking there. Come on, you fucking piece of shit. Give me a flame. I mean, you look at all these fucking horror. I prefer that. I think the films that. What was that one? What was that? Eden Lake. Have you seen that film? It's got Michael Fassbender in it. It's about this couple that get fucking tormented and harassed by this gang of teenage fucking pikeys. And it's not like horror film. It's not like spooky, scary ghosts, but it's like just. It's kids violent, psychopathic kids who don't give a fuck, like sort of, and it's genuinely terrifying. I'm sorry, the Epstein documentary is fucking. It's been made by the people who did Surviving R. Kelly. I had a fucking. I was nursing a semi when I found that out. When I heard Surviving R. Kelly makers to do Jeffrey Epstein documentary, I'm like, I'm having that, you know. Because I want to see if they can do for Jeffrey Epstein what they did with R. Kelly, which was just leave me gobsmacked and in a state of shock as I was watching it. It just come out fantastic, you know, something Jeffrey Epstein never managed. No, the thing about Saw is, like, Saw was a good idea. They just, like, everything in America. The problem with Americans is they get a good idea and they run it into the ground until nobody wants to fucking watch it anymore. You know, the amount of good TV shows that have just, by the end of it, you're like, oh God, just fucking stop. You're only watching it because you've got this far. You know, like Friends, I gave up after season 5. You know, Dexter could have finished season 6. They could have found a way around that. You know, there's so many fucking good shows that they've ruined because they did not know when to fucking pack it in, you know. Well, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre was one of about 6 films that was loosely based on Ed Gein. You know, Psycho was based on Ed Gein, and you know, Texas Chainsaw Massacre was based on Ed Gein. The film Ed Gein was based on Ed Gein. Star Trek. I don't know. I like the new the only Star Trek movies I like are the new ones. In fact, the only Star Trek stuff I like are the new movies. Which is great. I found a way to piss off Star Wars fans and Star Trek fans at the same time. 4 episodes, 1 hour each. No. That's, you know, to be honest, I'm surprised it's that few. I was surprised R. Kelly got 7 hours. In fact, and then he got a second season. I thought they've got to be padding this. I thought it was going to be like an hour max. Joseph Fritzl only got 1 hour, and he fucking raped his daughter in a fucking soundproof dungeon and had loads of it, you know, had 17 kids with her. They can't, they've got to, and they didn't pad it out at all. They could have made 12 episodes of that, of the R. Kelly one. I was mortified watching it, you know. That horror film I made many years ago that I uploaded on YouTube called Diary, that's based on a true story, you know. It's based on real events. I mean, it didn't happen. What happened in my film didn't happen in real life, but it's based on actual event. It was based on an actual, you know, real event that happened in a school near me. You know, and I mean, most fucking things, even fictional, even the most ludicrous stuff, is based on something because you've got to write on what you know. So, you know, well, people forget. I mean, the last Godzilla film. The thing that pissed everyone off with the last Godzilla film was how they conned you into thinking Bryan Cranston was in it when he wasn't. He died after 12 minutes, and you know they did the same thing with Jurassic World and Independence Day 2. Did the same thing with Jeff Goldblum. Jeff Goldblum I'm in Independence Day more than Jeff Goldblum is in it. You know. Well, no, Blair Witch. You got to remember at the time when Blair Witch came out, it was a groundbreaking film. I mean, it was a really low budget, made literally on fuck all. Like the geezer, Birdemic was Avatar in terms of budget. You know, no, here's the problem with the new Jurassic movies. In fact, all of the Jurassic movies after the first one, there's nothing wrong with any of them. And if they had been the film you saw, if you replaced any of them with Jurassic Park back in '93, you would have been just as amazed by it. The thing is, you cannot recreate the just absolute how amazing Jurassic Park was in terms of just how incredible it looked and how real it looked, and the effects were just so far ahead of their time. And like when you saw the Brontosaurus or whatever the fuck it is, the big dick nectosaurus fucking eating, and you were like, holy shit, that look. And when you see the Tyrannosaurus Rex fucking walking around, and you're like, holy shit, this looks real. This doesn't look like some geezer with a claymation thing fucking doing it. It isn't, and you can't, once you've had that experience, what you've got is a very, very simple basic film, a monster film, And but the problem is like, what can you do with it? I mean, what can you do with Jurassic Park after Jurassic Park? You can. All they've done is that they've stuck to the same principle as all movies. They just amp it up. They turn it up to 11. And they all have the same principle. Velociraptors are geniuses. Doctors and scientists are irresponsible madmen. Human beings are morons who can't remember, any more than a few years back, which is true. And children will inexplicably always survive. And there's always one dinosaur that has a moral compass who ends up saving everyone, despite the fact that they are godless killing machines. Contra 6K ahead. Good. We need to get some. We need to get 2 of those. Thing counters. We need a live stream that goes continuously 24/7, just with the channel. We need to start figuring out who is subscribed to Blair White, and can we flag them? Can we get those channels taken down? Can we? No, but I mean, well, he made it. To be fair, like Spielberg's made lots of fucking films. Do you do these live streams more often? I normally do. Like I used to, up until recently. This is the first one I've done in quite a while, because it's been a bit of I've been focusing more on content. But over the last year, and plus, I have to be honest, the live streams, did become a bit of a crutch for me when in the last year or so, because over the last year, for a long period of the last year or so, I've been burnt out and have been really, really like not motivated or because I haven't had I've been doing this nearly 12 years and I have never ever had a break. Right? I've never had a holiday. I've always been constantly uploading, and I hit my fucking wall, and live streams are a good way of doing content without doing it. But back in March, I decided, right, I'm going to start taking Patreon seriously, and I have done. And I wish I'd done it fucking years ago, because like 2 months ago, I had 80 Patreon backers, and I had $330 was my Patreon per upload thing. And now, because by simply putting all that exclusive content onto and really promoting it and encouraging people to fucking follow it, I've gone up to $460 and 98 Patreon backers. That's only $40 shy of what I had when I had 15,000 subs on my last channel. Right, solely because I've started offering, like, if you follow me on Patreon, you'll get like 6 videos a month as opposed to 2. Sometimes it can be a bit much. Can it? Can I be a bit much? Do you think, mate? Yeah, you're right. I am a bit much. Do you know why? I'm too much of everything, mate. Do you know why? Do you know why? Do you know why? Because everyone else is fucking weak. I need to be extra. I just look. You use no word. I am what I am, and and you have the. Count yourselves lucky, mate. Do you know why? You can fucking click off me. You can turn me off. You can pause me. You can shut your browser down. I can't. I have to live with me every day of my fucking life. Do you know what it's like? I'm 40 fucking years old, mate, and I've had to live with this idiot for my, for all of it. Do you know what's a good book though? Jurassic World, the Arthur Conan Doyle book. Yeah, so am I. Yeah, you are, mate, but you're in a comment section. My too muchness is vomiting. I've vomited it all over the internet and made everyone else live with it. Because if you've got too much, then you might as well share it. Do I like Sam Cedar? Yeah. Why would I not like Sam Cedar? Sam Cedar's awesome. He's one of my favourite, East Coast liberal elites. And / Jews, / Christ killing. Who am I more like? I prefer Daniel Bryan to CM. I like CM Punk, but Daniel Bryan I'll take. Daniel Bryan is the best ever. I've been watching wrestling since I was 10 years old, for 30 years. I've been to dozens of live events and fucking Monday Night Raws and, pay-per-views. I've seen everyone. Daniel Bryan is the best professional wrestler ever. Right. TheEnd.com / no. Yeah, he's rocking it. Who am I more like? I don't fucking know. I've never met him, mate. I'm probably more like CM Punk because he's a belligerent, contrarian prick who probably could have got what he wanted if he just fucking kept his mouth shut. I would love to be more like Daniel Bryan, and I do have one thing in common with Daniel Bryan. I have no ambition or desire for power or success. I never have. It's one of my fucking things. I've never had it. Right? I've taken these personality tests that you take before, and I got the lowest. I was in the bottom 1% for ambition and desire for power. Because I've always thought ambition is just pointless. It's ultimately, whatever happens, it's going to be a negative thing. Because if you have ambitions or goals, you either achieve them, in which case, okay, who cares? And now you've got to start all over again. And secondly, if you or you don't fucking achieve them, in which case you feel depressed and like a failure, and you shouldn't be, because you've probably achieved more than most people. My video on Dave Rubin's book. Oh, that was just me. Honestly, if I'd have recorded that the week before, when I actually was amped up and fucking filled with, barbaric rage and fury, like Mount Pilatumu was an unripe zit compared to me, like that video would have just been. It would have just been me screaming in a ball. I would have gone full Super Saiyan. I would have had flames. The scream would have fucking. I would have been interfering with radio waves. Yeah, I was on Michael Brooks' show. I was on one of the early shows. There was me and, what's his name, Nathan Robinson. I was in between this geezer who was like a fucking, who was a doctor, and Nathan J. Robinson, who's a fucking journalist. And in between them was me, some crackhead who you've never heard of. Right. And Michael Brooks, bless him, when he introduced me, he did that thing that you shouldn't do, but he meant well. He said, like, he's a very, very well-known and popular YouTuber, and I'm like, yeah, whenever people introduce me as being popular or well-known, I always love reading the chat and everyone going, who's this? Who the fuck's that? What? I was invited back to my old college once, the college I did acting at. Years later, to talk to. It was an evening about, and because I'd done quite well. I was one of the students who'd done well following it, following leaving school, because I'd gone on to do stand-up comedy and other stuff. And I just had to talk about my time, do a 10-minute bit, and I was introduced as a famous comedian. And I'm like, and I sort of had to start by saying, first of all, I'm not famous. You know this because you've never heard of me. Secondly, telling people that you're famous is a bit like, being famous is like being good in bed. If you have to keep telling people, you know, Jimmy Dore's gone off the deep end. Dude, fuck Jimmy Dore. Jimmy Dore went fucking... I gave up on Jimmy Dore years ago. Someone in... Do you know what's funny? Is like, this channel, over the last 2 years, this channel, more than any other channel, I have had literally every week, there's like three, 4, 5 times a week, I get people commenting or messaging me saying, oh man, I used to watch you back in 2010, I thought you'd gone. I'm like, no, no, it's like, it's great to see you back. I'm like, I'm not back, motherfucker. I've been here all the long. And you know what? You could have found me if you'd just done, I don't know, typed my name into the search bar, pressed enter. You'd have immediately found me. But you didn't give a shit or have the curiosity to do that. So you've missed the last 8 years. You've been following me since 2010. Ah, see, that was just at the end of when I stopped being funny. You know, no, 2009 and 10 were two of my best years. You know, you don't mean to be an arse licker, but Dick really should be a fountain. No, Lewis, I am. I'm one of those bands that nobody's ever heard of, but who everyone who's much more famous and successful will mention, right? Like I have like. I own, like, all of the pop... I'm not your favourite YouTuber. I'm your favourite YouTuber's favourite YouTuber. And without me, I'm the foundations. The shoulders of giants that are being stood upon, I'm at the fucking bottom, holding up most of y'all. You should have found me sooner. Mate, there's no should have, mate. Look. Everybody eventually comes to Christ. I mean, finds my videos in their own time. You know, some people take longer than others, but we all, you know, the righteous path cannot. You know, who took TJ? I didn't really take them, in all fairness. I mean, I kind of did, and then I fucked it up. You know, because I found myself in a situation I wasn't prepared for. Or wasn't, you know, expecting. I was completely and utterly, baffled by why on earth would TJ and his mates choose to gang up to try and destroy my channel by spreading a load of lies about me. And I realised why. It's because my channel, the speed at which I was gaining subscribers meant that TJ, was saw me as someone who was gonna overtake him at some point. Because I'm better than him, which is why he kept nicking my ideas back then, like back in 2009 and 10. Like, if you wanted to know what TJ was going to be doing in about 4 to 6 weeks' time, just watch my channel, you know. And if because honestly, that was it. And he's right to, because I'm better than him, and in every way. Didn't Captain Awesome do that? Yeah, but I don't know, but to be honest, I never really... Captain Awesome was a bit before my... Do you know what? The Captain Awesome's completely different now. He's a totally different dude. He's still on... He's back on YouTube, but he's nothing like what you remember. And I actually had I actually sent him some messages a couple of... last year, when I was thinking... Because I was asking him, like, if I was to do a a long marathon live stream, and I was to have different YouTubers interviewed, would you... I was going to ask him, would you consider coming on? And he was like, yeah, but it's difficult because he's travelling around and that. And one of the videos he made on his channel is actually a sort of olive branch to Fake Sagan. And Fake Sagan have made up. And I'm like, imagine if I did a live stream, me, Captain Awesome, and Fake Sagan. And we sat there, and do you know what would be hilarious? It would be the most civilised and respectable discussion you've ever heard on the internet ever. Between Dick Coughlan, Captain Awesome, and Fake fucking Sagan, right? Against all fucking lines of logic. I had mixed feelings about Captain Awesome, his content. Like, he was one of those people I felt like he had it in him to make really good videos, and some of his videos were great, but far too often he just fell into the being offensive for the fucking sake of being offensive with no actual effort, and which I just found, I wasn't offended by it. I just don't find it. I don't find that, I find that boring, and it's not in any way. It's easy, you know what I mean, and particularly and I don't mind it when it's someone who's shit, but when it's someone who I know can do better stuff. Is there a squatter scene? Fucked if I know, dude. Dude, I'm not a squatter, and look at the state of my fucking gaff. There's actually footage of Captain Awesome doing stand-up comedy back in 2009. It's the one time he tried it, and yeah, it's not good. To be fair, he was new, but but he's completely. He actually wrote a book called How to Be a Dirtbag. I've got a copy of it on my fucking computer. You can download it for free. Yeah, Fake Sagan believes in God now. Not that it matters. And he's quite sort of conspiratorial and sort of like. But to be honest, he doesn't seem as. The thing about him nowadays, as opposed to, he doesn't seem as sort of like he used to basically go out of his way to fuck people over and treat people like shit and be a cunt to them, because he needed to, because that's what he did. And him and he would get TJ, like that was their thing. What TJ and Fake Sagan and that did to me, they did to everyone. They did it to people. That was their game. TJ would go after someone, and he would fucking, because he was the bigger, better, he was better. He would soften someone up, and then Fake Sagan would come in behind, get the scraps. Then Cody Webber would turn up when there's nothing left, like the geezer turning up 2 weeks after the Battle of Gettysburg, doing his flies up, Is he still putting loaded pistols in his mouth? No. Well, I don't know. I don't know what he does in his private time. I don't know what Fake Sagan puts in his mouth. Whether they're loaded or unloaded. I don't know. I'd rather not. No, do you know what? Another thing is, I always credit TJ. Like, he was when I finally got into watching vlogs made by YouTubers back in like 2006. Like, I spent a year. Middle of 2006. I spent like 2 years watching people who made vlogs and YouTubers, because I wanted to sort of watch how everyone else did it before I got in. I wanted to catch up because I realised I'd missed a lot. And I wasn't too sure whether or not I was going to do this or not. And the person whose videos sort of made me go, yeah, I'm going to do this, was The Amazing Atheist, because I watched a couple of his videos, and I watched them and I thought, I could do this, So and I could. So yeah, so not as much inspiring as like sort of like, really, this is what you got to do? Oh, fuck this, Amendum will never stop making video. Amendum is an Ouroboros. You realise that Amendum is just, is me from the future. That's what it is. He and I are just going to be swapping places, Like, we're just going to be going round as a loop, to make sure that in the twisted irony that we will be the reason that the human race will never go extinct. The ultimate irony for poor Gary, It's all different now, right? What's different? Well, everything's different now. I mean, life's different. I mean, that's what happens. It's still, it's whatever you want it to be. I mean, that's the thing about YouTube. It's whatever you want it to be. It's not a bad. I mean, if someone had told me like 20 years ago, like, oh yeah, you could, when you're 40, you're going to be earning a living from uploading videos that you have made and created and podcast that on the internet on a website and that's it. And I'll be like, really? Fuck off, The thing that people hate about Amendum is that he is more right than they want to admit. He's been, he treats people like, shit, and he's so fucking horrible to people on purpose. He's so deliberately, vicious and mean and aggressive and violent to people, but in a way that's just beautiful, in a way that I just genuinely respect. But I also look at him and think, he's 20 years older than me. Can I honestly sit here and say that in 20 years' time, that ain't going to be me? Because You know, if I've got to sit here and have this if I'm going to be on YouTube in 20 years' time, I don't see. I'll be quite fucking relieved if I'm only at Amendham's level. You know, he's quite. I mean, he's 60 years old. You know, let's not forget that the Amendham's 60 years old now. You know. Of this friend, Meridian Frost. Meridian Frost. Yeah, I like Meridian Frost. Joshua. Yeah, he doesn't make videos anymore. You know, he was. I used to call him Azrionok Jr. because it wound him up. I will defend Gary. I'll even defend Gary as the best, as what I would consider to be the best YouTuber ever. And I don't say that just to wind people up. Like, you want me to list? You want me to list people who do YouTube better, the best? I will put Gary near the top. Always. Yeah. What will Gary be doing in 20 years? Gary will look exactly the same, and he will be screaming and, you know, and creating the most foul and terrifyingly graphic and explicit violent sexual imagery of someone who had the gall to slightly disagree with a barely irrelevant point. Gary denies modern science. Does he? I care so much. Of course he does. He denies modern science. Fuck off, Bolgraf. You're the cunt who believes that fucking... You're the cunt who was in here fucking sitting here going, well, do you believe in the fucking... that the reality is a simulation? You should do, because Elon Musk believes it. And then when I told you that's an argument, not even an argument from authority, that's an argument ad Elon Musk, you then said, you know, it's backed by quantum physics, which I'm sure you know about as much as quantum physics as fucking... You know, as a guy with no arms knows about how to wire a plug, right? Fucking quantum physics. It's like, do you know nothing? Do you want to try and justify some batshit fit bonkers mental idea, but in a way that is impossible for anyone to refute? Quantum physics. Did I have a hard time social distancing? No. I live on my own. I spend 95% of my life indoors. And most people who see me when they're walking towards me in the street cross the fucking road to avoid me anyway. If Elon Musk was so smart, right? Why? See? Can you answer that? No, you can't, can you? Think about it. If Elon Musk is so smart, explain this. You can't, can you? See? Yeah. I mean, I know quantum physics is a legit science. I'm not denying quantum physics. It's just that quantum physics is the thing every batshit bonkers mental snake oil salesman and kooky fucking, you know, nutter uses to fucking explain away any pile of shit they want to fucking... The Secret, it's quantum physics. You know... Law of attraction, it's quantum fucking physics. You know, homeopathy, it's quantum fucking physics. You know, why does Goofy wear trousers but Pluto is treated like a dog? And it doesn't, you know, quantum physics. Why does Donald Duck not wear pants but puts a towel around his waist when he comes out of the shower? Quantum physics. Have I ever tried to decode... Dude, fuck numbers. I hate mathematics with a fucking unrivaled passion. I am... Cause you know why? Because I'm shit at it. And I tried to be good at it for like about half hour and it pissed me off. So I gave up. And I did what every reasonable person does who can't do something. I just assumed that, well, this is fucking stupid. And you know, if I need to understand anything from it, I'll ask some dork who's fucking wasted their life learning this bollocks. You know, but I hate numbers. I hate maths with a... Because I'm just... My brain just doesn't, you know... Like I'm one of those cunts who fucking sits there when I'm like... When I was doing stock taking, when I used to work in kitchens, and I'd look at... I was adding up, the different items, and I'd go 5, 7... And I'd stand there, and I'd be about an hour trying to work out... I know what it is, like 5 plus 7. I know it's 12, but I can't fucking get it out of my head. I'm going, 5 is... 1, 2, 3, 4... Fuck algebra. Why would I learn algebra? I've no intention of ever going there. I've never seen anybody. I've never used algebra. and I would hit anybody who fucking tried to use algebra. Imagine if you ask someone, excuse me, do you know how to get to the town square? And they go, sure. Let's assume that the town square is B, and we're at point A. Now A minus, oh fuck this shite. Practical economics. Look, but the thing is, I don't need to understand economics. Do you know why? Because I'm always skint. I've got no money. Never have had any money. Never will have any money. Don't want money. I've been a minimalist all my life, right? That was a crap Billy Connolly. If I wanted to, I could do a better Billy Connolly impression. But that was a Billy Connolly routine when he goes, "Why should I learn algebra? I've no intention of ever going there." Woe betide the boy. I used to think that was a story about a boy called Wobby. Teacher used to say, "Woe betide the boy who doesn't do his homework." I went, fucking good old Wobby sounds like a good laugh to me. Woe betide the boy who goes to football instead of school. Fucking great on. Where is this Wobby fella? I reckon he and I would get on fucking great. Well, here's the thing: being skint at this point is when in an economic collapse, when there's an economic collapse or a financial depression, there are only two groups of people who are safe: the ultra rich and the skint. Because I've got fuck all to lose, and they have got too much to fucking care. It's the cunts, it's the sad cunts in the middle who are fucking worked their whole lives to be there, to have a mortgage and house and property and all this fucking savings. They're the ones who are gonna fucking lose all this shit, and it's gonna matter. Me, I can't lose anymore. Then I'm done. You know, what are you gonna do? I move house every 2 years. This is why there's literally so many companies, there's so many fucking people that I owe shitloads of cash to, and none of them can find me because all they've got is an address that I don't live at and a phone number I don't fucking use. Like PayPal, for example. I owe nearly £2,500 to PayPal, and you know what? They ain't getting it. I was paying them back. I was willing to pay them back, and they banned me from their site for no reason, so I couldn't pay the debt off. So I told them, fuck you, I'm not paying it off. And they keep calling me, and they say, "Oh, this is PayPal, we wanted to talk about your loan balance." So I went, do you now? Tough fucking shit, you can wipe a monkey's ass with that one, mate. They then email me saying, you've missed several payments. I'm like, I know, because I can't make them, because you banned me, you fucking imbecile. And if you do fucking let me back on that website, you are fucking taking any interest that has been added on. I don't need to move to the Netherlands. I literally could move to the street over there. Dude, I live 2 fucking numbers down from my last place. And there's companies, O2, I owe about 900 quid to. They can't find me. They've been sending me fucking letters about like going to court for like 3 months ago. Haven't read anything else. Don't know. For all I'm Bell Gibsoning them. I'm literally, and I'm not even joking. That's what Bell Gibson inspired me to go, do you know what? Fuck them. It's their problem. They've got to find me. Catch the pigeon, catch the pigeon, catch the pigeon, you know. I owe 2.5 grand to PayPal, they ain't getting that. I owe fucking nearly 900 quid to O2, they ain't getting that. I owe nearly 300 quid to fucking the 3 network, they ain't getting that. Yeah. All my credit cards are registered to my old address and my old phone number. You're going to get arrested one day. Yeah, I know. And do you know what they're going to do? Nothing. They'll just... because I won't have any money. And they can put me in prison if they want. But I'll say, hey, you think the money I owe these companies is bad? You should, wait till you find out I haven't paid any tax for the last 4 years. Oh, whoops. They're letting paedophiles and rapists out of prison early after a few years because there's not enough room. I'll just default, man. Or I'll just fuck off somewhere. Here's the great thing about doing this for a living. I could literally move to any country and just immediately carry on as I was. What are your predictions? Brian, I don't know. Brian, no. No. Don't. Don't be a Brian. Don't Brian me, Brian. You always do this. Because if I go into that's a fucking massive that is a hornet's nest of fucking melodrama that you are going to drag me down. And I'm not going to let you. You're R. Kelly, and I'm a 15-year-old girl who's fucking in his jacuzzi, and I'm not letting you drag me into his fucking sex dungeon to arse rape me for the next 3 years, right? That's not happening. And here's the thing: when my parents tragically move on, they've left me the house. So do you know what I'm going to do with that house? I'm going to fucking sell the cunt. Not even for a lot of money. 20 grand, that'll do. It's a nice house. It's a good house. It's a semi-detached fucking... I'll sell it for like 1/10 of its fucking market value. And I could die on 20 grand. And I'll say, there you are, O2. There's your fucking 900 quid back. Right? There you are, PayPal, if you insist. And the rest of it, I'm going to spend on high-class escorts and Swindon massage parlours. And narcotic substances that will ultimately be the reason I'm found on the floor. With a big smile on my face. Yeah, but my sister... Here's the thing. My sister, she's got kids and she got married. She's like... So I get the house. Because she married a geezer. They're getting divorced now. But fuck her. My parents' will was written years ago. And I was told by my dad I'm getting the fucking house. And if they change their mind, I am burning the cunt down. And they know I'm not joking. Right?
What
All I want is enough money to buy every single, hoverboard and electric skateboard and electric fucking roller skates and fucking jet-powered fucking unicycles that I fucking can get. All my go-karts, and that's all I want. I want to get my own skate park. You haven't seen my new one. Have you seen my new toy that came a couple of weeks ago? This thing, I'm convinced. I've been looking. This started over a year ago when I got a hoverboard. Thinking this thing is definitely going to kill me, right? Because I was led to believe they're death traps, and they're not. And since then, I've just been buying more and more things with wheels, in an attempt to try and find a creative way to end my life. And. Which is why I've now got 2 hoverboards, an electric skateboard, a longboard, electric hover skates, and now I've got this bastard. This is a 9-bot Segway, fucking, fucking mono-wheeled unicycle. The way it works is you turn it on, you put your feet on that, you then push off, so you've got both feet on that, and then you go forward, and then you have an horrific accident and end up in hospital. I tried standing on that the other day, and not a chance. I'm like, nope, this ain't happening. I need to wrap myself in fucking bubble wrap, and I want to be in a room made of sponge before I try this one again. You thought that was a Roomba? No. There's no point in getting a Roomba in here because there's not enough carpet, right? And it would have to be very small. Whatever happened to that guy that you got the name? Richard Coughlan. Richard Coughlan died. He died in 2014. And good, because he was a prick. So, fuck him, Is that something Marty McFly? No, Marty McFly. The thing is, I'm good with the the electric. My electric skateboard is more like it because my electric skateboard. Most electric skateboards use the remote control, and and that's yeah. But my one doesn't. My one is gyroscopic. So you stand on it, and if you lean that way, it goes off. And if you want to slow down and stop, you just lean back and put your weight on that side. And then you want to go that way, you go, and that's it. You don't kick off. You don't at any point put your foot on the ground. I've got another one as well, which is which I bought because it was cheap, but I was fascinated by it. It's called a ripstick. It's basically a skateboard with a which is two flat areas joined by like the wobble in the middle, and it's got one wheel. It's like a sort of inline skateboard with there's two wheels, and you move by jostling the thing. And it's like fucking. It's about as much fun as falling down an escalator backwards in leg calipers. Haven't seen any of my stuff for 2 years. Dude, is it my fault? With all due respect, mate, I mean, I've been here. What you doing? What do you mean? What am I doing? I'm dominating. I am doing what I always do. I'm owning the noobs like a goddamn juggernaut. How am I? Amazing, awesome. But now you're back. It all makes it worthwhile. You know, it's all. No, you can get controls in your hand. Just haven't used one. But, to be honest, you have a lot more control than you want. But my favourite one is the hoverboard, and is then taking the hoverboard, which is okay, which is fine on its own, but it's not that exciting. It's not very fast. Unless of course you're talking about my the German hoverboard I got, which does 25 miles an hour and is road legal and has got 12-inch inflatable fucking souped up fucking Michelin tires, and that and has indicators and brake lights. That's a lot. It's the most technologically advanced fucking hoverboard you can buy. I got it from Germany. I'm the only person outside of Germany, this German company, to ever buy one. I know this because they told me, and because all the instructions are in fucking German. And you have 3 power settings. You can go 6 miles an hour, like 12 miles an hour, or 25 to 30 miles an hour. And I set it to 30 miles an hour once. And I'm not joking, it was the most terrifying, adrenaline-fueled 2.5 seconds of my fucking life. Have you ever seen those longboard downhill? Oh yeah, dude, fucking hell, fucking right I have. I watched those. Do you know what's amazing? No, it's not 120 kph. Well, no, it's 89 miles an hour is the fastest speed recorded on on just a basic, regular, analog, normal longboard. 89.8 miles an hour. And here's the crazy thing about that, is you can ride a skateboard like that speed, and nothing you can, and it's fine. But if you're in a car, you can't do more than 70, and you have to have seat belts, you have to have airbags, you have to have fucking, you have to have all these safety features to make sure that but you can stand on a plank of wood with 4 plastic wheels on it and go and bomb down this hill and reach speeds of 90 miles a fucking hour, and there's nothing stopping anybody. It's not. That's insane when you think about it, isn't it? That's incredible. These things, these mono wheels, this one does 12 miles an hour, which doesn't sound a lot. Believe me, it's basically light speed when all you're doing is standing on two little plastic ledges either side of a wheel, right? But you don't realise how fast 6 miles an hour is until you're on a hoverboard and the fucking thing hits a curb. Right? It's a lot faster than you think. But these things, this does 12, 13 miles an hour. These things, if you get the fucking top tier, top of the range, it's about 550, 600 pounds, and it does 28 miles an hour. Can you imagine standing on this, on 2 little platforms, nothing holding you down, doing 28 miles an hour, right? which is the same speed my fucking Honda Vision moped used to do. Right? And I had to have a lesson. I had to take a license to fucking use that. You don't have to have a license to use these fucking things. You don't need to have registration, insurance, and you can legally ride them on the road. You know, it's amazing. It's totally fucking stupid. It makes no sense. You could never do it. Yeah, you could. It's, you know, you could under the circumstances. If you had the safety gear on and you were in an environment where if you fell off, when you fall over, you'll be fine. You know, you could do it. But those cunts who do that fucking Josh Newman is the geezer I fucking watch who does those fucking who does those like slalom, you know, roads, mountainside fucking, you know, bombing longboard videos, and I'm sat there going, the cunt's got a t-shirt on. He's probably only wearing a helmet because it's on film, and I just watch it and I'm like, dude, your mother, does your mother sit there and she must shit herself every day? She must be so relieved when she sees you've uploaded a video. Yeah, have you seen the video of him he's got 2 videos of him, which is just clips of him falling off. And some of them, he skids along the road for about a mile, leaves half of his arse behind him, like in a skid attached to the gravel on the road, and he's only stopped going off the edge of a cliff by a couple of rocks. And he just gets up like it's fucking... I'm like, dude, you should be sectioned, right? Well, can't this man be committed? If you know, why is this okay? But someone cutting themselves means they've got to be put into some sort of, like, you know, care home, you know. But it's just the fucking nonchalant, and that's the scary thing about doing skateboarding at all, is that I haven't fallen. I've never fallen off my electric one. I've never fallen off my hoverboard, and I've never fallen off my electric skateboard. Right, I've never. When it comes to the normal regular longboard, I am on my arse 80% of the time. Like, I am fucking gone. Like, you know, I can bear. You know, pushing off is so fucking difficult. It's so much fucking. You know, it's trying to get your balance right and trying to get yourself to relax and just. And it's so annoying because you watch the video tutorials with these cunts teaching you, and they just fucking jump on the cunt and they're fucking spinning round and going up fucking this and doing backflip. I did kickflip my longboard the other day, just randomly, thought fuck it, no one's around, so I tried to do a kickflip and I actually pulled it off, and I'm like, fuck, no one saw it, and I will never do that again. Right, it was a complete fluke. And I went home and immediately masturbated like a fucking dervish. Right? I could not believe I pulled it off. You know when you just do something and you don't think? You just go, fuck it. I was like, yes, I am Tony Hawk's. Except, you know, I'm starting at 40. But like, even the people like Tony Hawk, you watch him, like, they're falling over all the time. And basically the boarding, you know, if you're going to do it, you are going to break every single fucking bone in your body. At some point. You are going to have at least half a dozen horrific fucking accidents and break, you know, and fuck yourself up. It's going to happen. And it doesn't matter how experienced you are. You could be Tony. I've seen, you know, watch videos of Tony Hawk's trying to do, like, fucking, like, there's one where he does a fucking sideways spiral down, and the poor and he's 50 years old and he's fucking, his hips bleeding and swollen, and he's Tony Hawk and he's wearing a helmet and pads, and you're like fucking hell, you know. And he does it, but like, because when you see those fuckers going that fast, like, you see the wheels doing that, and they just, all it takes is one to go, and it's, you know, it's gone. It's like, it's just plastic. You wouldn't drive a car if a car had wheels as fucking shite as a skateboard or longboard. Like, it would never pass its MOT in a billion years. It would be considered a death trap. Tony's Hawk. Naji, could you stop trying so hard? For once, you know. Just stop. Yeah. And plus, it's Tony's Hawk with an apostrophe. Like, if you're going to fucking try a joke that lame, and based on such a simplistic fucking idea as moving one letter, then at least you could put the apostrophe in. I consider it an affront and an insult to me, to God, and nature in general. It is an abomination that you can't even get that right. Yeah, well, Steve-O's mental. I love Steve-O. Steve-O's great, you know. What age did I get my first tattoo? I was 17. I was 17, and it was those two, Japanese writing. Funny story, this. My favourite band at the time were The Verve. Richard Ashcroft was literally my idol. Like, I wanted to be Richard Ashcroft. Like, I didn't just admire him. I wanted to be Richard Ashcroft from The Verve. And here's the fact, and my favourite song was Lucky Man, so I got Lucky and Man. Here's the funny thing, that symbol doesn't just mean lucky, it also means warrior and virgin. And whenever people, you know, and if someone can speak Japanese and they notice that, I tell them, yeah, it says virgin. Because I like the idea that I'm the guy who deliberately got the word Virgin Man tattooed on his arm. And of course it was the 90s, and if you grew up in the 90s, 96, 97, you know, if you got the Japanese symbols, you then obviously had to get the Celtic band, the full Sporty Spice, the Mel C, right? This is what all the cool people in the 90s had. If you weren't cool in the 90s if you didn't have two Japanese symbols, you know, and don't look it up, because if you look it up, it might turn out not to be true. Oh, Lucky Man's great. You know, actually, to be honest, it's not my favourite Verve song. You know, Drugs Don't Work and Bittersweet Symphony are much better. On Your Own, History. There's loads of bucking. You know, but it just I just liked that. You know, but like I said, I just was obsessed with Richard Ashcroft. Like, you know, in an unhealthy way. You know. Oh shit! Fuck you, you black bastard. Right, so. Happiness, more or less. Oh, just a change in me, something in my liberty. Oh my. Happiness, something in my own place. I'm standing naked and smiling, I feel no disgrace with who I am. That's that one. It's the one where he's got the grey cardigan on, the red t-shirt, and the fucking Rhodes Ray-Bans. What's the saddest song? The only song that I can play... Depends what you mean by sad, really. But, I mean, the only song that I believe I've ever been able to play and not bastardise or ruin is The Drugs Don't Work. Because, as you can imagine, that's got a lot of... that's a song that fucking hits. You know, that deep cuts deep with me, that one. So whenever I've performed that, you know... But I recently uploaded a... I'm going to be doing... One thing I'm going to do, and this again is going to be a Patreon exclusive, I'm going to record an album of me performing cover versions on the ukulele of classic hip hop and R&B songs. I've even got the track listing. Hold on. It's going to be called Multiculturally Inappropriate. And was I ever in a band? No. Never in a band. Couldn't. Fucking musicians are fucking wankers, you know. To be honest with you. Here we are. This is the track listing. You ready? Ludacris, What's Your Fantasy? Blackstreet, No Diggity. LL Cool J, Mama Said Knock You Out. Plan B, Ill Manners. TLC, No Scrubs. Genuine, Pony. NWA Mashup, Straight Outta Compton, Fuck the Police, Express Yourself. Ice Cube Mashup, Wrong Ninja to Fuck With and Natural Born Killers. Dr. Dre and Eminem, forget about Dre. Eminem mashup, Kill You, Not Afraid, Legacy. Boys to Men mashup, Motown Philly, I'll Make Love to You, End of the Road. Sean Paul, Like Glue. That is a thing. If you want a challenge that's going to take up a day of your life, try and get a karaoke video of Sean Paul, Like Glue, and try and sing along with it. It is fucking impossible, right? Coolio mashup, Gangsta's Paradise, See You When You Get There. Tupac, Changes. All for One, I Swear. Tony Rich Project, Nobody Knows. Billie Eilish, Bad Guy. Biz Markie, Just a Friend. Craig David, Fill Me In. Bone Thugs and Harmony, See You at the Crossroads. Jay-Z and Linkin Park, Numb Encore. 50 Cent, In the Club. Destiny's Child, Bootylicious. Drake, Hotline Bling. Kendrick Lamar, Humble. And DJ Khaled and Justin Bieber, We the Best Music, I'm the One. Right? All on the ukulele. Right? Like an absolute fucking gangster. You know? What is he listing? I was doing the track listing for my upcoming Patreon exclusive, album of me performing classic and all-time great hip-hop and R&B tracks on a ukulele, right? As a white Englishman, which, in case you didn't know, is going to be fucking no room for no, because I don't know what that is. Jesse, listen, I've got this, right? I've got it. Right. Don't make any requests, because that never works out. No one in this room, in the years I've been doing this, 3 years, has ever named a single song I have ever heard of by someone I've ever been, whose name I've ever, don't forget, Redemption Song's not R&B or hip hop, you utter cretin. You can't put Bob Marley, Redemption Song, on an R&B and hip hop album, in between Ludacris and DJ Khaled. Why don't you just fucking sit there and put Cradle of Filth next to Brahms and Bach in a fucking, Jesus Christ, do you understand? Do you have someone who looks after you? Right. You can play it on a ukulele. Well, of course I can play it on a ukulele. Dude, I can play anything on a ukulele. But it's not a I'm not playing Redemption Song by... Now, hold on. I'm not playing it. Do you know why? Because I don't fucking want to. Now, hold on. Here we go. This is me playing. Genuine Pony. Of course you do. It's one of the all-time greats. Bow. This is how you.
I'm just a bachelor. I'm looking for a partner, someone who knows how to ride without even falling off. Gotta be compatible and take me to my limits, 'cause girl, when I break you off, I promise that you won't wanna get off. So if you're horny, let's do it. Ride it, my pony. All saddles waiting, so come on, jump on it. If you're horny, let's do it. Ride it, my pony. My saddle's waiting, so come and jump on it. Sitting here flossing, peeping my steel.
I think we can all agree that is the definitive version of that song. And I don't know if you ever noticed, but that song's got a very strong sexual undercurrent to it. You have to read between the lines, but it's there. Also, interesting fact about Genuine. Genuine ain't his real name. I don't know. What the fuck, dude? Do you think if Mark Chapman had been clutching a copy of... Listen, I agree with... if I may, another musical comedian who's much better than me, Jay Foreman, As Jay Foreman put in a song, I'm glad John Lennon died. You know. Well, here's the thing. Mark Chapman's biggest crime was making, you know, Catcher in the Rye, and turning it into something that it is. It's basically, it's like, you know, the way people, you know, the Pope banning the Da Vinci Code made that interesting. You know, made that a book people wanted, and it's shit. You know, no one wanted to fucking deal with the fact that this book is a pile of shit, and The Catcher in the Rye is a pile of shit. And if, you know, I mean, really, it's a good marketing plan. You should really, you know, if an author wanted to fucking really get their book, I'm not doing Redemption Song, dude. Stop asking me to do stuff if I've said no, please. You know, it's not that it's naff. It's just, what the fuck is it? Who cares? You know, that's what. And if you're a good author, you know, you should try and find some. You know, be on the lookout, sort of, for, on the dark web, for some geezer who's going to commit a massacre, and just say, dude, can you put a copy of this? Can you just put a copy of this? It's like, what is it? It's, you know, it's How to Play Snooker by Steve Davis. Right, can you just put that in there? Okay. Now, keep that in there. It's. Can you please put this? What is? It's Peter Crouch's autobiography. Right, okay. You know, if I ever live stream a mass shooting, I'm going to be saying, "Damn right you are." And you know what? I will fucking. You got to make sure make sure you record it and send me a copy, so I can mirror it as an exclusive Patreon. Going, I've done it, mass shooter, finally, I've got my massacre. I've waited a long time. Condell got his, you know, I've waited. 10 years ago, Condell got a fucking massacre. PewDiePie got a massacre. I think I deserve a fucking massacre. You know, you've had teachers compare you to Holden Caulfield. Great. Yeah. Really? No. I think you haven't been insulted enough, mate. Or at least, or maybe you just didn't piss off your teachers to the extent that I did. Yeah. I'll be like, oh, so I'm like Holden Caulfield. Or you mean in that I don't exist? I'm a work of fiction. So, I don't have to be it. How would I deal with the world's media? I'd be bring it on. You don't hide from... Dude, this is the mistake. So many fucking... This is what pisses me off about so many people these days. Is they do something happens and there's a spotlight put on them of controversy, and rather than run with it, they fucking cry about it. Like, they fucking act like it's like a comedian tells a joke, pisses a load of people off, and then they just whine about the fact that people are pissed off. I'm like, dude, you're a comedian. Just run with it. You know? I mean, you know what you're saying is gonna offend people, right? Right? So why are you shocked when people act that way? Just roll with it. You know? That's what I'm doing. You know? 2 words, Count Dankula. He had the right idea. There's a guy, right? Do you know what the best thing to ever happen to Count Dankula was? For him to get his video taken down of him to be arrested and sent to court over a YouTube video. Because without that, do you know what? We wouldn't be talking about Count Dankula. If you brought his name up, I'd be like, who the fuck's that? And I'm not busting on him for it. You know? But I was sat there going, can't someone report? I've got loads of videos that have been flagged for hate speech. Surely someone can report. I might start reporting my own fucking content and sending myself to court if it means I can get a fucking, you know. Why don't I film a comedy special and put it so? Well, I have done that, mate. Well, first of all, I can't film a comedy special in any venue because obviously coronavirus. Secondly, my comedy specials take years to write, mate. I've written 1, 2, 3. I've written 4 one-hour comedy shows since 2007. I did Honky Hating Heterophobic Man Whore, and then I did a walk-in advert for abortion. Then I did Eat a Queer Fetus for Jesus. Then I did Anti-White PC Mangina Activate, and that's it. And that's in. Have you got anything for download? No, mate, it's free. If you want exclusive content, you can subscribe. You can pledge to my Patreon, like just $1, and you'll get like extra videos and stuff and content that I upload on that. I generally do. My rule is going to be 2 videos on my main channel that are public, that anyone can see, but anywhere between like probably 6 with those 2, but probably an extra 4 or 5 videos, anywhere between 3 to 5 extra videos. I'm doing an audio book. I'm writing an audio book that I'm uploading as I write it once a month. You just want to see stand-up? Yeah, but dude, all my stand-up is on YouTube for free. You can watch it now, right? There's no point in me. I can't just hire a venue and record something, because I have to actually write a show. I then have to figure out what material works where. I then have to spend like a year constructing it. You don't just perform. It takes ages, mate. Eat a Queer Fetus for Jesus, right? That abortion story I tell at the end. I started writing that in 2007. I didn't fucking start performing it until 2012. It took me 5 years to write a 25-minute stand-up routine, right? To get it right. Right? Anti-White PC Mangina Activate, that evolved, that one. But there's material in that, it goes all the way back. I mean, that's a whole. I spent 3 years on that one, 3-4 years on that. Eat a Queer Fetus for Jesus. I performed that for about 3-4 years. It takes a long time to write a 1 hour routine. Now, obviously, when you're a famous comedian who has a new hour, and you do it for a living, then you can do a new hour every year. Are you going to call your audiobook? No, I'm going to call my audiobook Dave Rubin is a fucking baby raping AIDS merchant. Fact. So you write it. No, I don't write it and perform it. I write it down. I try and get an idea of what I want it to sort of. I write material. I have an idea of where I'm going to go. I don't think about it. I don't have a theme. I just write what's coming to me. And then I can start constructing it, and then I have to perform it, and then it takes about, and then it's going to take generally it's going to take performing each routine a few times to work out where it, how best to tell it, because a lot of the times you write a joke, you think that's how it's going to work, and then you realise actually it works better. My David Beckham joke that is my opening gag on a lot of my shows. I'm the David Beckham of stand-up comedy, because everybody who's ever met my wife wants to smack her in the fucking mouth. I wrote that joke in 2003, and I did it at 5 consecutive gigs, and it never got a laugh, because I put it in the middle of the routine, and it just never got anything. And then one day I just decided, about a year later, I went, right, I'll put it at the start and change. And I used to say stab my wife, and then I thought, no, I'll change it to punch her in the mouth, and I'll build up to it a bit. And then it became my opening gag that I told for it still to this day gets a big laugh. It's, I've been telling it for 15 years. But it was a shit joke for the first time I did it. You didn't know I was a comedian. Well, you should have worked. Well, I'm not a comedian, mate. I'm a fucking genius, is what I mean. I'm an artist. I'm an artist. I drew these fucking things. I draw. I do commissioned artwork. I play the ukulele, the banjo, the guitar, the harp. Right. I'm a skateboarder, obviously. Not professional on that one. I'm a YouTuber. I make YouTube videos. I make podcasts. I do debunking. I'm an actor. And I'm hung like a fucking steam engine, by the way. And yeah, What am I going to do next? You know, masks. That was the thing I was going to do next. I got this new mask the other way. Fucking got this on. This was on like fucking. It was like 60% off, and I've wanted this motherfucker since I saw it on Etsy. That's the fucking one right there. There we go. I'm also a French cabaret chanteuse. I'm an author now. I'm writing thought leader. Yeah, I would say that. Fashion template. More humane and relatable. Yeah, but that's not a skill, is it? You know, chicks only go with guys who've got good skills. I'm more relatable than I used to think. Well, do you know why, mate? Do you know why? Because I'm real, right? I'm like like the rappers, like the hip hop, the hip hop singers, the rap singers, the rap singers who go down the corn exchange, they jump up like that, and they always talk about keeping it 100 in the 9-9. Bitches ain't nothing but hoes and tricks, fucking, check this shit, I'm as real as can be, etc. Yeah, I'm a prophet. I'm a fucking... Dick, have you seen John at all recently? Well, obviously not, Brian. Because coronavirus, mate. That was before you talked to me. Oh, so what you're saying is I'm more relatable since you started talking to me. Right. I see what you did there. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah, I do know what you mean. And as I said, coronavirus, mate. I've seen no one. I haven't seen my parents. I ain't seen my fucking friend. My one friend. Right. Even when my aunt fucking got really sick, my aunt Jackie, and she fucking nearly, she was suspected of having it, couldn't see her, That's the scary thing, man. It's like, my parents could die. If my parents got it and they could die, I won't ever see them. There's, and that's the scary thing that people don't contemplate. It's like, I might never see my parents ever again. Like, that's the fucking scary thing. They might never see me again, I might never see anyone, certain friends or family, because you can't, And that's why Dominic Cummings should be fucking beaten to death with fucking sticks in the street. The fucking slap-headed fucking piece of shit. That's why he should be pelted with fucking frozen dog turds and fucking bags of fucking HIV positive blood in water balloons. Because the fucking, and anyone, and Boris Johnson should fucking go lick my ring piece for defending that cunt. And it's despicable, You're just like us, a human. Yeah, I am a human. That is a basic. That is. I would have hoped you'd have at least figured that out. I mean, I am human, unless you thought I was an algorithm or a cyborg. I'm a marathon runner. I am a marathon man. I found my. Oh, I'm also a body modification enthusiast with my hook suspensions. I found my next big challenge in terms of like up from the marathon. It's called an ultra super marathon that happens in London. You do 50 miles on day one, and then the next day you do a marathon. It's in London, and it's 2 days. You do 75 miles in 2 days. And I'm like, hey, When are you going to release the second part of Screen? Well, when I've done it, Brian. You know, when it's up, Brian. I'll release the thing. Things will come, mate. I don't know with that one. I've got other. That's a video I can do literally on a whim if I'm stuck and I need something, because I've literally just got to go in, find 150, 200 screenshots, and then I can just fucking put it up there. But you know, it will be coming. I will upload it. I had this geezer the other day, last week, saying, "Where's your Sargon video?" I'm like, "Well, is it on my channel?" I'm like, "No." I was like, "Well, then it's obviously not done, is it?" He's like, "But you said you would upload it last week." I'm like, "Well, I was wrong." Guess what? Believe it or not, my fucking skills when it comes to predicting the fucking timeline of when my videos will be ready is notoriously fucking shit. You know? It's monumentally fucking. It's actually impressive how fucking wrong I am all the time. I didn't realise at the time that Sargon was, you know, could fucking talk so much shit in fucking that much time. What do you think the fun? What do I think this? Dude, you're asking me what I think fucking some of the funniest. There are 17,000 screenshots, Brian. The funniest ones are the ones in the video. Obviously, the best photo in the history of the internet is Alex Jones's before and after shot for his weight loss supplement. That will never be topped. That is peak internet. Right? It is the greatest thing. It is one of the greatest images ever created. That's it. But beyond that, they're all fucking there. I wouldn't put a shit... If they're in the video, I wouldn't put them in there if they were shit. What do you mean wear this mask to Christmas dinner? Dude, I wear this outside. Fucking coronavirus. I can legit wear all my masks. You know? Protect it, you know? It's a face mask, you know? It doesn't make... This bit ain't going to make no difference, you know? I had to wear a face mask once in Sainsbury's because I had to go out and buy some stuff, like cigarettes and like some drinks and stuff, before I did a live stream. But I had stupidly painted my face like black for like the purposes of wearing a mask. So I thought, well, I can't go to Sainsbury's with this. So I put a mask on, and the security guard was like, "Mate, you can't take that mask off." I'm like, "Dude, I've got blackface." I like lied and said I'm doing some fucking theatrical production and I'm still wearing makeup. And I had to go out and get shit, but I didn't want to come to Sainsbury's looking like fucking Al Jolson. No, that's not the best. Dude, that is not the best thing Alex Jones done, was caught looking at transgender porn. I'm sorry, that's not... You know, that's funny, don't get me wrong, but it ain't the best thing Alex Jones has done. Jesus Christ. You don't know enough Alex Jones stuff, you know. I mean, to be fair, I'm a bit of an encyclopedia. I've been following him since 2004, since before I even had internet. Yeah. When I, you know, on Halloween night, when I went out, you know, Halloween night, I've got a scary clown mask and I've got a gold tracksuit, like, you know, metallic gold t-shirt, tracksuit, jeans, shoes. And I fucking wore them and went out on my go-kart on Halloween with a fucking scary clown mask on, just screaming down the street. On my own, you know. It was fucking amazing. You managed to dodge Alex Jones, mate. Dude, that's tragic, man. That is sad. You've missed out. Like, he's... he's one of the few people on the, you know, on the batshit bonkers mental side of it. You should fucking, you know, you heard a lot about him. No. What you've heard ain't shit, mate. What you've heard is nothing. It ain't even the tip of, it ain't even the flecks of fucking snow, like little flecks of ice on the top of the tip of the iceberg, right? There is a fucking Quatermass experiment of fucking bonkers mental fucking bananas, hilarious, awesome, and fascinating and deranged shit underneath it that you won't ever understand. If you want a good start, go and watch my fucking 4-part video series called Living in Alex Jonestown, where I went and where I spent... it's not worth getting into it now, dude. His career's pretty much over. But I mean, go and watch, you know, like, go and watch my video series, Living in Alex Jonestown. I spent 4 weeks and I basically, the rule was I'm not going to look at any news outlet other than Alex Jones or Infowars. Any news outlet, I'm forbidden from. I can't look at anything else. And I spent a month, and every week I made a video. What do you mean Alex Jones is a white nationalist now? Oh, now, what, as opposed to before, when he had David Duke on the show 5 years ago. Or when he's been talking for years about fucking... Dude, Brian, what have I told you about Alex Jones? He is whatever the fuck he needs to be to get fucking money and attention. That's what he is. And being a white nationalist, this is Alex Jones. That wouldn't even make the top 100 fucking dumbest ideas that man's fucking embraced. So, there's nothing wrong with Seinfeld, man. Seinfeld's fucking... Seinfeld's awesome. I know Seinfeld gets a bit of shit these days, but from the perspective of a stand-up comedian, he's a master of the craft, you know. In a way that, you know, a lot of people just don't, you know, really fucking, yeah, they really underestimate, and is incredibly difficult to fucking it's incredibly difficult to do. You haven't looked at Alex Jones. Wait a minute, you just said Alex Jones is a white nationalist now. Now you're saying you haven't looked at Alex Jones in years. So how do you know what Alex Jones is now, Brian? What have I told you, Brian, about... We've been over this before, right? You know this. We went through this months ago. Honestly, there's a documentary about stand-up comedy called Comedian, which follows two comedians, Jerry Seinfeld and Orny Adams, who's like a new up-and-comer comedian, and it follows Jerry Seinfeld over the course of a year. He's trying to write an entirely new hour of stand-up. Like he's given up saying, you know, all of his jokes. He's not going to fucking do any of his old jokes. He's going to write an entirely new hour, and it's the best documentary on stand-up comedy I've ever seen, because it's actually about, you actually see the process and the fucking, over the course of a year of him writing this material. You hear about him. And Brian, what have I told you about listening to what other people say and then taking their word for it? Yes, even when it's Alex Jones. Yeah, but dude, his 20-year-old jokes are 20 years old to you, but so are Monty Python. Monty Python sold out the O2 Arena and did an entire show of sketches that are 30 years old, like the Parrot sketch and Four Yorkshiremen, you know. And plus, you got to remember, it's only 20 years old to you. It's not to the person who's never seen that show before. No, he is. He's not. He used to be great. He still is what he is. Right? When it comes to someone who is a meticulous, you know, just insanely meticulous writer and disciplined performer to a level that is almost like obsessive, you know, insane, right? He is, you know, he's on a fucking another level from anyone, you know. I don't like big stadiums. No, listen, that's a stadium. Comedy, stand-up comedy should never be in arenas or stadiums. It just does not work. It should be in no bigger than a theatre, like with a couple of thousand people, is the most, you know. But it works at its best in, like, you know, places with, like, you know, a couple of hundred people. You know, I prefer basement rooms, low fucking ceiling, small room, tight packed in, bit uncomfortable. You know, the cars we've I don't watch that. I'm talking about his stand-up, mate. I'm not talking about that show. I mean, that's just a, you know, that's just a show he can do. What about Dice? I mean, Dice is obviously the king. There's a reason Dice was called the king, Lewis. But here's the thing: Dice's Madison Square Garden shows were actually the least good. The shows that were the least good, I felt, because if you see them first, you don't you know, you won't understand or get why people. The problem with that show, with the Dice Man Cometh at Madison Square Garden. By the way, Andrew Dice Clay, first comedian ever to sell out Madison Square Garden 5 nights in a row, 100,000 people. Just FYI. Never raped anybody. Married to the same woman. Right. Cosby, with Dice, you want to start. Well, the thing about it is that the thing about the Dice Man Cometh shows is that is in front of an audience when he was a megastar, and they all know his routines, and it's kind of like they're all playing along to it, and it's kind of like they're all sort of into it, and they're there for, to go along with the show, to do the dirty nursery rhymes, but if you go back, what I did was I thought, right, let's find some, and I found some like clips of him performing for the first time when he was barely known at like some small clubs, and the audience didn't know who he was. They'd never heard of him. And when you see him doing that same material in that environment in front of an audience who've never heard of him, it's a much more natural, real reaction. You get it at that point. You actually get it. When you see him walk out in front of an audience, and he does the same thing. He's got the jacket and the hair and the studded jacket, and he's all over the top, and he fucking does the cigarette thing for like 4 minutes and does this fucking shit, and then he just stands there, grabbing his dick, and then he just goes, "Little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet," and everyone stops and is confused because they're like, this guy's doing a nursery rhyme, this big macho fucking cliche, macho cliche who's sat there fucking around. He's now doing nursery rhymes. Little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet eating her curds and whey. Along came a spider. He looked up inside her and said, "Hey, what's in the bowl, bitch?" And the reason it works then is because you think he's going to just do a nursery rhyme, and you think, well, that's weird, but then he just changes it so the spider is actually him. It's just some guy going, "Hey, what's it?" Because that's just dumb. It's stupid. It's not meant to have. It doesn't mean anything. It's just fucking stupid. But it's just him leading the audience down one way, leading them back the other, and then right their way back. And then he just goes into the nursery rhymes, saying things like, Jack and Jill went up the hill. They had $1.25. Jill came down with $2.50. Little boy Blue, he needed the money. Mother Goose, I fucked her. And when you see it done in the context, like I said, in front of an audience that I've never seen him before, it works. You get it then. What's the funniest anti-joke? Well, anti-jokes aren't funny. I mean, I don't know, really. My favourite anti-joke is... I do like I did a video... I mentioned... Brian, I did a video about this, talking about anti-jokes, and I covered them in that, so... I do. One of my favourite anti-jokes is also would fall under my favourite racist joke. It's technically an anti-joke, but I don't know whether I should fucking do it now. 3 hours 47 minutes into a live stream. Yeah, I think we're safe. I can't get cancelled again for the 10th time in this century. You know what it is, okay? The feed is, what would the Flintstones be called if they were black? And the punchline is a word that starts with N. Right? Now, and I will defend that as a joke. I don't give a fuck what anyone fucking wants to sit here and say. It works as a joke because no one... It works as a joke because literally 3 hours 47 minutes, dude, that ain't shit. Dude, I do 8 hours just as a warm-up. Listen, you so nerd. This is how much of an amateur and a fucking noob you are, right? I do 8 hours like other people. Like other people go for a piss, right? I was the first person to do 24 fucking hours on a live stream in 2009, right? First, 24 hours straight, right? I did 22 hours earlier this year, and I did that by accident. Really, I didn't mean to. No co-hosts, right? No fucking breaks. No sleeping. Do you know why? Because I'm a fucking legend, right? Because I'm a goddamn juggernaut. Right? I'm the king. I'm the fucking face that runs the place. You don't know all my crazy ways. That's not crazy. It's not difficult. This ain't difficult, believe it or not. All I'm doing is I'm sat down on a comfortable chair on a sofa in a nice warm room, with a fan going in my face, just reading comments that are being posted on the internet and saying, that's it. I mean, it ain't difficult. I know that, It's not difficult enough that, you know, I mean, some guys, they need to take cocaine in order to get through. It's such a physically demanding fucking... I often go, yeah, no, that's happened plenty. That happens quite a lot, yeah. I suppose I should start really planning to do to try and fucking, you know, reclaim my crown, my live stream, Iron Man live stream crown at some point, because I've been holding it off and just like pushing it back and back and back. I need to I'll give myself a couple of months. I'll pick a date, and I'll be like, that's when it's happening. That's when it's happening, motherfucker. I just wish. This is the one thing that sucks about moving is I can't do another. My favourite, the best live stream I think, honestly, I've ever done was the one I did last year when I stood outside in the street outside my house with the computer up by the window, and I just was standing in the street for 4.5 hours with just people walking past with my computer, and it was amazing. It was the most fun, you know. It was fucking amazing, you know. Just people coming up, you know. I think I ended it at the right time because it was Saturday night and I fucking finished at 10 o'clock, and I'm like, if the pubs kick out, my computer's gonna get fucking annihilated. Why didn't you just stick to marijuana? Because I don't like marijuana. I wasn't into it. And dude, I don't think you understand what drug addiction is, mate. You don't, dude. Do you honestly think that if I was, you know, that I could just, that it's that simple to go, no, I'll just stick to this? You don't choose that, dude. You don't just sit there and go, I'll just stick to this, because obviously if I could have made a decision to stick to something else, I would have done that. But I was a fucking drug addict. I was a cocaine addict. I was a meth addict. I was a crack addict. I was a pill addict. I was a chain-smoking, nihilistic, fucking, absolute, you know, madman. You know, and I didn't like marijuana. I've never liked marijuana. I liked stuff that fucking amped you up and turned you into and made you go fucking bonzo for, you know. That's not how. Some people just need something, you know. No, dude. You don't take crack cocaine, mate, for anxiety. There is nobody that stupid. Why do they call me a crackhead? Because I am a crackhead. What do you mean, why do trolls call me a crackhead, Brian? Because I am a crackhead. No, but I don't want to relax, mate. Mate, I do I am what I am, and I'm happy with what I am. I don't need to relax, right? What you see online is not what I am like 24/7. Most of the time, I'm laying down, like under, you know, on this with this pushed out under pillows in me underpants, watching TV and eating junk food, and I'm perfectly relaxed. And then for the brief time that you see me on, you know, in a video or on a live stream, it represents a tiny bit, right? You said more as a relaxer, so you are telling me to relax because you said, why didn't I take this drug? You know, but it is a drug, mate. I mean, you can't say I don't see it as a drug, you know. You have to notice my people, but I'm not people, mate. Look, I'm not people, right? I don't like weed, and I don't like potheads in general. They're the most preachy, pushy, fucking, you know, aggressive fucking drug users out of any of them I've ever met. Yeah, but those people, am I those people, Houston? Let's start from a basic here. Am I those people? No, I'm not. I'm Dick Coughlan. So, and I've been clean for fucking nearly 14 years, mate. So, it's a bit late in the day to start looking back in hindsight. To quote Mystical, that, you know, well-known wordsmith, every motherfucker is smarter than Albert Einstein looking at it from hindsight. You know, the best way, I mean, do you want to know what crack cocaine is like? Shall I tell you what crack cocaine is like? Imagine setting fire to a thick plastic garbage bag, setting it on fire, inhaling all the fumes, and then having a panic attack for half an hour. And then it wears off really quickly, and you go, oh, should we do that again? Yeah, that's that, you know. Yeah, but it's not your experience, though, mate. It's other people's experience, and that's the thing, you know. Other people's experience is good for them, you know. Do you know what? I'd rather not to have done anyway. I'd rather have never done any of this shit. I'd rather have never if I had been smart, I would never have smoked. I would never have, I would have, never have done cocaine, crack. I never would have fucking drunk myself into fucking I never would have shagged people who I would meet weeks later and not remember. People who, may or may not have been alive that I found, how I have not got, how my dick is still attached to my body and hasn't rotted off with a million different fucking things, I don't know. Yes, people are different, mate, but, like I said, I'm 40 years old, mate. I quit taking drugs when I was 26. And I didn't quit because I want to. I quit because the doctor said, if you don't, you will be dead pretty soon. Like, there's a relaxer for you, mate. There's a way. You want a great leveler. You want the ultimate leveler. What about cutting? Is cutting a drug, Brian? No, cutting is a sign of mental anguish and emotional torment and psychological and emotional fucking distress. It's got fuck all to do with drugs. How did you watch Trainspotting? Easy, it's an amazing film. Totally relate to it. The sequel's fucking brilliant too. Yeah. Why would I not? I mean, why would I not watch it? I mean, it's totally about something that I can relate to. Was I into drugs in Trainspotting came out? Yeah. I wasn't into. I never did heroin, but I fucking understand it. Why would I not be? Why would I not watch it? I mean, why would I avoid a film about drugs when you're a drug addict? It makes. How did I watch it? Well, I got my eyes, pointed them in the direction of the screen that it was playing on, and it kind of just happened in front of me, and your eyes at the back, at the brain stalks, and you look at my eyes, you're looking at Dick Coughlan's brain. Did I see the Omniscient Meltdown? Fucking Omniscient Meltdown! What is this? Fucking 2019, Brian? Can you fuck off and get some new memes? Can you live in the now? Fucking Omniscient Meltdown. Do you know what I said when all that shit was going on? I said Chris Hansen is full of shit. Chris Hansen is just, this is his last attempt, and he's using his celebrity to convince people that he's got any fucking input. And what happened? Fuck all. He's done nothing. Absolutely nothing. And I was right. He's just a chancer. And as soon as that cunt from, what's that band called, Blood on the Dance Floor, there's that lead singer is apparently a fucking massive, he's a proper, crazy world of Arthur Brown. That geezer, right? And as soon as Chris Hansen, within a day, a video, I'm going to be looking into this fucking case. It's like, we don't need you to, motherfucker. What happened to Onision? I thought he was being investigated by the FBI. Fucking bullshit. No, not the Lost Prophets. Blood on the Dance. Ian Watkins is in prison, mate, for raping babies. I think we don't need an investigation into that. We know he raped them because he admitted to it. So. Yeah, I did like Paul Kay. There's a very good film with Paul Kay. I don't know what Paul Kay still does now. He probably doesn't need to. He probably does stuff. But I mean, there's a very good film that Paul Kay was in called It's All Gone Pete Tong, where he plays a DJ. He plays a DJ who's he's a top DJ in Ibiza, and he starts losing his hearing, and he has to and basically his life falls apart and spirals out because he can't DJ anymore. And it's a really good film. He used to be in punk bands. Yeah, he's probably doing lots of stuff. You just ain't heard about it, You haven't seen him, yeah, but I mean, you haven't seen lots of people, mate. Dude, 99% of people who, in any fucking entertainment industry, who do it professionally are people you've never heard of. The comedians who you see on TV or always on Netflix or always on the panel shows, they represent a tiny 1.5–2% of working professional comedians. Most professional comedians you will never hit. You'll never have heard of, and you'll never see because they're never going to be on TV. But you don't have to be. Same with actors. Now, I'm not saying you're blaming him. I'm just saying, like, you know, that's what, you know, same with actors. Most actors, you know, who are professional, you'll never have heard of. Most musicians and bands, you'll never have heard of. What would you have done to meet Rick Mail when he was alive? I would, what would I have done? I would have, do you know what I would have done? I'd have found Rick Mail's car. Right? I'd have got into it. I'd have broken in. And you know that little light by the rearview mirror? Right? I'd have switched that on. And then when no one was looking, I would scarper. And then in a couple of weeks, I reckon that guy would have a pretty flat battery. What do you mean, what would I have done? I don't fucking know, Brian. It would have been nice to meet him. Didn't get to. You know, saw him live once. You know, in 2000. I saw him live in Bottom Live. I think it was the fourth. No, it was the fifth. It was the fourth Bottom Live tour, which wasn't a great show. You know, it pretty sort of phoned in. But I saw him in Brixton Academy. And it was the day before I did my first ever stand-up gig. Like, no, it was November 27th. I did my first ever gig November 28th. Years ago. QI's good now. You know, QI still goes. It's still going. Yeah. It's a good show. The problem with QI is you watch it and you realise that everything you've ever known and believed in life is a lie. It's like this. It's the closest I've ever got to finding out, like, to being a religious person who's just found out God doesn't exist. You know, because you realise that nothing, absolutely nothing, you fucking have ever fucking believed is actually true. You know, you can't watch it anymore. Well, you can. What you do is, again, like I said, you get your eyes, you point them at the screen. Yeah, just good. You know, just don't say Sandy Toksvig. It brings on my eczema. The best things on QI was you can look them up on YouTube. Look up Alan Davis Blue Whale, because basically it became a running joke for like 10, 15 seasons. He would always give Blue Whale. You had a fireworks accident. Oh, like Nick Griffin. But it was funny when he had it because, like, he deserved it, you know. And he lost an eye, you know. An eye for an eye. That's probably why he's racist. He can only see one half of the people. You know, he can't see to certain frequencies of light. I've always thought Nick Griffin looks like, you know, he looks like a waxwork that's been left near a radiator that's too high. You know, or he looks like you've had a picture of a normal person on Photoshop and then your mouse has slipped and you've just fucking. But fair play to Nick Griffin. I mean, you know, you have to be, you know, it takes a lot. You know, when you're so right wing that the left side of your face doesn't work, you know, you've got to at least admire the fact that the geezer goes fucking all out. He doesn't fuck around, you know. Okay, I don't care who Stephen Crowder's favourite. Do you know who thinks that Stephen Crowder is their favourite comedian? Right, nobody. I don't care what Stephen Crowder thinks about important shit. You know, I remember many years ago, like 2010 or so, seeing a clip of Stephen Crowder doing stand up, and he's actually not bad. You know, he's very competent. You know, he's good. He was very, you know, his delivery was fine. His stage presence was good. He's just like, you know, he wasn't groundbreaking, but it was watchable. You know. Stephen Crowder is to, and I'll say this about Stephen Crowder is to comedy what polio is to good legs, you know. He's the only man who's probably ever been booed on stage. But at least he actually did stand up. He actually did comedy, like, you know, and he knows, you know, and he used, you know, Dave Rubin was never, you know, anything. Like I said, it's like me claiming that, you know, I'm a Nelson Mandela lookalike. You know, because I've got a brown bit of skin on my face. That's basically what Dave Rubin claiming to be a comedian is. Just because you stood on stage and spoke once, you know. I should have been on QI. I should have been on lots of shows, mate, but you don't get it. It's not really that simple. I shouldn't have been on anything, mate. I don't care about being on TV. Wasn't Condell a bad comedian? Well, no, Condell was a professional comedian. Good or bad is subjective. I mean, that's up to you. He did it for a living. I don't think he just wasn't, I mean, he wasn't rip-roaringly, right, like, fucking blow your underpants off, like, you know, laugh so loud you shit your pants and your kidney flies out your backside funny. But, you know, he was enough for him to be able to do it for a living. He just wasn't, you know, he wasn't good enough to fucking maintain. Or, you know, he didn't evolve. Evidently, he didn't evolve. Because he decided to become the opposite of a comedian. You know, he decided to just become a guy who, you know, went online and just regurgitated Daily Mail headlines. You know. I still got to do that video actually, because I was planning on doing. I had this idea of doing like the occasional video, maybe one a month, where I go back and look at someone who I made videos on, and I think I mentioned this in the last stream, that I had the idea of doing a video, because it's been 10 years since he uploaded his infamous, and for me, this was the nail in the coffin for him in terms of credibility, which was the Ground Zero Mosque video. Right, it's been 10 years since he uploaded the video about. Do you remember the Ground Zero Mosque? Remember how that was like gonna be it? You know, do you remember how that was gonna be the fuck? You know, that was a terrorist training camp, and it was a fucking Muslim triumphalist fucking building, and and we were basically fucking Al Qaeda were gonna be leasing out this fucking, but you know. And it was, you know, so he's probably got, but no, he hasn't. It's part of his heritage. That doesn't mean anything. It's part of my heritage, mate, because I've grown up in a Christian country. That doesn't mean you've got anything to do. It just means you're more comfortable with it. You're more familiar with it. It doesn't bother you as much. You know, that's all he means by that. You know, it's just another way of him. It's also just another euphemism for white. Let's be honest. I don't think they should build a mosque. I think they should build a giant, brown, circumcised Arabic dick. Twice in the morning at the exact times the planes hit the buildings, it just ejaculates all over the fucking place. You know, that would be funny. You know. If Elon Musk did that, right, I'd be like, yeah, I like him. He's gone to be a Trump supporter. Okay, I don't care, you know. So, Brian, what was the point in that comment? You remember seeing a video by a guy, brilliant, you know, making fun of people like Condell, who's now so thank you for informing me about this radical change in points of view from this geezer who you can't remember, and subsequently, you know. So thank you. That was. I saw. Yeah. Do you know what? Right. Hey, do you remember that, Lewis? Do you remember that video with that? It was about that thing, you know. By that geezer, about that thing. You remember that? The thing, you know. Yeah, do you remember that? He was the one who did the thing about that man. You remember that? You wonder why people change. You wonder why people change. Well, first of all, you don't know that he's changed. He might have just fucking cashed out. He might not believe a word he says. Secondly, they just do. But have you never changed in your life, Brian? Have you never had a position that you've eventually sort of let go of or moved on from? Or have you never had a belief that you look back on and think, God, that was, you know, I do, you know. I think that's human nature to change, you know. Yeah, the video, that it was something. It was something about I think it was something. It was something. Or was it anything? Was it nothing? Nothing. I don't know. But not for no reason. But how do you know there's no reason? Just because you don't know the reason doesn't mean there isn't one. You don't know that there's no reason, right? Just because someone changes position, you know. But again, you don't, you know. How do you know that they have changed position? This is YouTube, mate. You don't fucking know what people's reasons really are deep down, you know. It doesn't matter, and ultimately, it doesn't really matter, you know, whether or not, you know, just things happen to people, you know, that affect, you know. Sometimes it's got nothing to, it could have nothing to do with anything you're thinking about, you know. When did you peak as a person? What the fucking hell is that as a question? Am I Dennis Reynolds up in peaked? Okay, I was born at an 11, and I've only got better since. Have I peaked? What kind of how depressing a question is that? Because if I sit here and say no, I haven't peaked, how the fuck would I know whether I've reached my fucking potential? I don't want to reach. Dude, do you think I want to fucking, you know, fulfill my potential? I am the walking blueprint of fucking wasted potential, and I'm proud of it. Do you know how fucking amazing, incredible it is for me to be as talented and as incredible and witty and funny and intelligent as I am, and yet I've managed to fuck up every single possible turn. I've wasted every chance, opportunity. I've blown it in a way that no one else could, and somehow I'm still doing this for a job. It is kind of. How do I know when I've peaked? I don't fucking know, dude. I don't look at life like that. I don't know what a peak is. A peak in terms of what? I just think, you know, am I happy? You know, am I if I was to die now, would I think, yeah, that's cool? Then, you know, yeah, but I felt like that for ages, you know, I mean, I don't earn a lot of money. I don't live in salubrious fucking, you know, in a salubrious digs. I don't, you know, and I'm never going to be on TV or have a DVD or be a millionaire or whatever. But you know what? When I wake up in the morning, do you know what I do? Whatever the fuck I want. In terms of whatever you think suits. No, but I don't know but I don't know, mate. That's the point. I won't know. How could I possibly know whether I don't think of life like that? I don't think of it as peaks and troughs, you know. And I don't think I don't think life goes like that. How the fuck do I know? You know, you know, there are people, you know, there are comedians I knew when I started out. There's one guy. He was called Steve. He was called Steve Day, and he was deaf, and he started doing stand-up comedy when he was 44, right? He's now in his 60s, and he's fucking, you know, and within a few years he'd done it for a living. I don't know what life's gonna fucking throw at me, you know. I might try and kill myself again, you know, this year. I might fucking end up in a hospital. I could die tomorrow. Who knows? You could be. I don't care about being well known, mate. All I cared about was being good, and knowing that I was good, knowing that I had done. I had become this a comedian in the truest sense of the word. Like I could do this, and that, you know, I'd worked it out. I fucking put in that's all I cared about, was being good, and, you know, being able to have the privilege to perform in front of people and occasionally get paid for it, you know, and that's it. That's all I cared about. I didn't care about being famous or being on TV. That fucking sounds awful. That probably fucking, you know, I'd hate that, probably, you know. It's what do you mean recognition? Dude, I've got recognition. I've had recognition, right? I've had people, you know. I'll show you. Do you want to see the list of 4-star reviews I've got for my shows? Do you want to see all the fucking, you know, quotes from comedians who you've probably heard of? People like Russell Kane, people like Simon Amstell, people like, you know, Stuart Lee, people like Paul Sinner, people, you know, Reginald D. Hunter, you know, Carl Donnelly, people you'll see on the fucking TV, you know. do you mean? I don't need recognition from what? I stand on a stage and 99.9 times out of 100, people laugh. That's recognition, mate. That's what I do it. I don't do it for fucking anything else. I stand on a stage in front of a room full of people who have chosen to come and sit there and watch me for an hour. That on its own is a fucking is an honour. And then if I make them laugh for an hour, they laugh and applaud, and that's it. And that's all. That's recognition, you know. Well, what more do you want than that? What more do I need? You know, that's what you do it for. You do it because you want people to make people laugh. Because that makes you. That means that, you know, for an hour, those people enjoyed their, you know, forgot about everything and had a bit of fun. Yeah, that's all I wanted to do. And plus, I've been doing it. I did my first gig in 2001. It's now 2020, so it's getting on for 19 years. Do you know what? Do you know what? 95, 96, 97% of people who start off trying to do stand-up comedy, do you know how long they last? Right, 6 months, a year, if that. I'm in the top fucking few percentile of people who start doing stand-up and actually are still doing it 19 years later. I'm a you know. There's very few people who can say they did that. Some people can say they did it for a bit. I've been doing it for nearly 2 decades. You want to be a comedian? Well, but having the balls to go on stage is, mate, going on stage is the easy part. You should want to go on. If you want to be a comedian, you should want to go on stage. I don't get nervous about going on stage. I never get scared or apprehensive. I get fucking excited. I want to go on stage. I actually prefer going on first because I want to get on there as soon as possible. You know, I've never when you start off, you're scared because you haven't done it yet. You're trying to find your feet. But as soon as you've nailed it and you've figured out, you know, that you can do it, and you've figured out what works, and you're building your set, you don't have any stage fright. Okay, well, good. That's a good start. You hate public speaking. You have a slight stutter. I've known comedians with stutter. There was one comedian who had Tourette syndrome, who I know, like proper Tourette syndrome, not shit Tourette like I have. You know, work your stutter into your act. Make it part of it, you know. Or just don't speak. There's lots of comedians who don't speak, you know. Find a way around it. Be creative, you know. Find a way to get around it. That's what artists do, mate. You know, when you're presented with a problem or something that gets in the way, timing is important. Yeah, well, obviously, timing is important in everything, mate. That's why you practice. But you have to learn timing. You have to learn what timing is. You know, no one is blessed with natural, God-given, perfect timing. It's something you learn. You know, by standing on a stage night after night. I don't know how many gigs I've done in my time. I've done thousands, man. You know, when in the first few years, I was doing 4 or 5 a week, travelling 2 hours on a train. You know, and 2 hours back to go and do a 5-minute spot in a fucking shitty little free gig in a fucking badly set up room, with an audience that couldn't give a shit. Most of with next to 4 people there probably, you know, or even worse, you go there and it's cancelled, right? And it's to do 5 minutes, right, unpaid. And I did that 4-5 times a week. Right? Every train journey cost me 25 quid. That's what I did. I once slept on the streets, in London. I once slept on the streets of London outside Victoria train station in the middle of February when it was 2 degrees, right? Just so I could do a 10-minute spot at the Comedy Store after midnight, right? That's what I nearly froze to fucking death, right? And I wasn't paid, and the gig weren't even that great because the midnight show audiences are drunk and fucking basically a bunch of cunts, right? And I once got when I did the stand in Edinburgh, which is like Scotland's big one. What age was I then? I was 23, 24. I went to Scotland. I lived in Kent. I got a train to London. Got a plane to Edinburgh. Right. Got a hotel. Stayed the night. The next night, did a 10-minute unpaid spot. Stayed another night in a hotel. Got a plane back. Right. Spent about nearly a couple of £100 just to do a 10-minute spot at a club. That was it. Right? Because that's what you've got to do. Right? That's called paying your dues. And you do that because everyone does this. This is, right, because, it's got to be something you're willing to put yourself through that. You have to be willing to go, I will sleep out on a freezing pavement. I'm offended that you're offended the internet. Dorcock, could you, just stop saying random shit to take over the call? Still do clubs? No, I haven't done clubs in a while. I still do gigs. I don't gig as much. The last few years I've been focusing on my internet content. But it doesn't matter. This thing is, I'm established on the circuit with enough people. There are enough promoters. Like, if I want to go and do Edinburgh or Brighton Festival or a Camden Festival, or I want to go do gigs in Scotland, I know all the promoters. I know enough people that I can get them when I want to. They're always there. So I don't have to fucking gig like I have to. I can do one gig every couple of months. A few gigs over the course of the year, just enough to just to do some. But I'm not. But I generally only do them. I don't fucking do them unless I'm going to get at least 20 odd minutes and I'm going to get paid for it. I don't have to fucking make any money, but I have to at least fucking cover my spend. I had a gig in Leeds. What, in the last 20 years? Yeah, a couple. Yeah. Is that honestly what you want to know? Whether I've gigged in Leeds before? What, because Leeds is this weird, barren fucking wasteland with no form of entertainment? Well, no, Ricky Gervais was... when Ricky Gervais recorded and released his first DVD, Animals, I had been doing stand-up comedy longer than he had. He was never a stand-up. And with all due respect, Ricky Gervais is not a fucking... he's not an inspiration or role model for my... And Ricky Gervais, to be fair, also, he got famous. He knew people in the industry, and he was... a lot of... a lot of success... This is the other thing you learn as well, doing stand-up. Working in entertainment industry, is that success of that magnitude is based largely on luck. Yes, you've got to work hard. Yes, you've got to be good, but you've also got to have a fucking shit. You've just got to be in the right place, right time. The stars have got to align. No, Stephen Merchant wasn't a real genius. I wouldn't say Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant worked well together. They brought out the best. They brought out they brought something to the table. Because I'm sorry, it's like David. Ricky Gervais' acting in The Office is incredible. It's not. It's actually looking back, it's actually quite. I feel kind of. It's kind of annoying because I'm like, Jesus Christ, he's good at play in this. And why the fuck is he not? Why does he not do more stuff? Because there's so much great performances there. We're bad for comedy. Oh, in Leeds? No, you're not. You fucking idiot. Is it what, in Yorkshire? Oh yeah, well known up north. No northern comedians. Cultural knowledge? No. I mean, I think Stephen Merchant was a stand-up. I mean, Stephen Merchant worked in stand-up comedy better. I mean, Gervais is more of a natural kind of just force of nature. I mean, he very much sort of is what he is. You see that when he's on stage. He's not really, he's quite sort of relaxed. There's not a lot of. It's not disciplined as much. It's not like when you watch Stephen Merchant, you can tell he's thought this through. This is something he's done. He's done this performance a fucking 500 times before in the exact same way. You know what I mean? You mean locally? Yes, you are, dude. Trust me. Have you looked up stand-up? Do you go look up like stand-up comedy in Leeds? I bet you will find quite a lot. What I think of conservatives grieving that. Dude, I don't give a shit. Why would I care? Dude, Brian, why do you always obsess over what other people think about stuff? Right? Why can't you have an opinion on something? Are you telling me that you could not watch something and enjoy it if you found out conservatives also enjoyed it. Regardless of whether or not the conservatives enjoyed it for the right reasons or in the right way. Can you not just watch something and take it for what it is, rather than sitting there and going and worrying about what everyone else thinks? It's okay for you to like something, and for someone else who's the opposite of you to like something. You know, it's like there's no rules there. It doesn't mean you're a bad person because you like something. You know, at someone. You know, it's quite common for, you know, people on the right. Look at not Dave Chappelle. Look at Chris Rock's Niggers versus Black People routine from 1996, which was a great routine. It's one of the best stand-up routines. Personally, I put it in my top 10. But then then people on the right started using it as an actual fucking legitimate argument to try and justify them using the word nigger and calling black people niggers. And so Chris Rock had to stop using that. Sargon of Akkad, one of my video responses to Sargon a couple of years ago, was him making that very argument. And I responded by reading an interview from 2006 where Chris Rock says the reason I stopped doing that routine was because white racist people started adopting it as an actual argument. You know? So when people sit there and go, oh, Chris Rock said, you know, it's like, no, you don't. Chris Rock thinks you're a cunt. You took a great stand. You took a brilliant, you know, a really, really clever and brilliant and sort of, you know, quite, you know, very deep and layered and intelligent piece of stand-up, and, you know, and you ruined it. You know, you made it toxic. You know, you've made for Alex. I'm fine. I'm cool for weirdos, mate. I know that you see yourself as my weirdo dealer. I'm fine. What do you mean when he falls? Dude, you're watching Sargon. Sargon's falling is happening very slowly. He's like a sort of balloon that's got a tiny little hole in it, and he's just sort of... But every now and again he'll catch a go. He fell. Dude, you had it last year. He reached the peak of his relevance last year with the fucking, you know, European parliamentary election. That's it. He will never get fucking higher than that. That was his peak. And he fucking got sent crashing right down, covered in milkshake, and with no seat. There are deaf kids playing musical chairs who have more fucking seats than UKIP. Right? That was it. So now, it's just... Carl Kalinske. I don't care why he defended Sargon. So what? Why did... Again, Brian, you've got to stop obsessing over what other people think about stuff. Tell me what you think. I don't give a shit about... I've told you this countless times. I don't watch Carl Kalinske. I don't find him interesting. You know? How do I feel about that Scottish... Okay, could you put that in a more sort of, like, less 1980s Jim Davidson way? This Scottish bird from the Lib Dems. Yeah, she has a cracking set of knockers, you know. You know, a wazzer pair of jugs. You know. Now obviously she's flexible, but not on the jugs. You know, we have to be firm on the jugs, and the jugs have to be very firm. You're from the Netherlands. What, so you don't know what names are? You can't work them out? What's being from the Netherlands got to do with it? You can't tell me what someone's name is. You can't pronounce a Scottish woman's name. I don't have fancy modern lingo. Right, what you do is you look up what her name is, and you tell me. You don't call her the Scottish bird. Like you're fucking Del Boy Trotter. Sargon. Brian! Stop typing sentences that begin with you saying what somebody else thinks about something else. This is the 9th time in a row you've done it. Can you let these words penetrate your fucking brain? God all fucking shitting bugger. Jesus suffering fuck. The SNP is not communist, isn't it? Really? You don't need to say that in this room, Lamort, because Joe Biden isn't a fan of Sargon of Akkad. Okay, that's one thing he could run on. I'd vote for him based on that. That's only because he looks at Sargon and thinks, I wouldn't even rape you, you know. Joe Biden's thinking that I wouldn't even touch your kids up. Yeah. Sargon, can I just say that? Even the one that ain't yours, that you know, which you wouldn't mind, you know, because you resent them, that because your deep-seated hatred is that fucking strong. The Lib Dems have helped the Tories. Yeah, but I'm sorry, I don't go for this bullshit. People, you know what the thing about third parties and smaller parties is people always moan that they always help the party that's the opposite, that they're against. You know, no one ever thinks about, well, do you ever occur to you that the other party think the same way about them, but only the other way round? Like, yeah, the Greens and the Libertarian Party in America can help get Trump elected, but they can also, if Hillary had won, wouldn't you make the same argument? You know, do you know who you should be? Here's the thing that annoys me. People bust on people. If people are voting, that's cool with me. Even if it's third party, which I agree is pointless and a waste of time. But at least they're engaged, right? I will say the people you should be moaning at are the 48% of the population who don't even vote, right? Forget the 2% of people who may have possibly won it for the Democrats, who voted for Jill Stein or Gary Johnson. Moan at the 48% of people who on their own could have voted for one candidate and won them the entire election by a landslide. Have a go at them. You know? They're the ones who are fucking everyone over. You know? It ain't the poxy little... Don't have a go at people just for taking part. You know? I'd much rather people vote for someone, you know, pointless than nothing at all. You know? And in all fairness, you know, Jill Stein and Gary Johnson, they're fucking jokes, you know? And if you can't get someone to vote for you over them, then that's your problem. I mean, your job, I hate to break this to you, but your job when you're running a political campaign for an election, for elected office, it's your responsibility to get people to fucking vote for you. You can make all the excuses you want. You can't sit there and blame those people who voted for Jill Stein or Gary Johnson over Hillary Clinton, when, no, it's Hillary Clinton's fault because she didn't fucking get them, she didn't do enough to fucking make them want to. And you can make all the excuses you want about the media and this and that and the other. Everyone fucking do. So that's never changed. Didn't, you know, Barack Obama managed to figure it out. Bill Clinton managed to figure it out. You know, lots of other Democrats have managed to figure it out. So you can't sit there and make the fucking same excuses that now just because you're riding with Biden. I would ride with Biden, but unfortunately, I'm not black. So. I know she won. Yeah, but Brian, that means nothing. Who won the election? Donald fucking Trump. Who is the president? Stop bringing up this fucking popular vote bullshit like it fucking matters. It doesn't. The rules before you went into the game were you knew. In fact, if we went on popular vote, the Republicans haven't won an election for 30 years. These are the rules before you go into the fucking game. You can't piss and moan afterwards. I know it's stupid, but that's the fucking game. That's the way it's been. You know? So, and like I said, other people have fucking managed to do it. So, you can't sit there and make an excuse. You know? Especially when you're up against someone like Donald Trump, who is objectively the worst fucking candidate anyone could possibly have running, you know, running for anything, you know. I don't give a fuck about statesman-like leaders. You know what I want? I want fucking, I'd like some sort of leadership. I'd like someone who I at least, you know, felt believed in something, you know. That's the problem with Johnson. It's that he doesn't believe in anything. He believes in Boris Johnson. He cares about Boris Johnson. You know, that's it. I'll take Thatcher over Boris Johnson. You know, Thatcher, you knew where you stood. She was like, fuck you, you know. You don't need an opinion. Why? Because it doesn't matter. Gordon Brown. I don't know whether Gordon Brown wasn't in charge long enough to be judged fairly. In all fair, to be honest. Again, it doesn't matter why Bill Clinton won. It doesn't matter why anyone wins. What matters is who wins. That's it. You can sit there and dissect any election and say, well, if these people had done that and that had happened and this had happened and that and that. You can do that till you're fucking blue in the arse. What matters? Who won? Who's in charge? They are. Right. The end. TheEnd.com. Right? No. Here's the thing, Brian. Here's the thing you got to remember. Remember when George W. Bush was in power, and it was all a big laughing stock, right? Right. Here's the thing you to try to keep in mind. Do you know what scares me? That in 10, 20 years' time, I'm looking back at Trump and thinking, God, those were the good old days. It's that's what I'm scared of. I'm not fucking... Because we all thought Bush was going to be like, you know, it couldn't get worse than Bush. Bush is is a once in a lifetime terrible. Didn't take him long. Bush did say history will judge me. No, well, it turns out we didn't need long. It took 8 years of history. What do you mean the GOP's becoming more unhinged? Dude, the hinges were taken off. Do you know when the hinges came off for good with GOP? Sarah Palin. That was the fucking tipping point. We just didn't realise it at the time. We just thought it was a bad idea. Right? But that was the fucking tipping point. Because that woman, she was picked for no reason. Bush was Obama compared to... Refined? Refined like what? I've seen fucking meteors that were more refined than... Actually, if you look at Bush, like, post-presidency, when he does interviews on chat shows, and if you watch him pre-presidency, it's amazing how much more articulate and well spoken and you know, just not stupid he sounds, you know. And no, he's not even an idiot, you know. It's just you know. He's quite, you know, he's annoying, you know, considering the fucking horrific thing, you know, the amount of people he has been, the amount of lives he has been responsible for ending, and and all the damage he did. George W. Bush is annoyingly likable, you know, like to a point where it's like if I was sat next to him, I probably would like. You know, I'd probably end up liking him against my better against what my better judgment, you know. Light. Do you know what? The one thing people like Trump and and other multi-millionaires or billionaires have shown us is that it doesn't matter how great mankind is. You know, we can do space travel. We've got all this technology. We've got all of it. We can have fucking driverless cars. We can have all of this amazing shit. Doesn't matter how rich you are. Mankind still cannot make a toupee or a hairpiece that looks even borderline fucking human. That is fascinating. It's got nothing to do with the Cold War, mate. The UK started getting pushed right wing because we did have a Labour government between that, mate. So yeah, we did, and so like it was after the Islamic terrorism became the thing. That's when the push to the right started. I did make a 1 hour long video. Going through that, Yeah, but I would take an android. I would take anything. I can't think of anything, including inanimate objects, that I would not fucking rather have in charge. Okay, Brian, what are you doing? Look at what you've written. Trump is retweeting. I don't care. What do you think, Brian? Stop telling me what other people think about other people. Just stop it. Just, can you listen? Say it to yourself. Like, say it over, and before you type something, say, is this exactly this? Am I writing something that is exactly what Coughlan has fucking told me 17 fucking quadrillion times in a row to stop doing? Because it's fucking winding him right up and getting right up his foreskin. No, criticising Israel is not anti-Semitic. And, you know, of course people who say that are fucking wrong, and I don't give a shit what any fucking organisation... No organisation gets to define what anything is just because they say so. Fuck you, I don't care. You know, and no one in this room... I'm pretty sure there's nobody in this room who thinks that criticism of Israel as a, you know, as a country is anti-Semitic. Right. I mean, obviously, you know, because if I wanted to be anti-Semitic, I would just do what I always do: make a satirical Nazi video. Dude, Lamort, stop, mate. I know. You don't need to. It's a shame your video on the well, it's still up. It's just not on my channel. You can find it. You can find copies of it. I'll find it now. Hold on. It's a fucking amazing video as well. Okay, and you know what the annoying thing is? I've never put so much effort into the production quality of a video. It took 18 hours to render this video. That's how fucking... Most of my videos take 18 minutes to render, you know. This took 18 hours, and it took 6 hours. Yeah, here he is. Yeah. Hold on. Right. Here we go. Hold on. I'm playing this video because if you haven't seen it, this video is the absolute bollocks. You know, this is the fucking, you know, took me I spent 18 months researching this. Where's everyone from? They're from the internet. Now shut up. Let me just check the OBS. Yep.
Hello everybody, my name is Dick Coughlan and welcome to the long-awaited second instalment of my series Dicksplaining, where I go through and document the history and psychology behind some of the world's most famous conspiracy theories. The first video in this series, which I uploaded about a year ago this month, was on the subject of Holocaust denial. I'll leave a link to that below, along with all the other relevant links that I'll be referencing in this video. This series was never intended to be an annual event. However, the reason it's taken me so long to complete this video is that I'm dealing with what is arguably the biggest and most complicated and most influential conspiracy theory of all time. It's a conspiracy theory that laid the foundations to some of the biggest atrocities of the 20th century, and it's a conspiracy theory that disturbingly is still, in some form or another, still widely believed to this very day. So sit back, relax, and let me dicksplain to you the protocols of the learned elders of Zion.
David Icke believes the protocols of Zion are real still. Consider, just know that before.
So what are the protocols? Well, the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, although it's had many different titles during the last century, claims to be a document that contains the minutes of a meeting that took place between a very small group of powerful and influential Jews. The purpose of this meeting was for them to lay out their entire plan for world domination. This came in the form of 24 protocols. Now, I'm not going to go through all 24 protocols here. I'll leave a link to a PDF document below that contains a copy of the document. You can read it for yourself. But basically, it's how you would imagine most people would write out a plan for total world domination, controlling of the media, controlling of education, controlling of the political system. But the important thing to remember is that this entire plan had to involve them controlling everything without anybody noticing, but also it had to be done so it gave the illusion of freedom and democracy. So, for example, all political parties would be controlled by them, and so no matter who won, they would still end up the real winners. Now, if you're sat there thinking that a small group of people controlling
Brian,
the
could you
world...
stop fucking preempting what the video is already gonna address? Right? You know, just I'm gonna cover it, mate. It's 30 minutes. Just sit back and watch the King.
World, whilst brainwashing the masses into believing that they are free. If you think that sounds familiar, well, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion is the reason why. And whilst the Protocols of Zion did not create this idea or this conspiracy theory, it certainly did popularise it and made it more acceptable as a mainstream point of view.
Did you ever wonder why the Jews are such great proponents of democracy? Whether in Indonesia or Pakistan or Serbia or you name it, whenever there is some threat to universal suffrage, the Jews are ready to send the U.S. armed forces in and bomb and kill until everyone is permitted to vote. Why is that? The appeal of mass democracy lies in the fact that in essentially every country in the world today, the number of persons unable to think for themselves is substantially higher than the number able to make independent decisions. Those unable to think for themselves have their thinking done for them by the people who control the mass media. Which is to say, democracy is the preferred system because it gives the political power to those who own or control the mass media, and at the same time allows them to remain behind the scenes and evade responsibility for the way in which they use that power.
That was Dr. William Pierce there. What a charming man. In 1797, Abbé Burrell, a French Jesuit, wrote a treatise in which he believed there was a Masonic conspiracy behind the French Revolution. Initially, the Jews were never mentioned, but in 1806, Burrell was sent a forged letter which singled the Jews out as the reason behind the conspiracy. The protocols wouldn't be written until 91 years later at the request of Piotr Rachowski, a Secret Service agent, which was a secret police force for the Russian Empire, aka Guard Department. Rachowski was part of the Okhrana's French section, and he was tasked with the job of monitoring the activities of Russian revolutionaries.
Why are we watching this? Because most people haven't seen it. This video took me fucking nearly a year and a half to research, write, and then put together and fucking film and cut it. And it got flagged within 30 minutes for hate speech. So most people have never seen, who watch me, have never seen this, and it's probably the fucking best video I've ever made. Right. So I'm gonna fucking play it because I haven't seen it in fucking ages either. Right. Just stop asking questions and just listen to what I say and accept it, right? Just let me brainwash you.
In Paris, where he was based. At the time, the Russian Emperor or Tsar was Nicholas II, having taken power in 1894 following the death of Alexander III. Now, it turns out that this Rachowski bloke was, as impossible as this may seem, a little bit fucking paranoid. I know, trust me, wait till the end. And as is the way with many people with a conspiratorial mindset, it seems that Rakovsky's paranoia stemmed greatly from the fact that he himself was what historians refer to as dodgy as fuck. For example, Rakovsky had foiled various bombing attempts that he himself had masterminded. He had had personal foes of his assassinated. He wrote letters denouncing so-called revolutionaries. He then published anonymous pamphlets that he used as proof of anti-Tsarist activity that needed to be curbed. The fact that he was stationed in Paris, which is 1,761 miles from Moscow, only made him more paranoid and allowed him to rationalise his hatred and fear of a guy called Sergei Witte. Sergei was the Minister of Finance and had been for the past 5 years. His service under Alexander III meant that Nicholas II held him in high regard and very much valued his input and feedback. And that pissed Rakovsky off something proper, because this Sergei cunt was a liberal. And the very thought that some bean-eating, sandal-wearing, limp-wristed fucking gaylord was influencing the Tsar of Russia, that just made Rakovsky really fucking angry. However, Sergei was strictly speaking not a liberal, but neither was he a conservative. Fucking centrist cunt. Sergei was the finance minister. His job was to come up with financial and economic policy that would bring in revenue and lead to the growth and expansion of the Russian economy. So if you want to look at it in a perversely ironic way, it means that Sergei, the guy who inadvertently led to the creation of the biggest anti-Semitic conspiracy theory of all time, was a Jewish accountant. Rakovsky began to shit his pants, both figuratively and literally. He was terrified about how much influence Sergei had over Nicholas II. His fear was that liberalism and modernity would begin to infect Russia. But this would only happen if Sergei chose to fully exert his influence that he had over the Tsar, which no doubt the dirty Jewish commie bastard would end up doing. Duh. And Rakovsky knew that the worst thing that could possibly happen for Russia would be for it to start being moderate and progressive and in some way fucking reasonable. He knew that the foundation for any good empire was rulers who were insane fucking nutters. So he needed to completely undermine and destroy any influence that Sergei had over the Tsar. This meant destroying any trust between the two. He also knew that whatever he came up with couldn't be simple or easy or obvious. Oh no. It had to be something special. It had to be a plan so elaborate, so shocking, so over the top, that there's simply no way the Tsar would ignore it, because if it were true, the consequences would be devastating. So Rakovsky knew he needed to prove to the Tsar that Sergei, like all Jews, was part of some devious plot to take over the world, and that their goal was to ultimately destroy Russia from within by making it more liberal and progressive, pushing it further to the left until it ultimately collapsed under the weight of its own degeneracy. Gay marriage, unisex toilets, toddlers on heroin, transgender cats and dogs living together. He knew exactly what he had to do. The question was, how? Here's how. Rakovsky contacted a man called Golovinsky. Golovinsky was a Russian-French journalist and political activist who was asked to create a document that would eventually become known as the Protocols of Zion. Now, presumably, Golovinsky was well compensated for his efforts, although I do hope that Rakovsky didn't break the bank on this case, because it turns out that Golovinsky was a bit of a lazy bastard. Now, in Golovinsky's defence, he had never claimed to be a creative or fictional writer of any kind. And I think it's fair to assume that Rakovsky didn't exactly give him a lot of time in order to complete this task. That, coupled with the fact that any journalist who would agree to do such a thing in the first place should probably not be seen as someone who's completely trustworthy in the first place. It's therefore unsurprising to find out that Golovinsky's document was not exactly the most original piece of writing in the world. To put it another way, if Golovinsky was a pop star today, he'd probably be the guy who was caught plagiarising music from Ed Sheeran. Allow me to explain.
It gets really complicated here, so you might want to take notes.
Now pay close attention, because this is where it gets a little bit complicated.
Told you.
In 1842, French novelist Eugene Sue ended up popularising what became known as the serial novel, when his fictional series The Mysteries of Paris, or Les Mystères de Paris, were published in a French newspaper called the Journal of Debates, or Le Journal de Débatoire. These novels were overtly anti-Catholic and pro-socialist. In 1864, French political satirist Maurice Joly published the Dialogues in Hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu, which was a satirical but direct criticism of Napoleon III's regime. The book at the time was published anonymously because criticism of Napoleon was at the time illegal. However, despite his best efforts to distance himself from the novel itself, authorities eventually connected Joly with the original text, and he served 15 months in prison. In 1868, a book called Biarritz was published. It was written by a German novelist who was a huge anti-Semite called Hermann Goethe. It was translated into Russian in 1872. In 1896, Austro-Hungarian political activist and writer Theodor Herzl released a pamphlet entitled Der Judenstaat, which literally translates of the Jewish state. He argued that the best way to avoid anti-Semitism in Europe was to create an independent Jewish state.
Lol.
He then encourages Jews to purchase land in Palestine, although he also made the argument that you could do the same thing in Argentina. Whilst Herzl is credited with popularising the term Zionism, it's important to recognise that Herzl already opposed efforts made by various Zionist groups to settle Jews in the already occupied Ottoman land of Palestine. In Maurice Joly's Dialogues in Hell, shadows of the historical characters Niccolo Machiavelli and Charles Montesquieu meet in hell in the year 1864 to discuss politics. This would later go on to be known as Twitter. The noble Baron Montesquieu made the case for liberalism. The Florentine politician Machiavelli makes the case for despotism. The part of Machiavelli represents Napoleon Bonaparte. The two characters would have and share 25 separate exchanges until, in the end, Machiavelli wins. As I said earlier, Hermann Goethe was a notorious anti-Semite. His book contains a chapter entitled Meetings at the Jewish Cemetery in Prague, subtle, which describes a secret rabbinical cabal which meets in a cemetery at midnight to have one of their centennial meetings. The story and text of these two books was shamelessly and heavily plagiarised from and combined to become what we now know as the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. However, do you want to hear the even bigger, more perverse irony of all? The Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion plagiarised Hermann Goethe's book Biarritz. Hermann Goethe's book Biarritz was found to have plagiarised several pages from Maurice Joly's Dialogues in Hell. And Maurice Joly's Dialogues in Hell was found to have plagiarised The Mysteries of Paris by Eugene Sue. So in summary, an anti-Catholic socialist serialised novel was plagiarised into a novel written by a Catholic monarchist, which was then plagiarised by a Germanic Prussian chauvinist and anti-Semite's novel, which was then plagiarised by some bent journalist at the behest of some secret agents working for the Russian government. It would be funny if it wasn't for the immense horror that would be about to follow. Now at this point, I feel I need to make something perfectly clear. There is some disagreement about the true origins and authorship surrounding the Protocols of Zion. Not that whether or not it was a forgery, that is undisputed. But over the course of the last century, there have been many different versions and stories connected to how the Protocols of the Elders of Zion came to be. To this day, the original version of the manuscript has never been found. And there is some debate over who the true author of the original document was. We know that it was conceived and commissioned by Rakowski, and we know why he did it. But it's not certain that Golovinsky created it. Now you're probably wondering, Richard, why then have you
Only the Protocols of Zion and the Bible share those qualities. We don't know who wrote it, and we don't know it, and we haven't got an original copy.
Chosen this particular version of events, and not another version? And the truth of the matter is, because I like this version. And therefore, it's the one that I'm choosing to believe. And it's exactly that is the reason behind the immense success of the Protocols of Zion for the last 120 years. Originally, the Protocols were first published in 1903 in a serialized format in a daily newspaper from August the 28th to September the 7th in a newspaper called Znaima, which was sold exclusively in St. Petersburg. Due to the fact that this newspaper was sold exclusively in St. Petersburg, and because the content of the newspaper, and by extension its readership, was extremely anti-Semitic, it pretty much went under the radar as in terms of international recognition. That was until a couple of years later, when it was finally first published in its entirety in a full book. The guy responsible was an absolute nutter who went by the name of Sergei Nilus, who somehow managed to get hold of a copy of the Protocols. And in 1905 he decided to add it as a final chapter to his book, which was called...
all my stand-ups online! You don't need to say it's all online! Okay, if you don't want to watch this, dude, don't watch it, but I'm going to play the rest of it, right? Stop being such a dick. You're not the only person here. Right? Just, can we have a little bit of, it's not all about you, right? I appreciate that you've come in here, and I appreciate you've been contributing to the chat, right? But you're not the only one here. This is my show, and I'm playing this, and I'm not going to stop it just because, because if you don't want to do it, it's 15 minutes left. Go and have a fucking Coke and a smile. I know you're making a suggestion. I don't need your suggestion halfway through. You're clearly not interested in this. That's fine. Go and have a wank and a Coke and a smile and just sit there and wait.
This is true. The great within the small, the coming of the Antichrist and the rule of Satan on earth. The problem this time, however, was that now the Protocols was being exposed to a much wider audience, which put it under a greater deal of scrutiny. And to put it bluntly, Sergei didn't exactly do a very good job of explaining where the Protocols had come from when he was asked about it by various people inquiring. He first claimed that they were written in 1897 at a meeting known as the First Zionist Congress, which was held in Basel, Switzerland, which is where the book, as I mentioned earlier, Theodor Herzl wrote, came from. However, this didn't make any sense because that particular meeting was not exclusive to Jews, it was a public event and lots of non-Jews attended the event. So Sergei quickly changed his story, claiming that actually the Protocols was written over a series of several meetings that took place between the years 1902 and 1903. The problem with this excuse is it completely contradicted something the soppy old duffer had already said earlier on, claiming that he had been given a copy of the manuscript in 1901. This immediately prompted an investigation by the Russian government, which found that the Protocols may have been circulated amongst certain anti-Semitic circles in France as early as 1897. This therefore prompted Emperor and Tsar Nicholas II to order that all copies of the book be confiscated. However, this did virtually nothing to stop it spreading all across Europe and to all four corners of the world, in what may be the earliest example, pre-internet anyway, of what we know now as the Streisand effect. Although, to be honest, I'm a little bit hesitant to apply the Streisand effect to an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, particularly as it's named after one of the most famous Jewish entertainers. Over the course of the next 15 years, the protocols eventually would spread all over the globe. One of its biggest supporters was Henry Ford, author of The International Jew, who, whilst in later years would go on to denounce the book and accept that it was a forgery, at the time decided to pay for 500,000 copies to be published and printed. It also inspired Ford to write his own series of anti-Semitic articles that were published.
When Hitler was in prison, he took 2 books with him. One was the Bible, the other one was Henry Ford's International Jew.
In his very own newspaper.
And he found the time to make cars as well.
Stating, and I quote, "The only statement I care to make about the protocols is that they fit in with what's going on. They are 16 years old and they have fitted the world's situation up to this time." By this stage, the protocols had become so well publicised and was so well known and being taken so seriously that it prompted an investigation by an English journalist known as Lucian Wolfe, who worked for the Times of London. It took him over a year of investigative journalism, but eventually discovered the entire thing was a forgery, finding out everything basically that I've already told you in this video. Wolfe published his findings in the Times of London in 1921. Despite the fact that Wolfe's article was 100% accurate and exposed the Protocols of Zion as the elaborate hoax that it was, there was one big problem that prevented it from killing off the Protocols as a whole. Lucian Wolfe was Jewish. And as we all know and all will have learnt from reading Protocols 9 and 12, which is nearly 9/11 when you think about it, you can't trust anything that's written in the Jewish-owned mainstream media. Even if what they've written can be 100% verified as accurate, you can't trust the sources that are verifying it because the Jews are writing the history books as well. And that's not a joke or hyperbole or me deliberately building a straw man. That is literally true. In fact, it's the exact same logic that was used to prove the veracity of the protocols at the time. As was written by some bloke called Adolf Hitler in his book Mein Kampf, on page 279 he wrote, "To what an extent the whole existence of this people is based on a continuous lie is shown incomparably by the protocols of the elders of Zion, so infinitely hated by the Jews. They are based on a forgery, the Frankfurter Zeitung moans and screams once every week, is the best proof that they are authentic." When the Nazis came to power in 1931, the protocols became mandatory reading for children in secondary schools. Even to this day, the Protocols of Zion continue to be published and read and sold, with the majority of them being printed in many Middle Eastern countries where they are openly endorsed by their governments as being 100% accurate. Now, it's very difficult in one way or another to debunk the Protocols of Zion. The fact it has no specific place of origin, the fact that nobody knows who exactly were the people in the meeting, surely should be some evidence. But the very fact that in itself the whole thing makes no sense whatsoever. For example, if this was the case, if the Jews had such immense control over everything, why could they not stop this book from being published and being spread as far as it did? If they had the immense control that they did, why did it take until 1921 before they were able to do it? More to the point, when these secret group of Jews were having this secret meeting, why on earth did someone think it was a good idea to take notes down? Why didn't they just sit there and just remember it? And if they did take notes down, who the fuck was this person who fucking managed to get hold of a copy of them? How the fuck can these people be expected to be believed to control everything in the world, from staging terror attacks, from staging wars, from staging democracy itself, and yet they're too fucking stupid to fucking, in their secret meeting, to leave their notepad not lying around so that fucking some schmuck can come in and go, were they having a meeting afterwards and be like, where's your fucking notepad? Oh, for fuck's sake, Dave, why did you leave it lying around? Many years ago, a conspiracy theorist said something very, very profound to me, and I was asking him about the whole idea of the Illuminati and the secret government, the New World Order. And he said something very profound to me. He said, if this conspiracy is true, there will be no evidence. Which is true. Bonkers as you may want to think he is, he's got a point. If this is true, then there would be no evidence. And how am I supposed to believe that the people who control the planet are so fucking stupid that they took notes down and then let some other cunt get hold of it? But even if that was not the case, the worrying thing is that in recent times, up until recently, even in the West, there were very few people who actually believed it. Even hardcore neo-Nazi skinhead white supremacist types used to say, well, the Protocols of Zion may be a forgery, but everything it says is still come true. But that's starting to change a little bit. That's starting to change in recent times. One of the more prominent names here in the West who has been an outspoken supporter of the Elders of Zion is this guy.
Don't let people tell you what to do and what to read. If you give them a read, and you can get them on Amazon, I think, still, and then just read them dispassionately, and then look at the world as it's been manipulated in the last over 100 years now. And they mirror each other. They mirror each other. So the Times newspaper wrote an article in 1920 saying, hold on a second, have you seen what these protocols said? And have you seen what's happening in the world? What's going on? This is too close. And so something had to be done. So in 1921, obviously under tremendous pressure, the Times newspaper produced a series of articles alleging to discredit these protocols as a fake and a forgery.
Yes, that's David Icke there, the man who believes that shape-shifting lizards from outer space control the planet Earth, along, apparently, with the Jews, although David Icke seems to be one of the few people who took the shape-shifting reptilians control the planet conspiracy as one that was meant to be taken literal, when in fact it was nothing more than a euphemism for the Jews. But here's a more interesting one. Even David Duke, a man who had also previously once denounced the Protocols of Zion as a forgery, but still pointed out that it still actually is true, even he's got back on the bandwagon with supporting it. In fact, a couple of years ago, he re-released it in a new version. And he re-released it in one of the most amusing reworkings of the book. He released the illustrated version of the Protocols of Zion. Now, I'm sorry, the Protocols of Zion, depending on what copy you get, on average has about, and this is with a bit of padding on either side, has about 70 pages. It says a lot about David Duke's fan base when they need an illustrated version of a 70-page book. It's not even a book, it's a pamphlet at this page. You could put the fucking thing on a post-it note for all I care. But ironically, that leads on to what is the even more perverse irony of all of this. You see, a few years ago, there was a debate between David Duke and a guy who I'm sure you're familiar with called Alex Jones. Alex Jones actually decided to debate David Duke, who he had railed against, despite the fact that he had become very unpopular and his fan base was not very pleased with the fact that he was rallying against David Duke. Who knew that Alex Jones' fan base would be very sceptical about the validity of the Holocaust and be able to fall for things such as the Protocols of Zion?
Is that a wig? No, I'll tell you what that is, my friend. That is David Duke dyes his hair. See, David Duke is so committed to the idea of racial segregation, he even separates the brown and white hairs on his own fucking head. Brown hairs on the cranium, white hair on the face. Never the twain shall meet. Now, whatever you think of that man's politics, you have to admit that is a man who stands by what he believes in. You know.
Apparently they did. So Alex Jones decided to organise a little debate between David Duke and himself. And the debate was this: who runs the planet? Alex Jones was arguing that the NWO run the planet. David Duke was arguing that the Jews run the planet. Now, David Duke, unfortunately, mopped the floor with Alex Jones in this debate, because David Duke can actually point to people who are in high positions of power in the government or high positions of influence in celebrity, what have you, who actually are Jewish. Alex Jones can't point to anybody within, the government and say they're part of the NWO. Of course, he's kind of changed that recently with his obsession over the last few years with George Soros, who, let's face it, is nothing more than a one-man rehash of the protocols. I'm assuming all the Jews gang up together and form one massive mega Jew. But the fact is, they're having this debate, and what's ironic about this is that the phrase NWO, the New World Order, was nothing more than a euphemism for the protocols of Zion. It was the same conspiracy with the same nod nod wink wink you know who is in charge, but with a new phrasing and a new repackaging to make it sound like it wasn't so obviously anti-Semitic. So what you end up with here is a debate between two people who are taking opposing sides in a debate but asking about the same thing. They're arguing about the same existence of the same thing but in direct polar disagreement with each other. Now, before anyone wants to make any excuses or try and make this argument, first of all, I'm not going to listen to you. I've heard them all at this point. But let me give you a quote from someone regarding the protocols. "I am the only living witness, but I must say the truth. Contrary to the opinion of the National Socialists that the Jews were a highly organised group, the appalling fact was that they had no organisation whatsoever.
Useless.
The mass of the Jewish people were taken completely by surprise. They did not know at all what to do. They had no directives or slogans as to how they should act. This is the greatest lie of anti-Semitism because it gives the lie that the old slogan that the Jews are conspiring to dominate the world and that they are so highly organised. In reality, they had no organisation of their own at all. Not even an information service. If they had had some sort of organisation, these people could have been saved by the millions. But instead, they were taken completely by surprise. Never before has a people gone unsuspectingly into a disaster. Nothing was prepared, absolutely nothing." Do you know who that quote is from? That is a quote that was written in an article in 1948, printed in the Journal of Criminal Law. And the guy who said it, who wasn't caught on tape saying it secretly, he said this to a journalist who was interviewing him. He said that to Erich von dem Bach. He was a commander in the Nazi SS government. He was one of the highest ranking officials during World War II. If one of the highest ranking Nazis in 1948 is able to come out and admit that the protocols is a load of old bollocks, then guess what? There's no excuse for anyone else at any point to believe or buy into the fact that this document is true. So if you're arguing that the protocols is real, you're disproving that it's real in the same sentence. And that, ladies and gentlemen,
theend.com. That's it. Explained. Sorted. Like a Power Ranger. Well, I don't know. Possibly a Power Ranger. Maybe a... I don't know. What are the kids into these days? Great vid. I know. It's a great vid. Again, hate speech. That's what it got taken down for. And I can't re-upload. I've tried re-uploading it 4 times. It gets taken down immediately. I don't know why other channels have mirrored it. It stays up. I did re-upload it as a podcast, with just the audio on my other channel, and it stayed up. But for some reason, they just... That's it, you know. They just won't let me have it. And it just... That is the... You know... And that's just the thing. It's like, that's what pisses me off the most. It's like, I put so much work into it, and all I want is to have it on my channel. That's a very wide and very white nose. That sounds like almost sort of racist, you know, to me, quite frankly. I keep wondering why my phone won't open, and it's because I've got face recognition on. So I'm going, what is wrong with you? It was meant like that in a way. No, it wasn't. No, it was definitely the algorithm because it was too quick. It was too quick to be anything else. Oh, no, that's creepy. I like that one. Yeah. Fuck off this fucking fly. I fucking hate flies. They are the worst of all God's creations. Probably. You know, it's probably a bit much, you know. Whoa. Jesus Christ, that's got a bit big all of a sudden. Alright, here we go. There we go, that's better. No, that would be better. I don't know. I tell you, fleas. Fucking hate fleas. Fucking hell, I had a fucking flea infestation. Couple of years ago, fucking my cat got fleas, and it fucking just, we had to like bug bomb my bedroom about 7 times. Like, I woke up like literally, I looked like I was just covered in polka dots, you know. It was I'd wake up and I'd look at the duvet and you could see the cunts bouncing around. I'm like, fucking. And you could see them fucking singing. They're having a fucking pub crawl. You know. There you go. La, 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 la. I'm like, there's nothing on me, fellas. You know. They take years to get rid of. Yeah, do you know what else takes years to get rid of? Some people. Now, do you know what I hate? I hate those little fucking flies that, for some reason, in the summer, I don't know why, you know, why they're built this way, but they've got the entire room they could fuck around in, but the only place they want to hang around is your ears. You go, and you sit there and have a fucking I don't care what they are. They're fucking Annoying cunts is what they are. The annoying cunt fly. Yeah. No, just the ears going. No, not mosquitoes. They're like those tiny little fucking. That's why you can never hit the bastard. Daddy longlegs as well, or moths. When you ever get a giant moth that fucking comes in, fucking hell, and they just for some reason they fly right at you. I had this moth come in my room last summer. I swear to Christ, I nearly fucking died. This thing, it wasn't a moth. This was a fucking gorilla in a Batman costume, right? It was a fucking donkey hang gliding into the fucking room. It was. Or do you get those bugs? You know those they're like beetles, but they can fly, and you're just walking down the street and these fuckers come at you, just right in your fucking face. Like, oh, horrible little bastards. Moths are. Well, no, it's not they haven't got coordination. They've got great coordination. It's just unfortunately the human beings with our artificial lights have buggered up their fucking. Have completely fucked up their coordination. You know, it's like someone coming around and just adding a load of extra roads on a GPS, map that don't exist, that ain't real. Or putting holograms up of it's that kind of shit. God, there's 19 people in here. 5.5 hours. Right. Thing is, would we think so badly of moths if they were like their butterfly, brethren, and they were pretty, and they fluttered around like a bunch of fucking delicate cunts? It's like, oh, look at me. Would we think of them in the same way? I don't know. Bats can't see. Yes, but they can't see. But even if they could, it wouldn't matter because they only come out at night and they never fly into you because they've got other shit going on. If I had sonar, I fucking could, if blind humans had sonar, we could fucking work this shit out. You've got June bugs. Right. Wow. No, hornets are awesome because I don't mind hornets because hornets are wasps done properly. There's no need. There's too many types of wasp. You've got the prick, the arsehole, the wanker, the cunt, the twat, but you've got all these. But hornets are like. Do you know what I love? You want a perfect example of bullshit media propaganda, like that fucking this thing, the murder hornet, right? Recently, there's no such thing as a murder hornet. It's called an Asian giant hornet. That's it. That's what it's called. I'm guessing maybe with the whole sort of controversy over calling coronavirus the Chinese virus, they didn't want to have another thing that was Asian that's coming, so they just called it the hornet of death, the bastard hornet, the fucking the talons of Saloth Sar hornet. But it's not. But people buy it. They start calling it the murder hornet, and there was like a couple that fucking, and they were dead. They weren't even real. They weren't even alive. But they're fucking vicious bastards. But there's a documentary on YouTube that's fascinating. It shows you a load of hornets break. These fuckers go into beehives and steal all the and fuck everything up and nick everything. And and the bees in comparison are like fucking 1/16 of the size. And they show you a load of bees fucking murdering a giant hornet. As one. It's incredible. What they do is they all bundle the fucking hornet. They all swarm on it over it, and then they vibrate their thorax. And they do it so quickly, it creates this vast amount of heat, and it gets so hot in the centre that it actually roasts the hornet alive. It gets to a lot of the bees die as a consequence. They have to sacrifice their life for the fucking. But they all swarm around it. They wiggle their bottoms. They twerk until this fucking thing gets roasted in like 100 fucking 20-degree heat. It's incredible. And they all do it in you. They just know. And it's fucking... How do they know this shit? Bees know what they're doing, man. They make honey. You know? They fucking plant flowers. They can do coordinated fucking attacks on giant prey, or, you know, without even... They can't even speak English. It's incredible. You know. Anyway, I'm going to go, folks. It's been a pleasure and a joy. Probably. If you are on my Patreon, and you should be, there'll be a couple more videos coming up before the end of the month, maybe 2 or 3. Some exclusive content. Other than that, who knows? I'm just going to lay here and put on a silk kimono, put some Burt Bacharach on, and love my big fat hairy cock.